What if the gods you learned about in history class were not the stuff of myth, but the echoes of extraterrestrial visitors who walked among us, shaping civilization itself? The Anunnaki, the seductive whispers of Sumerian legends, demand your attention. Were they our creators or conquerors? Shadows of history loom large in the Sumerian tablets, but the truth is a labyrinth of intrigue that could rattle the very foundations of what you believe. Picture this, a society so advanced, it made even today's tech look like caveman tools. What if these beings wielded knowledge so powerful that it blurred the lines between deity and alien? Every carving, every text, screams for validation, yet mocks our ignorance. The ancient Sumerians chronicled their interactions with these celestial visitors, painting a saga drenched in power, temptation, and betrayal. They were not just gods, they were architects of humanity's fate. And what if I told you that their legacy is not buried in obscurity, but festering beneath the surface of our reality, waiting for someone bold enough to expose it? Imagine a world where the pyramids were not merely tombs, but messages to the stars. What if every civilization rose and fell under the unseen gaze of the Anunnaki? The pyramids, the ziggurats, each a monument not to man, but to beings who could manipulate biology and technology with a flick of their wrist. Are we merely the descendants of a genetic experiment gone awry? Destroyed or elevated by our very creators, whoever they were. The clock is ticking, and the secrets of our origin are slipping through our fingers like sand. Let's flirt with the absurd. Are the Kardashians simply the 21st century reincarnation of these enigmatic beings? If they can manipulate their own reality, then what stops those who came before? Imagine, just imagine, the Anunnaki stepping off their celestial chariots, smirking at our attempts to understand them as they sip on intergalactic lattes. They may have left us with myths, but what they really left behind was an unsettling question: is ignorance truly bliss, or merely a prelude to chaos? In the catacombs of ancient texts, riddles await, stories of a cosmic dance that could threaten the very fabric of our existence. Why did they choose to come to Earth? What ancient grievances remain unresolved? The answers are tantalizingly out of reach, like a mirage on the horizon, igniting a thirst that begs to be quenched. The Anunnaki don't just exist in the annals of history, they seep into our nightmares, whispering of forbidden knowledge and untold power. But beware! Once you peer into this abyss, it will gaze back at you. Can you handle the truth? Or will you crumble under the weight of revelations that could shatter your perception of reality? It's time to confront the shadows of your understanding. The Anunnaki await, their legacy a tantalizing enigma, daring you to uncover the truth hidden in plain sight. The clock is ticking, will you answer the call? The sun hung low in the sky, a silent witness to the chaos swirling beneath it. Dust devils danced across the cracked earth, curling like desperate fingers reaching for salvation. I stood there, the acrid scent of sweat and fear filling my lungs, heart pounding like a war drum, lost amidst the ruins of a world gone mad. Around me, the remnants of civilization stood crumbling, a million whispers echoing in the hollow spaces left behind, stories of gods and men, of power and betrayal, of the Anunnaki. I remember the first time I heard their name, as if it were etched into the very fabric of my being: Anunnaki, the Ancient Ones. I was a child, eyes wide, soaking in tales of celestial beings who walked among us, creators and destroyers, shrouded in mystery and dread. My father's voice trembled as he recounted their deeds, a blend of reverence and terror, a warning simmering just beneath the surface. They came from the stars, he said, his gaze distant, lost in the cosmos beyond our reach. And they will return. Those words haunted me, an echo in a mind forever curious, forever laced with the anxiety of unanswered questions. But here I was, a grown man now, caught in the fray of a world unraveling, as the shadows of that ancient fear emerged from the depths of history, clawing their way back into the light. The air crackled with anticipation, every soul around me caught in a web of dread and longing. My hand shook, not from the dust storm but from the weight of what I knew and what I feared. I could feel the Anunnaki lurking, unseen yet omnipresent, a pulse in the air that quickened with each heartbeat. Across the desolate expanse stood Lila, her eyes fierce with resolve yet clouded by doubt, a warrior in a land where battles raged not just with weapons but with the very essence of existence. She was my anchor and my storm, brimming with a fire that burned brighter than the sun yet flickered with uncertainty. We must fight, she urged, her voice a battle cry woven from the threads of desperation and hope. But I could see the shadows lurking behind her bravado, the weight of history pressing down, the scars of her past carved deep into her skin, reminding her of failures, of betrayals that shattered her trust. And there was Kavi, his heart a fragile glass, beautiful but at the brink of shattering. He had lost so much, a brother, a father, a piece of himself to the chaos that enveloped us. Each morning, he would rise with the sun only to be enveloped by the darkness that clung to his soul like a second skin. What if it's true? He asked one evening, voice barely above a whisper, trembling with the weight of the cosmos. What if they return, not as saviors, but as executioners? The fear in his eyes mirrored my own, a reflection of a world where nightmares walked among us and dreams became ghostly echoes, fading into nothingness. I remember the night spent beneath the star-studded sky, where the cosmos felt closer than my own heart. The stars, they whispered secrets, they called to me, reminding me of history, of a time when the Anunnaki ruled not just the heavens but the very ground we tread upon. They were creators, yes, but they were also destroyers, leaving chaos in their wake. The thought made my skin crawl, a chill that ran deeper than the cool night air, wrapping around me like a shroud. Each flickering light was a reminder, a taunt that made my pulse race. A storm brewed over the horizon, dark clouds swirling like the thoughts in my mind. I could feel it, a stirring in the air, a shift that heralded change. Lila stood tall, fists clenched, determined to face whatever chaos approached. We can't let them win, she declared, her voice rising above the winds of despair. But I caught the tremor, the flicker of doubt behind her fierce exterior. I wanted to believe in her strength, in her vision of a future where we could stand united, but the shadows of ancient myths clung to my thoughts like ivy, suffocating and relentless. Time slipped away, the weight of each second heavy upon us. I watched as Kavi's gaze drifted toward the horizon, lost in dreams that could never be. What if we're just pawns? He murmured, a question that hung like a knife in the air. What if the Anunnaki toy with us, laughing as we struggle against a fate already written in the stars? His words cut deeper than any weapon, carving into the fragile fabric of our reality, exposing fears we dared not voice. And then, the moment came, a thunderous roar filled the air, the ground beneath our feet shaking as if the earth itself trembled at the return of the Ancient Ones. My breath caught in my throat, heart pounding a frantic rhythm as shadows coalesced into forms. They emerged from the dark, figures clad in shimmering robes that glinted like stars, eyes blazing with the knowledge of eons. The air thickened with a palpable mix of awe and dread, the past colliding violently with the present. Lila stood before them, defiance blazing in her eyes, a fierce warrior ready to confront the god she had only known from whispers. Kavi faltered, his heart caught in a tempest of terror and disbelief, and I found myself caught in the wave of emotion swirling around us, a cyclone of hope and despair, light and shadow. In that harrowing moment, the essence of the Anunnaki loomed larger than life, a promise of power entwined with the threat of annihilation. My heart raced, the world around me fading, leaving only the raw, searing pull of wanting to understand, to connect, to fight against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. In the silence that followed, the air charged with unspoken words, I felt the weight of history crashing upon us, an avalanche of emotion and consequence, spiraling toward an unknown future. We stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, the weight of our choices looming like a dark star, and in that moment, I realized, the origins of the Anunnaki were not merely a part of history, they were the heartbeat of our existence, entwined with our lives, our fears, and our fate. And the confrontation was not just with them, but with ourselves, our struggles, our humanity. The echoes of the past were louder than ever, and I could not help but wonder if we were destined to repeat it all once more. The sun hung like a red ember in the smoky sky, casting a sinister glow over the city of yore. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of sweat, earth, and the whispers of 1,000 dreams long crushed beneath the weight of ambition. I stood at the edge of the ziggurat, my heart pounding like a war drum, echoing the centuries of bloodshed woven into the very stones beneath my feet. The people below moved like shadows, some desperate, some hopeful, but all under the watchful gaze of the gods they feared and revered. I felt the ground tremble, a remnant of the earth's fury, as if it sought to remind us of our mortality, a reminder that our lives were but fleeting notes in a symphony of chaos. I remember the faces, the old priestess, her skin weathered like ancient clay, her eyes haunted by the sacrifices she made, the children she never bore. She stood by the great altar, her voice a mournful melody weaving through the air as she called upon Enlil, the god of winds and fate. I watched her, feeling the weight of her despair, the way her hands trembled as she offered her prayers, and I wondered if she felt the creeping madness of desperation clawing at her soul. Was there solace to be found in those ancient incantations? Or was it all an elaborate charade, a desperate play in a theater of the absurd? Then there was Ishmael, a young scribe with dreams bigger than the ziggurat itself, his ink-stained fingers trembling over the clay tablet. He sought knowledge, wisdom, a voice that would echo long after he vanished into the dust. His heart, however, was a battlefield, torn between loyalty to his family and the intoxicating lure of the written word. He longed to break free from the shackles of tradition, to etch his name among the stars, but the shadows of his father loomed large, an oppressive force, a burden heavier than the stones of the city. I could see the conflict in his eyes, the fire of rebellion flickering against the backdrop of expectation, and it sent chills racing down my spine. And then there was Lila, the weaver whose loom sang of both beauty and despair. Her hands, skilled yet calloused, wove the tapestry of life in vibrant colors, but within each thread lay stories of sorrow, of love lost to the relentless tide of time. She draped her creations over market stalls, trapping the sunlight like a spider ensnaring its prey, yet all that glimmered was a facade. Behind her laughter lurked the ghosts of those who had betrayed her trust, leaving scars deeper than the fabric she crafted. I could feel her pain, the way it clung to her like the dust of the streets, a reminder that happiness was often an illusion, a fleeting shadow that danced just out of reach. I remember the market, where the cacophony of voices rose like an angry river, carrying with it the scent of spices and sweat. It was a living tapestry, vibrant and chaotic, a stark contrast to the silent burden each soul bore. The merchants shouted their wares, their voices blending into a symphony of desperation, but amid the clamor, there were whispers of betrayal, plots brewing behind closed doors, and the sharp edge of envy cutting through fragile alliances. I felt the tension crackle in the air, tangible and electric, as if the very cosmos was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of dreams and nightmares. One day, I found myself in the shadow of the ziggurat, the Tower of Babel reaching for the heavens, a symbol of our insatiable hunger for power. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The air was thick with portent, an unspoken agreement that something terrible, was about to unfold. I caught sight of Ishmael, pacing like a caged animal, his mind racing with thoughts that could ignite the embers of rebellion. He looked up, his eyes wild, and for a moment, our gazes locked, the weight of our shared despair binding us in silence. I saw in him a reflection of my own fears, the gnawing doubt that whispered we were but pawns in a game much larger than ourselves. In the distance, the priestess's voice rang out, her incantations rising like smoke, twisting and curling into the twilight sky. I felt the tension build, a crescendo of fate looming, and then, boom, the earth shook again, a visceral reminder of the gods' indifference, their laughter echoing through the ages. In that moment, the stakes rose. I felt the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of a civilization perched on the brink of collapse, and the weight of history pressed down upon us like a funeral shroud. It was then that Lila appeared, her eyes pools of sorrow, her heart heavy with secrets she dared not speak. She stepped into the fray, the air electric with unspoken words, each heartbeat a drumroll heralding the chaos that would soon erupt. "We are not mere echoes," she shouted, her voice cutting through the din, but fires waiting to blaze. And in that moment, her defiance ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope and a tremor of fear, the duality of our existence laid bare. I watched as the tension twisted tighter, like a noose around our collective throats. The sun dipped lower, the shadows lengthened, and the city held its breath, suspended in time. We were all caught in a web of dreams and nightmares, each heartbeat a prayer, each breath an offering to the gods of fate. I could feel the stirring of something ancient, something that spoke of cycles and echoes, of civilizations that rose and fell, of dreams that shimmered and broke like glass. Time stretched, each moment laden with unfulfilled desires, and the air crackled with possibility. I knew that soon, something would shatter, the illusion, the silence, the very fabric of our existence. The stars twinkled above, indifferent witnesses to our plight, and I felt a chill creep down my spine as the city prepared to unleash its emotions, like a storm gathering on the horizon. The stage was set, and we were but players in a tragic opera, our souls laid bare, each note a haunting reminder of our fragile humanity. And as I stood there, gripped by the intensity of it all, I realized that this was more than a moment, it was a reckoning. The ziggurat loomed above, a silent sentinel to our tribulations, and I braced myself for the inevitable, knowing that in the heart of this ancient civilization, we were all caught in an unending cycle of dreams and despair, forever woven into the tapestry of time, waiting for the next act to unfold. Thunder rumbled like an ominous pulse through the air, an echo of ancient deities standing in judgment. The sky hung low over the ruins of yore, thick with the weight of an unspoken prophecy, a reminder of the gods who once walked among mortals. I stood there, breathless, heart racing, sand swirling around my ankles like whispers of the past, each grain a tiny fragment of a civilization now lost, yet forever entwined with the present. The shadow of the ziggurat loomed, a ghostly sentinel watching over faded memories, and I felt the weight of history pressing in, suffocating and intoxicating all at once. I remember the stories my grandmother recited by the flickering firelight, tales of the Anunnaki, the towering figures of awe and dread. Their names slipped off her tongue like honey, rich with reverence and fear. Enlil, the god of wind, whose breath could rend mountains asunder. Inanna, the fierce goddess of love and war, her heart a tempest tied between passion and destruction. And then there was Ea, the wise one, ever shrouded in mystery, whose eyes held secrets of creation and ruin. I remember the way she spoke, her voice trembling with the vibrancy of 1,000 lifetimes lived in the realm of the gods. But now, standing in the ancient city's skeletal remains, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, I was struck by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Beside me, a figure shifted in the shadows, Azor, my brother, his face a mask of anguish. His fingers fidgeted nervously, a futile attempt to tether his thoughts, to hold back the tidal wave of fear crashing through him. "They're coming for us," he whispered, his voice barely a breath above the wind. "We have to leave." Leave. The word hung between us, heavy as stone. I refused to let panic draw me under. Where? To the void? This is our home, Azor. I felt the ground beneath me pulse with the heartbeat of ancient stones, a reminder that we were not merely fleeing the Anunnaki's wrath, we were part of their legacy, tangled in the web of divine conflict. The world felt as if it were spinning wildly off its axis. I could see it, the chaos of our lives mirrored in the swirling dust, the shadows of our ancestors dancing just out of reach. In every corner of the ziggurat, I felt their presence, their laughter echoing in the silence, the power of their betrayals etched into the very fabric of this land. I could see Inanna's rage, the way her wrath had set the heavens ablaze. I could feel Enlil's jealousy, dark and suffocating, a storm brewing in the distance. "Do you remember the stories?" Azor pressed, eyes wild with desperation. "They say the Anunnaki will return, that they will reclaim what is theirs. What if they come for us?" His voice cracked, vulnerability tearing through his bravado, and I realized he was not just afraid of the gods returning, but of the ghosts of our past, shadows that slinked through our dreams. The weight of our history rested heavily on his shoulders, as if he bore the sins of generations. "I remember," I said softly. "I remember the way the sun sets over the Euphrates, the way the stars shimmer with the laughter of our ancestors." I wanted to pull him back from the brink, to show him that in this madness, there was a glimmer of hope. We are not merely victims in their story, we are the echoes of their song. But the truth, as I sensed it, was darker than the night sky above. The gods were not merely myths, they were the architects of our despair, the architects of our fate. I could feel their gaze upon us, 1,000 piercing eyes watching, waiting to see if we would succumb to the weight of our own bloodlines. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. And then, as if summoned by our fear, a chilling wind swept through the ruins. I caught a glimpse of a dark figure in the distance, cloaked in shadows, moving with the grace of a predator, its intentions as murky as the depths of the abyss. My heart quickened. "Azor," I hissed, "do you see that?" He turned, eyes wide, dread pooling within them. "It's one of them," he breathed, and it felt as if the very air had thickened with foreboding. The figure moved closer, and I saw the glint of ancient jewels set into a crown that was both regal and terrifying, a declaration of power that demanded submission. "Stay close," I instructed, heart pounding, as if we were mere mortals caught in the storm of gods, each beat a reminder of our fragility. The shadows curled around us, and I felt the past and present clash in a dizzying whirl, the stories of our ancestors fighting for dominance within me. As the figure approached, it revealed not just a face, but countless memories, echoes of long-forgotten promises and betrayals. The air crackled with unspoken words, the weight of unfinished business. I felt Azoz's hand tighten around my wrist, his grip a lifeline amidst the chaos. "Do you really think they'll set us free?" he murmured, fear lacing his words. "What if they just want to use us again? What if we're nothing but pawns in their game?" And in that moment, the truth hung between us, a discordant note in a melody spun by divine hands. "I don't know," I whispered, voice trembling. "But maybe we can turn the tide. Maybe we can reclaim our story." The tension clung to us like a shroud, every heartbeat echoing the pulse of destiny, every breath a reminder of the power woven into the fabric of our existence. The figure loomed closer, and I could make out the sharp features, the intensity of ancient eyes that held the knowledge of eons. Face them, I thought, heart racing. Face the gods, face the ghosts, face the truth. In that moment, the air shifted, charged with a potency that made the hairs on my arm stand on end. It was a reckoning, a moment where history collided with the present, where the weight of the Anunnaki was not just a tale whispered among the living, but a palpable force pressing down on us, urging us to act. And so we stood, brothers and sisters against the onslaught of fate, our hearts beating in sync, a fragile rhythm against the looming chaos. The past was not just a whisper, it was a scream, and we were caught in the eye of a storm, a nexus of emotion and impending doom. In the heart of the ruins of yore, beneath the watchful eyes of the Anunnaki, the dance of destiny began anew, and we were helpless to resist. The sun hung low over Uruk, a burning ember in a sky bruised with the weight of ancient despair. Gilgamesh, wild-eyed and panting, sprinted through the streets, heart racing as if pursued by demons. Each footfall echoed like the beating of war drums, reverberating through the stone walls that whispered tales of glory and death. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and sorrow, as the city held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath him, thrumming in rhythm with his own frantic heartbeat. I remember the first time I felt the weight of the stars, he thought, lost in the chaos of his own mind. I was invincible, untouchable. But now, his thoughts spiraled into darkness, shadows creeping in around the edges of his bravado. In the depths of his soul, a gnawing fear gnawed like a ravenous beast. He was not just fighting a physical battle, he was wrestling with the ghosts of his own making, the specters of pride and mortality. Enkidu, a man born of the wild, stood at the gates, his hair matted with dirt and vines, a fierce protector yet burdened by his own loyalties. Gilgamesh, wait, his voice thundered, yet it was laced with a tremor of uncertainty. You cannot charge into the arms of death. Not yet. The words hung in the air, stark against the rising tension. Enkidu's weathered hands, strong yet trembling, reached out, as if grasping for a bond that felt frayed. What was friendship at the brink of annihilation? I remember when you were wild, unbroken, Gilgamesh shot back, his voice rough, jagged like broken glass. You were untamed, and yet, here you stand, shackled by fear. I will not falter. The truth of his own fear seeped through the bravado. Gilgamesh was not just a king, he was a man terrified of the void, the yawning chasm of eternity that awaited him beyond the mortal coil. His fists clenched, knuckles white as he glimpsed the silhouettes of the Anunnaki in the distance, their presence like a haunting melody that spoke of destiny and destruction. The legend spoke of beings who descended from the heavens, gods cloaked in the fabric of the universe, their eyes glimmering with the light of 1,000 suns. I will confront them, he muttered, as if the declaration alone would grant him strength. They owe me answers. In those moments, it became painfully clear Gilgamesh was not just seeking glory, he was searching for meaning, for a way to bridge the unbridgeable gap between life and death, between the mortal heart and the infinite cosmos. Enkidu stepped closer, shadows playing across his face, and whispered, "You seek knowledge, but what if the truth is more terrible than you can bear?" The question lingered, a heavy weight, suspended in the air like the scent of rain on parched earth. What was the cost of wisdom? What would it take to unearth the truths buried deep within the ruins of history? The city was alive with whispers of fate, of choice, of love lost and battles won. It thrummed under the weight of forgotten dreams, and as the duo stood at the precipice of their own destinies, the sky darkened, clouds swirling like the vortex of time itself. "I can feel them," Gilgamesh murmured, dread creeping into his veins. "The Anunnaki watch us, their eyes like fire. They know what we seek." A sharp wind cut through the air, sending shivers racing down their spines. It was more than just a chill, it was an echo of the past, a reminder that the gods were never far from the hearts of men. With every heartbeat, every breath, the weight of their stories tangled tighter. They were not merely characters in an epic, they were reflections of our own fears, desires, and the eternal struggle against the shadows that haunt us. As they pressed forward, the world around them morphed into a surreal tapestry of memories. Gilgamesh's thoughts drifted to the faces of the fallen, the friends and foes alike who had shaped him. "I remember my father's voice," he whispered, haunted by the memories. "He told me that kings are forged in the fires of sacrifice." The irony clawed at his insides. Was he not supposed to be a king among men, a harbinger of greatness? Yet here he stood, trembling on the edge of oblivion, grappling with the possibility that greatness was nothing but a fleeting illusion, a game played by the indifferent gods in the cosmos above. Enkidu, sensing the crack in his companion's armor, placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. "We are here, Gilgamesh. Together. It is the battle we fight that defines us, not the outcome." Those words, simple yet profound, lingered like a melody, weaving between them, stitching together the torn fabric of their bond. But amidst the turmoil, a silent scream echoed in Gilgamesh's mind. What if it is not enough? The very thought of failure clutched at his throat, tightening like a noose. In that moment, they stood not just as warriors but as symbols of every struggle, every heartache that ever existed. They were humanity, raw and flawed, caught in a cosmic dance of despair and hope. As the air crackled with tension, the shadows lengthened, whispers of the Anunnaki weaving through the silence. "The time has come," a voice thundered from the depths of the dark. Gilgamesh felt it like a knife through his heart, the taste of destiny tinged with fear. The confrontation loomed, a storm on the horizon, and with it came the promise of revelation or ruin. The world felt suspended, a breath held in anticipation, teetering on the edge of the unknown. "Let them come," Gilgamesh roared, the fire igniting in his chest again. "We will face them." The reality of his resolve echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of Uruk. But deep within, there lay a terrifying truth. To face the Anunnaki was to confront not just the gods of mythology, but the gods within themselves, their fears, their desires, their very essence. And so, with hearts intertwined, Gilgamesh and Enkidu stepped forward into the abyss, where shadows danced and time collapsed, ready to weave their fates into the tapestry of eternity. As the first dim lights flickered in the distance, they were not merely entering a battle, they were confronting the very nature of existence, a clash between the ephemeral and the eternal, and the haunting question lingered, was the truth worth the price of their souls? The answer loomed, tantalizingly out of reach, echoing through the ages. The air crackles, thick with tension, as shadows twist beneath a blood-red sky. A storm brews, a howling tempest of chaos that screams through the void, and in that moment, two figures stand at the edge of existence, hearts pounding as they face the abyss. They are trapped on a precipice, caught in the unending throes of creation and destruction. The ground beneath them trembles, as if the very world is holding its breath, waiting for the spark that will ignite everything, or destroy it all. I remember the way Marduk's eyes blazed like twin suns, fierce and unyielding, burning with a passion that ignited the stars. He was not just a god, he was the embodiment of hope, a warrior forged in the crucible of despair. "If I do not rise, who will?" he had shouted, his voice echoing through the dark, reverberating like thunder in the depths of my soul. He stood tall against the forces of chaos, ready to confront Tiamat, the primordial serpent, whose heart was a storm, a tempest of rage and grief. She had birthed the gods, and now, driven mad by betrayal, she sought their annihilation. I recollect the shivers that danced along my spine as I watched from the shadows, knowing that the fate of everything, a universe held together only by the fragile threads of a promise, hinged upon this moment. Tiamat's scales glistened in the dim light, a monstrous cloak of darkness wrapped around her, her rage palpable, a living entity that threatened to suffocate all creation. "You dare challenge the mother of all," she hissed, her voice a chilling caress that sent a wave of dread rippling through me, and yet, I could not tear my gaze away. From the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Ea, Marduk's father, a figure worn and weary from ages of struggle. His wisdom was a weight upon his brow, yet I saw a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Can we truly triumph over chaos?" he whispered, his voice a fragile thread woven through the tapestry of fate. I felt his despair, an echo of my own, reverberating in the hollow chambers of my heart. He had witnessed the birth of worlds, yet here he stood, unsure, his spirit clashing against the torrents of fear. But Marduk, he was the spark. "I will not yield," he roared, his voice a clarion call that shattered the silence, a bolt of lightning cleaving through the dark. I felt the ground quake beneath his feet, a testament to his resolve. In that moment, he seemed larger than life, a titan striding into the fray, and I was swept away by the gravity of his determination. My own heart raced, a frantic drumbeat urging me to believe, to hold on to the thread of hope woven through this tapestry of despair. "Step away, child of the abyss!" Tiamat bellowed, her voice a cacophony that threatened to drown out reason. Her wrath was a storm unleashed, a whirlwind of chaos that clawed at the edges of my sanity. "You know not what you defy." But Marduk, undeterred, pressed forward, the weight of the cosmos resting on his shoulders. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of fear, the flickering flame of courage, battling against overwhelming odds. Time stretched like an elastic band, taut and ready to snap. I felt it, the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of the cosmos. I remembered the legends, whispered in the dark, tales of the Anunnaki who tread the line between gods and men, the beings who had sculpted the earth from the void, their whispers echoing like distant thunder. In that moment, I understood the gravity of Marduk's fight, his struggle not just against Tiamat, but against the very essence of chaos that sought to unravel all that was good. The clash was inevitable. Marduk, with the fury of 1,000 storms, charged, his spear a comet streaking across the sky, as Tiamat unleashed her fury, her tail whipped through the air, striking like a lightning bolt. The world trembled beneath their power, a symphony of destruction playing out in vivid, visceral detail. I could taste the salt of the earth, the metallic tang of fear mingling with the scent of impending doom. And then it happened, the moment that shattered the world. Marduk's spear found its mark, piercing the heart of chaos, and in that instant, I felt the universe hold its breath. The sky split open, light cascading down like a waterfall of stars. Time itself seemed to pause, as if even the cosmos marveled at the sacrifices made, the pain endured. Tiamat, once a goddess of creation, now became the very embodiment of death, her final scream echoing through the void, reverberating deep within me. But victory came at a cost. As Marduk stood triumphant, I saw the flicker of shadows behind his eyes, the weight of what he had done. He had sacrificed not just the serpent, but a part of himself. The enormity of his choice settled like a stone in the pit of my stomach. Was this the price of power? The air crackled with an electric tension, and I felt swept into a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. I wanted to celebrate, to scream with joy, yet a part of me mourned for the chaos that had birthed life itself. In that breathless silence, as the heavens shifted and the earth sighed in relief, I found myself standing on the precipice of another beginning. It was both a celebration, an end, and an ominous promise of what was to come. Creation was not without its scars, every star had its shadow. As Marduk turned to face the remnants of the storm, I knew this was not merely a victory but a harbinger of new struggles. The Anunnaki would watch, their ancient eyes gazing upon a world forever altered, the delicate balance between creation and destruction hanging by a thread. With the echoes of Tiamat's final breath still whispering in the air, I felt a chill run down my spine, a reminder that within the light, darkness would always linger. This cycle was far from over, the dance of gods and men was only beginning. And as Marduk stood there, amidst the ruins of chaos, I felt the weight of expectation, the promise of stories yet to be told, the shadows yet to be unraveled. This was just the beginning. The room pulsed with unease, shadows twisting like the tendrils of unspoken fears. I stood amidst the gathering storm, feeling the air thick with the weight of unfulfilled destinies. The low hum of whispered conspiracies wrapped around me, a shroud of dread that promised violence. Anu, king of the Anunnaki, sat upon his obsidian throne, a silhouette against the flickering torchlight, a god draped in the echo of countless lives. His eyes, ancient and knowing, reflected the turmoil that churned within me. I remember the moment I first saw him, the majesty and terror fused into one, like the roar of thunder trapped in a lullaby. His presence was a paradox. He commanded awe and fear in equal measure. I could feel the pulse of the cosmos in the room, a heartbeat that resonated with the very fabric of our existence. But beneath that veneer of divinity, there lay a fracture. A struggle for power, for control, that felt all too human. There was Ishtar, with her fierce spirit and indomitable will. She stood beside me, her hands trembling slightly, the weight of expectation suffocating. "This isn't just about him," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread. "It's about us. Our freedom. Our lives." I looked into her eyes, a storm brewing there, and I felt the gravity of her words, pulling me deeper into the chasm of despair. Fear is a thief, I thought, as Anu rose, the air charged with his unspoken resolve. The shadows danced around him as he lifted his arms, and the room fell silent. The silence was deafening, like the moment before a storm breaks. I could see the conflict etched on his face, the turmoil of a ruler burdened by the weight of his own choices. He was a king, yes, but also a father, a brother, a being caught in the web of fate. When his voice finally came, it rumbled like distant thunder, pouring over us like an oppressive fog. "The time has come," he declared, and the walls seemed to shake with the force of his proclamation. I could feel Ishtar stiffen beside me, a fire igniting in her eyes, and I understood her fear. This was not just a moment in history, it was the tipping point. Our lives hung in the balance, like a single drop of water poised to fall from a leaf. "Anu, please," I dared to call out, my voice trembling. "What do you want from us? What do you want from me?" The words slipped from my lips like a prayer, fragile yet defiant. The air crackled with tension, as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath. Anu's gaze bore into me, unyielding, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed the countless souls he had governed, each one a reflection of his own tumultuous heart. "I seek loyalty," he replied, each word weighted with an ancient sorrow, "but at what cost?" I could see the shadows of his past haunting him, memories playing like a broken record, looping and spiraling into despair. It was a struggle I recognized all too well, the desire to protect, to control, to be the architect of a destiny that felt forever out of reach. Ishtar stepped forward, her voice rising above the murmur. "You demand loyalty, but you offer us chains. Love cannot thrive in fear, Anu." Her words cut through the tension, raw and unyielding like a blade. It felt like a declaration of war, one that echoed through the corridors of my own heart. I had watched as she wrestled with her own demons, the weight of her lineage pressing against her chest. She was a goddess, yes, but also a woman torn by the expectations of a world that demanded perfection. "Chains are all I possess," Anu replied, his voice a low growl, the shadows around him deepening. I watched as the realization hit her, a wave of despair washing over her features. She was fighting a losing battle, yet her defiance burned bright, illuminating the darkness. "But they are forged of love, for what is a king without his people?" The tension crackled like a live wire, every heartbeat echoing in the space between us. I could feel my own emotion swirling like a tempest, each thought a flickering flame desperate for air. In that moment, I remembered the stories whispered among the stars, of gods and mortals entwined in a dance as old as time. The cosmos felt vast and yet achingly close, a reminder that we were all players in a grand narrative, each decision rippling through the fabric of existence. "Love," Ishtar said softly, her voice breaking, "is a choice. And it cannot be commanded." Her tears glistened in the torchlight, a haunting reflection of the battle raging within her. I stepped forward, the weight of her anguish pulling me with her, feeling the warmth of her desperation radiate between us. "Anu, we need you to choose us, not as subjects, but as allies. I could see the flicker of conflict in his eyes, a storm raging behind his stoic mask. "And if I choose wrong?" he asked, a whisper of vulnerability that sliced through the air like a blade. "What if my choice leads to ruin?" With every heartbeat, I could feel the stakes rising. The air was thick with unspoken dreams and fears, a tapestry woven with the threads of our intertwined fates. "Then let us face it together," I urged, my voice steady despite the tremor in my heart. "We are stronger united, even against the darkest of fates." Anu's gaze lingered on Ishtar, then drifted to me, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. The moment stretched, heavy with possibility, a breath before the plunge into the unknown. Each second felt like an eternity, the world holding its breath, waiting for the decision that could reshape everything. And in that silence, I realized that the battle was never just for power, it was a struggle for love, for understanding, for the right to exist beyond the shadows. As the shadows flickered and danced around us, I knew we were on the cusp of something monumental. The air was charged with anticipation, and in that moment, I could taste the bittersweet promise of change. Everything around us felt suspended in time, the past colliding with the present as we stood on the precipice of destiny. And then, with a single breath, the world began to shift, the lines of fate blurring into something unrecognizable yet thrilling. I could feel the intensity of Anu's gaze, the weight of his choice looming like a dark cloud over us, and I understood that whatever came next would alter the course of our lives forever. The dance of gods and mortals was just beginning, and as the shadows tightened around us, the echoes of our choices reverberated, a haunting melody that promised both joy and heartbreak. Time itself held its breath, and in that silence, everything was possible. The winds howled with a voice that felt ancient and furious, a tempest not just of air but of primal rage. The village lay in silence, eerily still, as if the very earth held its breath, waiting for the storm to unleash its wrath. In that moment, I stood on the precipice of fear and fury, the chill of dread clawing at my skin. I could see the shadows in the distance, dark clouds gathering like an army, coiling and tightening, a warning etched in the sky. I remember the way Ilara's eyes widened, reflecting the chaos that brewed above. Her hands trembled as she clutched the frayed edges of her mother's shawl, a lifeline to a past that felt as distant as the stars. "We can't stay here," she shouted, desperation spilling from her lips like the rain that would surely come. "But where could we go?" The earth beneath our feet began to vibrate, a low, sinister growl that echoed through our bones. It was as if Enlil himself was stirring, the god of wind and earth waking from his slumber, his discontent manifesting in the storm that swallowed the horizon. I had always been told that Enlil was a guardian, a protector of our lands. But as the wind screamed its fury, I felt a creeping doubt, gnawing at the edges of my faith. What if he was no guardian? What if he was a vengeful spirit whose wrath we had provoked? The thought slithered through my mind like a snake, venomous and consuming. Memories of sacrifices made in his name flooded my thoughts, blood offerings, crops withering, prayers whispered into the void. Had we angered him? Had our hubris turned the winds against us? "Ronan!" Ilara's voice snapped me back. "We need to go." Her panic was palpable, each syllable punctuated by the thrumming of our hearts. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of hope fading, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. She was my anchor, but this tempest threatened to pull us apart, to unravel the fragile threads of our bond. I had to protect her. I had to find a way through the chaos. The first raindrops fell like tiny, icy daggers, each one a reminder of the impending doom. I can still feel that moment, the weight of the world crashing down, as if the sky itself had opened to swallow us whole. I ran, driven by instinct, pulling Ilara along, our feet pounding against the earth that quaked beneath us. I could hear the whispers of the past, the voices of those who had come before us, warning us of the wrath of the gods. The air grew thick with tension, suffocating in its intensity. Then there was Yarrick, a reckless soul, a friend who danced too close to danger, who laughed in the face of fear. His laugh echoed, a haunting melody that bounced off the walls of my mind. "You think this is going to stop me?" he bellowed, arms wide as if to embrace the storm. He had always been the wild one, pushing boundaries, daring the cosmos to challenge him. But in that moment, as the wind howled and the earth trembled, his bravado felt misplaced, foolish. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt he tried so desperately to mask. The storm was not just a test of strength, it was a reckoning. "Yarok! Get down!" The words escaped my lips, a futile plea against the cacophony swirling around us. But he only laughed harder, the sound dissolving into the roar of the tempest. I could feel the rage of the winds rising, and Yarok's defiance felt like a spark in a powder keg. Fear twisted in my gut as I reached for him, desperately trying to pull him away from the edge of the abyss. "This isn't a game." But Yarok was lost in his own bravado, blinded by arrogance. The earth shuddered violently, and the sky burst open, unleashing a torrent that crashed around us, a deluge of fear and fury. In that moment, I had a vision of him, of us, swept away by the tide of our own recklessness. I could see it clearly, the wind lifting him, tossing him like a rag doll, the shadows swallowing him whole. My heart pounded with intensity as I lunged forward, grasping his arm just as a gust of wind threatened to ensnare him. "Run!" I screamed, the urgency curling around us like smoke. I could feel Ilara's grip tightening on my other arm. Together, we raced against the elements, the air thick with rage and despair. Every step felt like wading through molasses, as if the very earth was conspiring against us. I could hear the whispers of the past, the prayers of those who had come before, warning us of retribution, of divine judgment. The shadows danced, flickering in the chaos, twisting and turning into forms I couldn't quite grasp. Memories of laughter and love, of shared dreams and stolen moments, flickered through my mind like fireflies in the night. But as the storm raged, the darkness threatened to consume those memories, to erase everything we had fought for. My heart ached with the weight of it, a mournful song echoing in the tempest. And then I saw it, a silhouette in the distance. A figure standing defiantly against the storm, arms raised as if to challenge Enlil himself. Yarok, reckless as ever, laughing amidst the chaos. "You think you can take me," he shouted, and my heart sank. The winds howled louder, rage and fury coiling around him like a serpent ready to strike. I could feel Ilara's breath catching, fear blooming between us like a dark flower. In that moment, time stretched, and I was left with a choice. I could save my friend, or I could protect the one who meant everything to me. The winds howled, a desperate cry for vengeance, echoing through the marrow of my bones. I felt torn, shackled between loyalty and love, the weight of both pulling me into an abyss of despair. "Ronan!" Ilara's voice was a beacon, cutting through the storm. Her eyes met mine, and in that glance, I found clarity, a single heartbeat of understanding. I could not let the storm take both of them. The winds raged, an orchestra of chaos and fury, but I knew my heart was set. I had to confront the tempest, had to face whatever darkness Enlil unleashed. And in that moment, as the shadows deepened and the screams of the wind enveloped us, I realized that the only way through this was together. We would not be consumed by the storm, we would rise against it. The ground trembled beneath our feet, but we would not falter. With a fierce determination, I held Ilara's hand, and together, we stepped into the heart of the chaos, ready to face our fate. The storm raged, but we would not be swept away. No, we would stand tall against the winds of despair. The battle was only just beginning. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a vast, dark sea, each ripple whispering secrets of a world on the brink. I stood at the water's edge, the tide clawing at the shore, a beast hungry for what lay beyond. The air was thick, suffocating, laden with the weight of unspoken words and grief so raw it stung. My heart hammered like a war drum, each beat echoing the chaos around me. Enki, I breathed, the name a prayer, a plea, a curse. The god of water and wisdom watched from the depths, his ancient eyes glinting with a knowing that sent shivers down my spine. Behind me, Kira stumbled, her breath coming in frantic gasps. "We have to get out of here," she cried, her voice trembling with fear. I turned to her, the wildness in her gaze a mirror of my own despair. She was fierce, unyielding, but the shadows were closing in, dark tendrils creeping from the corners of this forgotten place, where the echoes of the past mingled with the present, where hope twisted into something ugly and suffocating. "You don't understand," I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can't leave." "Not yet." I swallowed hard, the salt of the ocean mixing with the tears I refused to shed. Enki can help us. He knows the way. But Kira shook her head, rage and sorrow twisting her features into something unrecognizable. Help? You think that God gives a damn about us? He abandoned us long ago. Her words sliced through the air, a brutal reminder of the truth that lay between us like jagged glass. We were both drowning in our own regrets, trapped in a cycle of despair that felt as inevitable as the rising tide. Please, I whispered, fear coiling around my heart like a serpent. I thought of her brother, gone now, swallowed whole by the waters that had once promised life and renewal. He can bring him back. I know it. Kira's eyes softened, just for a moment, and I seized that sliver of hope, pulling it close, wrapping it around my heart like a lifeline. But then the wind shifted, and a chill ran through me as if Enki himself were reaching out from the abyss, tugging at the very fabric of my being. The waves roared, crashing against the rocks like thunder, each swell a reminder of the turbulent emotion swirling within me, the weight of 1,000 unshed tears pressing at my chest. I remembered the stories, the ancient myths whispered in hushed tones around flickering fires, tales of a god who danced with the rivers and commanded the storms, yet also cradled wisdom like a fragile bird. Enki, I called, my voice steadying despite the fear gnawing at me. We are here. We need you. The words felt like a spell, a bridge between this world and the next, though I wasn't sure who it was meant to summon, Kira's brother from the watery grave or the god himself, with his gifts of knowledge and creation. The silence that followed was deafening, a thick veil that wrapped around us, threatening to suffocate hope itself. The tide rose higher, a living entity, and in that moment, I felt the stirring beneath the surface, a presence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Shadows twisted and coiled, forming shapes I dared not comprehend. Kira! I shouted, panic clawing at my throat as I reached for her hand, our fingers entwining like lifelines in this sea of uncertainty. Don't let go! And then the water surged, a great wave spiraling toward us, dark and menacing. Time slowed, each heartbeat stretching into eternity. I could see the faces of those we had lost, their eyes wide with fear, their mouths open in silent screams as the tide rolled in, threatening to sweep everything away. Enki! I cried again, more desperate this time, as if my voice alone could cut through the chaos. But the god of water and wisdom remained shrouded in mystery, an enigma that mocked our plight. Would he answer our call? Would he rise to the surface and reveal the truth hidden deep within the waves? Kira's grip tightened around my hand, a spark of defiance igniting in her eyes. We have to face him, she said, her voice a fierce whisper that resonated through the dark. Together! Together! The word hung between us, heavy and precious. I thought of our shared burdens, our shattered dreams, and the haunting absence that clung to us like a second skin. In that moment, I knew that we could not rely on a god to save us. We had to be our own salvation, to confront the darkness that sought to swallow us whole. Let's go, I said, my voice barely a thread above the roar of the tide. We stepped forward, hearts pounding, feet sinking into the wet sand as we faced the chaos. The shadows churned, swirling like a maelstrom, and I could almost hear the whispers of the past mingling with the cries of the present, a testament to the ghosts that lingered here, trapped in the liminal space between life and death. I remembered the stories, the ones that spoke of sacrifices, of offerings made to appease the gods. The waves crashed with a hunger that echoed our own, and I knew the truth, nothing came without a cost. Kira's brother had paid the ultimate price for a moment of hope, and now we stood at the precipice, ready to plunge into the depths of uncertainty. Are you ready? I asked, though I knew the answer. We were both terrified, yet compelled to move forward, driven by love and loss, fury and longing. The moon watched, an indifferent spectator, as we plunged into the chaos of the tide. The water swallowed us whole, a lover and a foe, and in that moment, I felt alive in a way that was both exhilarating and terrifying, the heartbeat of the universe echoing within me. In the depths, I could see the flicker of light, the shimmer of something divine, and I grasped for it, the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, Enki would answer our call. And as the darkness closed around us, I remembered the strength that lay in unity, in the bonds we forged against the tide. Each breath became a promise, each heartbeat a vow to fight back against the encroaching shadows, against the despair that threatened to drag us under. But would the god of water and wisdom heed our call? Would he rise from the depths to guide us, or would we remain lost, forever adrift in the currents of fate? The answer lay just beyond the surface, waiting to be unveiled, and as we sank deeper into the abyss, I felt the pulse of the cosmos thrumming in time with our own, a whisper of possibilities stretching out before us, infinite and terrifying. The ground trembles beneath her feet, a low rumble like the growl of a restless beast. I stand frozen, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm, each beat echoing the chaos around me. Ninhursag, the mother goddess, kneels in the ashen soil, her hands digging through the earth, clawing at the lifeless ground. Desperation tightens around her like a vice. Breathe life into this barren wasteland, she whispers, her voice a fragile thread barely holding back the tide of despair. Her eyes, deep wells of anguish, search the horizon, as if she can summon the sun from the depths of the storm that rolls in like a dark whisper. This is not merely a moment of creation, it is a battle, a fight against oblivion. She is beautiful and terrifying, sorrow slathered across her face as if painted by a mad artist. Her long, dark hair dances like raven wings in the howling wind, each strand a whisper of untold stories, of life, of death, of furious love for a world that seems intent on forgetting her. I remember the stories, the ones my grandmother told me by the flickering light of a fire, the tales of how she cradled mankind in her arms, how she birthed mountains and rivers with a single sigh. But now, her breath is shaky, her body trembling from the weight of the world's neglect. Beside her, the ragged figure of Amma, a former priestess turned skeptic, watches with a mixture of hope and despair. She clutches a withered plant to her chest, a fragile remnant of a dying world. It's too late, she murmurs, her voice breaking like dry twigs beneath a heavy boot. The earth is too wounded. Even she can't heal it. Anger flares within Ninhursag, a fierce fire igniting the storm in her heart. How can you say that? You were once a believer. The clash of their emotions crackles in the air, a tension that could snap like a frayed wire. Amma's gaze darts away, as if seeking refuge in the ashen landscape. Belief doesn't change the truth. Look around, there's nothing left to nurture. It's a bitter truth, one that slices through Ninhursag's hope like a knife. But I remember, Ninhursag insists, her voice rising above the wind, the laughter of children, the rustle of leaves, the rhythm of life. It was once vibrant. It can be again. Each word drips with determination, but the shadows of doubt wrap around her like an unshakable cloak. I see it then, in the flicker of Ninhursag's eyes, the spark of something ancient, a primordial force that refuses to be snuffed out. She looks toward the distant mountains, where shadows dance like phantoms, memories of a world bursting with life. There's a pulse beneath the surface, she whispers, her voice trembling. Can you not feel it? I want to scream that I can feel the earth's heartbeat, a rhythmic longing echoing back from the depths of time. A sudden gust of wind carries the scent of rain, sharp and electric, as if the heavens themselves are listening. Amma inches closer to Ninhursag, her resolve cracking like ice underfoot. But what if it's gone? What if we're just ghosts, haunting what once was? The question hangs heavy, a noose tightening around the fragile threads of hope. Ninhursag's hands tremble as she pushes her fingers into the soil, feeling its coolness, its emptiness. Then we will fight, she declares, the passion rising in her chest again. We will claw at the earth until we bring it back to life. I am the mother, and I refuse to abandon my children. The conviction in her voice sends a shiver down my spine, a reminder of the unyielding power that lingers despite the chaos. In that moment, a flicker of warmth ignites in Amma's heart. Okay, she breathes, her voice tentative yet laced with newfound determination. But how? The question lingers, a challenge thrown into the wind, and I feel the air thicken with possibility. Ninhursag stands tall, her silhouette sharp against the darkening sky, a beacon in the tempest. We must remember. We must breathe life into the stories, into the memories. The earth listens. It always listens. Her voice carries, and I can feel the pulse of the world around us quicken, a heartbeat synchronized with the desperate rhythm of their hopes. With each passing moment, the heavens churn, a storm brewing, ready to unleash its fury. In the distance, thunder rolls, a warning of the chaos to come. I can almost taste the electricity in the air, the promise of change, a chaotic dance between destruction and rebirth. Ninhursag closes her eyes, and for a heartbeat, the world fades into silence. I can see the memories flooding her mind, the rustle of leaves, the laughter of children, and the touch of warm earth against her skin. She breathes deeply, and the air thrums with her resolve. We will gather the remnants of life, she declares, each word a spell against the darkness. We will plant seeds in the cracks of despair, and we will sing to the dying earth. Amma looks uncertain, but there's a flicker of something, a glimmer of faith, dancing in her eyes. And if the seeds don't grow, she asks, the fear still lingering. What then? Ninhursag's gaze sharpens, piercing through the storm. Then we will plant again. And again. Until the earth remembers who she is. The wind howls in response, carrying her words like a battle cry, echoing against the mountains, reverberating through time. And that's how it begins, in this moment of chaos, of uncertainty, the fraying threads of hope woven together by desperation, by will. The storm breaks above them, rain pouring down in sheets, drenching the earth, and I feel it, deep in my bones, a promise of renewal, a chance for life to emerge from the shadows. I watch, breathless, as Ninhursag and Amma embrace the chaos, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of the falling rain, ready to face whatever comes next. In this moment, as the earth drinks deeply, I know, the fight is far from over. It's only just begun. The temple stood in the heart of the earth, its stones heavy with the weight of forgotten prayers. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, their flames casting grotesque shapes upon the walls, like memories of those who once worshipped here. I could almost hear their whispers, the lost souls of a civilization that dreamed of gods walking among them. My heart raced, a drumbeat of fear and reverence as I faced the altar, the very center of creation, where the Anunnaki had breathed life into clay and sorrow. I remember the moment I first gazed upon it, a feeling like standing at the edge of a great abyss, the darkness pulling me in, promising answers and consuming dread. The air was thick with incense and desperation, each breath a reminder of my own insignificance. I was not a warrior, nor a prophet, just a humble seeker, lost amidst the grand tapestry woven by these ancient beings. Beside me stood Miriam, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos that churned within. She was a tempest of emotion, caught between the past and an uncertain future. How could she believe in fairy tales crafted by gods long since silenced? What if they're still watching, she whispered, her voice trembling. What if we're just puppets, dancing to their whims? Her doubt clawed at my heart. I wanted to tell her that we had the power to break free, to seize our destinies from those who imagined us into existence. But my own fears tangled with hers. I remembered my father's voice, echoing in my mind, "You are made of dust and dreams, a fleeting breath in the cosmos." In that moment, the weight of creation pressed upon us both. There were stories, so many stories, whispered in the dark corners of our world. The Anunnaki had descended from the heavens, their purpose shrouded in the mist of time. They forged humanity from the earth, breathing life into us with a sigh, but those breaths turned to chains. I could feel the ghosts of their intention swirling around us. They had wanted servants, laborers to toil in the fields, but what of our dreams? What of our yearning for something greater? I glanced at Miriam, her brow furrowed as she stared at the stone altar, our own primal essence, forged in a crucible of fire and despair. Do you think they regret it? I asked, my voice a mere whisper against the roar of our uncertainties. Do you think they ever think of us? But she didn't answer. Instead, her gaze shifted to the shadows, as if she could see the Anunnaki lurking just beyond the veil of time, their faces twisted in an eternal mockery. The silence stretched, heavy with unspoken truths and the ache of possibility. I felt my own heartbeat quicken, a wild rhythm that thudded in my ears, drowning out the whispers of history. And then there was Eli, our friend, an eternal skeptic, always the one to challenge the very fabric of belief. His laughter echoed through the chamber, a sharp contrast to the solemnity of the moment. Come on. They're just stories. Tales spun by those who sought meaning in the chaos, he said, shrugging off the weight of the gods like a cloak. We create ourselves. We are more than the dust they left behind. But could we truly escape the shadows? I remembered the ancient texts, the inscriptions that whispered of a time when the Anunnaki walked among us, their eyes like burning stars, filled with both wisdom and torment. They had given us life but had bound us in chains, their legacy a paradox of creation and destruction. Each heartbeat, each breath, felt like an eternity stretched between us. The air crackled with tension, a web of ancient emotions that connected us to a past we could neither fully grasp nor reject. I sensed the looming confrontation, the moment when our ideals would clash against the weight of history and the burden of our own existence. What if they're watching us now? Miriam broke the silence, her voice trembling. What if our very struggle is their entertainment? A cosmic drama that unfolds in the theater of the void. I shivered at her words, the chill creeping into my bones. I remembered the legends, each tale echoing with the resonance of truth and myth. The Anunnaki had mingled with mortals, their passions igniting fires that burned through temples and hearts alike. But what were we now, mere echoes of their design? A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting just beyond the light. My pulse quickened. Did you see that? I gasped, my heart now a drum roll heralding the unknown. Yes, Eli replied, his bravado evaporating. There's something here, something waiting. His bravado slowly faltered, as the words sank into our bones. Maybe it's time we faced them. Not as creations, but as equals. His challenge hung in the air, heavy and electric. The room felt alive, the stones vibrating with the weight of our intentions. I could almost hear the Anunnaki's laughter echoing through the ages, a sound both beautiful and terrifying. In that moment, I remembered, their hands had shaped our very essence, but it was our hearts that beat the rhythm of rebellion. I felt hope bloom amidst the dread, a dangerous spark igniting within me. Perhaps we were more than their legacy. Perhaps we could forge our own destinies, unshackled from the chains of our origins. The shadows whispered as we stood on the precipice of understanding, the altar before us a mirror reflecting our fears and desires. Our hearts thudded in unison, resonating with the pulse of the universe. I wanted to scream, to break the silence with our defiance, but instead, I took a deep breath. Together, we stepped forward, determined to confront the Anunnaki, to reclaim our narrative from the hands of those who had created us. The air shimmered with anticipation, our souls intertwined in the dance of creation and rebellion. And as we took our first steps into the unknown, I realized, this wasn't just the beginning of a confrontation, it was the genesis of something entirely new, a story unwritten and waiting to unfold. The echoes of our ancestors surrounded us, urging us onward into the shadows, where our fates would be forged anew. The air was thick with despair, a palpable energy that crackled like static before a storm. I stood on the edge of the ancient ziggurat, eyes scanning the darkened sky, where stars blinked like lost souls, whispering secrets of the universe. Beneath me, the city of Ur sprawled in shadows, its streets a maze of memories. I could almost hear their echoes, the merchants bargaining, children laughing, lovers whispering sweet nothings. But now, silence hung heavy, a suffocating blanket, broken only by the distant wails of the wind, as if the cosmos itself mourned. I remembered Ninsen, her hands worn yet delicate, brushing through my hair as she sang lullabies so sweet they could soften the hardest of hearts. But those moments felt like grains of sand slipping through my fingers. The Anunnaki had come. Their descent was heralded by fiery comets, their arrival painted on the walls of our minds, terrifying and awe-inspiring. They were not mere gods, they were architects of fate, wielders of destiny like it was a child's toy. And I, a humble priestess caught in their web, bore witness to their machinations, glistening, dark, and ever so sweetly dangerous. A shiver ran down my spine as I recalled how Enki, the water god, had once smiled at me, his eyes like the endless depths of the rivers he commanded. Yet, that smile felt like a blade, cutting through the thick fog of my innocence. I had trusted him once. I had believed in the myths that painted the Anunnaki as benevolent creators, but now I knew the truth, their love was as fickle as the moon, illuminating only to cast shadows deeper than night. I turned to Uruk, my heart pounding like a war drum. He stood at the foot of the ziggurat, eyes narrowed, brow furrowed, lips pressed in a line that spoke of betrayal and fear. "You shouldn't be here," he growled, voice low, just above a whisper. The intensity in his gaze pierced through me, igniting a fire of anger and desire. He was the warrior poet of my heart, a man of strength and vulnerability, a soul fighting against the tides of fate. And yet, he felt so distant, like a star I could never reach. "I can't stay away," I replied, my voice thicker than the air between us. "Not when the world is unraveling around us." I stepped closer, the weight of emotions mingling with the dust of ages, swirling like the cosmos itself. "You feel it, don't you? The pull of the past, the whispers of the Anunnaki." He clenched his fists, and I could see the tension rippling through his muscles, the turmoil within him like an ocean ready to break. "They toy with us, Aisha. We're nothing but pawns in their grand design. You must see that." His words struck me, not as an accusation but a fierce plea. "Why can't you see?" The truth clawed at my throat, a truth I'd been avoiding like a plague. I remembered the dreams that haunted me, visions of the Anunnaki, their celestial forms draped in shadows, reaching down to pluck souls from the earth like ripe fruit. I remembered the fear that twisted in my gut, the dread that had kept me awake at night, eyes wide open in the darkness, watching the shadows dance. "I see," I shouted, the words spilling out, raw and desperate. "I see the chaos they've wrought. But I also see the power of the stars, the potential to fight back." "Fight against whom?" His eyes bore into mine, reflecting a galaxy of doubt. "Against gods? Against fate? They are the architects of our existence." "Yes." My heart raced, a wild beast trapped within a cage. "But what if we can rewrite our destinies? What if we can carve our own paths among the stars?" He scoffed, but there was a flicker of something, maybe hope, or defiance, dancing in his eyes. "You're a dreamer, Aisha." The word hung in the air, heavy with longing. "And dreams, they can lead you to madness." But madness was not what I sought. I wanted liberation, freedom from the chains of the gods, from their cosmic games that threatened to consume us all. I stepped even closer, the space between us electric, charged with unspoken words, a tension so thick it could carve the air. "Then let us be mad together. Let us be the architects of our own existence, not their marionettes." As I spoke, shadows flickered on the ziggurat walls, dancing like ghosts of the past, taunting me with their presence. I could feel the Anunnaki's gaze, icy and unyielding, pressing upon my shoulders, yet I refused to bow. I remembered the moment I first learned their names, how they rolled off my tongue like honey and poison. I had been taught to fear them, to worship them, but now I craved rebellion. Uruk let out a ragged breath, and for a moment, I thought he might step back. But instead, he remained rooted, as if the very earth beneath his feet had conspired to keep him here, with me. "What do you propose?" "A rebellion against gods." His voice was low, chosen carefully, as if he were testing the limits of our reality. "Yes." I took a step forward, raw emotion igniting every word. "We can summon the spirits of our ancestors, call upon the earth to rise against the heavens. We can unite the people of Ur under the banner of hope, not despair. We can make the Anunnaki tremble." But with every pulse of hope, fear twisted in my gut, a darkness that consumed the light. What if our cries fell on deaf ears? What if the heavens remained impassive, indifferent to our plight? A haunting thought loomed like a dark cloud. I felt it then, the weight of our struggle, the enormity of the cosmos pressing down upon us. And somewhere, far above, the Anunnaki watched, their laughter echoing through the void, a reminder of their omnipotence. But now, as I stared into Uruk's fierce eyes, I felt a flicker of possibility. Maybe together, we could confront the shadows. Maybe our hearts could beat louder than the cacophony of the universe. In that moment, a spark ignited between us. It wasn't just defiance or rebellion, it was a shared heartbeat, a shared pain, a shared dream. As the stars twinkled above, I wondered if we could harness the very fabric of the cosmos, weave our destinies together, and spin something beautiful from the chaos. And so we stood, two unyielding spirits on the brink of an unimaginable confrontation, a storm gathering within us. The universe watched, breathless and eager, as we prepared to challenge the very foundations of the heavens. The shadows coiling around the ancient stone seemed to breathe. In the flickering candlelight, I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the frescoes lining the walls, coiled serpents, celestial beings, and figures with haunting, hollowed eyes. Each one was a flicker of memory, a ghost rising from the depths of a long-buried truth. I could feel them, the Anunnaki, watching, waiting, their essence woven through every brushstroke, a visceral hunger, a demand for acknowledgement. I remember the first time I saw them, those indelible figures, a chill racing down my spine as I traced the contours of their forms, grand yet unsettling. They existed between worlds, caught in a liminal space where art collided with myth, where history tangled with nightmares. The artist poured their soul into each depiction, trying to capture something transcendent, yet all I felt was the weight of the unsaid, the dread of a truth that hung like a noose in the air. It was as if the moment I stepped closer, I had invited them into my heart, my very being. There was Mara, her fingers trembling as they reached out to touch the stone, her eyes haunted by a past she couldn't remember but felt in every fiber of her being. "What if they're not just stories?" she whispered. Her voice quivered with a mix of fear and longing, a harmonic clash that echoed off the walls, reverberating in my chest. She was searching, yearning for something lost, something ancient that resonated within her soul, echoing through every grain of dust in the air. And then there was Kai, standing a few steps away, arms crossed, his brow furrowed with skepticism. His disbelief was a wall, impenetrable and cold, yet I could see the flicker of curiosity in his eyes, an ember just waiting to ignite. "It's just art," he scoffed, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The shadows whispered truths that clawed at the edges of his mind. Just a way to cope with the unknown. He was terrified, yet fascinated, like a child peeking through a keyhole, both drawn in and wanting to run away. I could feel the tension between them, a crackling energy that held us all captive. Here, in this moment, the past folded upon itself, layers of history swirling like smoke. The Anunnaki were not mere figures of stone, they were the embodiment of our fears, our desires, our relentless search for meaning. I remembered my own search, the countless nights spent poring over texts, feeling the weight of unanswered questions pressing upon me like a physical force, unrelenting. "Who were they?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, almost lost in the stillness that enveloped us. Mara's eyes widened, as if I had stirred something deep within her, something that had lain dormant, waiting for the right moment to rise. "They were gods," she breathed, and with those words, I felt the air thicken, the atmosphere crackle with a potent magic. Or maybe they were just men, amplified by our fears. Her voice trembled with conviction, and I could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, the very air around us laden with the weight of ancient tales begging to be told. "Do you remember?" Kai interjected, his voice sharper now, cutting through the tension. "The stories of their power, their wrath? They came from the stars, didn't they?" His question hung in the air, a challenge to the very fabric of what we believed. What if they're still watching? I felt a chill sweep across the room, echoes of a forgotten past whispering in my ears. The Anunnaki loomed larger than life, their presence transcending time. Each figure in the frescoes spoke volumes, their expressions twisted in eternal contemplation, emotions frozen in time as if they were pleading for release. I could almost hear their silent cries echo through the ages, a cacophony of anguish and longing that filled the void in my chest. I remember, I murmured, my voice trembling as I felt the pulse of history beneath my fingertips. The warmth of the stone felt alive, vibrant, coursing with memories of civilizations that had worshipped at the altar of fear and reverence. The frescoes didn't just depict the Anunnaki, they birthed them anew, every line a pulse, every color a heartbeat. Mara's touch was gentle as she traced the figures, and I could see the yearning in her gaze. She desired connection, a thread linking her to something greater than herself. But Kai stood rooted in skepticism, arms still crossed, a fortress against the dark. "It's all smoke and mirrors, Mara. Just shadows in the night. We paint our fears onto these walls, but it doesn't change reality." His bravado was a thin veneer, cracking under the weight of his own uncertainty. I could sense his struggle, a battle between belief and doubt that raged within him like a tempest. "Is it so wrong to believe?" Mara shot back, her voice rising, the tension electrifying the air around us. What if they are our ancestors, our creators? What if our souls carry their essence? Her words hung like a spell, weaving through the shadows, drawing us in, igniting our hearts with ancient possibility. The shadows shifted, the flickering light casting eerie patterns on the walls as if the Anunnaki were stirring, restless in their stone prisons, eager to remind us of their presence. I could feel the thrum of the cosmos resonating through me, a heartbeat that echoed the tales of old, the creation myths, the lost cities, the rituals performed under the watchful gaze of deities who didn't just create life but shaped our very fears. In that moment, I felt the weight of our existence crash down around us. The Anunnaki were not merely paintings, they were reflections of our deepest struggles, our aspirations, and our insatiable thirst for answers in a world riddled with uncertainty. I could see the flicker of understanding pass between Mara and me, a shared recognition of the power that lay dormant within those painted walls. And as I stood there, the boundaries between what was real and what was myth began to blur, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling around us, fear, longing, hope, despair, all tangled up like vines choking the life out of a flower. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string ready to snap, pulling us closer to the precipice. In that breathless moment, I realized we were not just observers, we were participants in a grand tapestry woven by the hands of the Anunnaki, and the confrontation we had been dreading was imminent. The weight of their gaze bore down upon us, a silent challenge that demanded recognition, a haunting reminder of our place in the cosmos. What would we do next? Would we succumb to fear, or would we rise, acknowledging the legacy we carried within us? As the shadows loomed larger, swirling with the echoes of forgotten chants, I knew we were teetering on the edge of revelation, caught in the haunting embrace of history that demanded to be felt, to be understood. And so, as the brushstrokes of our fate intermingled with the Anunnaki, I felt the pull of the past, the echoes of ancient dreams whispering through the air like a siren calling us home. Time spiraled, and with it, the realization that we were on the cusp of something monumental, a transmutation of belief, a confrontation with the shadows that shaped our very existence. The moment hung heavy in the air, poised on the precipice of eternity, waiting for our next breath, our next word, our next choice. The Anunnaki were here, and they would not be ignored. The air crackled with tension, electric and thick with the weight of whispered promises and unspoken fears. The night clung to the ziggurat like an anxious lover, shadows dancing along its terrace steps, each layer a testament to the gods' forgotten whispers. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding as if trying to escape my chest. This was not merely a structure, it was a shrine to the old gods, the Anunnaki, remnants of a time when the cosmos trembled at their names. I remember the first time I felt their presence, an uninvited chill creeping down my spine. An ancient inscription glimmered in the moonlight, telling tales of creation and doom, of beings who walked among us and shaped the very fabric of our existence. I remember how Asha's fingers brushed against the stone, trembling with a mix of reverence and terror. "What if they return?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence, but it shattered the calm like a stone thrown into still water. Asha, with her wild curls and fierce spirit, was consumed by the legends that haunted our childhood. She was obsessed with the past, each story weaving itself into her very being until she could scarcely breathe without it. But on that night, standing at the foot of the ziggurat, her bravado faltered. I watched as her eyes widened, reflecting the fear that gnawed at her thoughts, a fear that mirrored my own. The ziggurat loomed above us, an ancient guardian, its presence both majestic and menacing. Beside her, Elam's brow furrowed in concentration, his fingers tapping against the stone as if searching for a heartbeat within the cold, unyielding surface. He was the skeptic, always questioning, always doubting. Yet tonight, even he felt the weight of the moment. "These are just rocks," he scoffed, but his voice trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of uncertainty, the cracks in his bravado that threatened to shatter like glass. I remember when we were children, playing in the dirt while our parents recounted the stories of the ziggurats, tales filled with grand gods and destiny. They bathed once a year, I joked once to lighten the mood, snorting with laughter at the absurdity of it all. But now, the weight of those stories settled on my shoulders, heavy, suffocating. We were not just children anymore, we were seekers, drawn to this place like moths to a flame, knowing full well the fire could consume us. Asha stepped forward, her breath hitching as she reached for the inscription, her fingertips trembling against the cool stone. "What if they are angry?" she murmured, eyes glazed in a mix of wonder and dread. I could feel her heartbeat quickening, a drum echoing the warning of the past. I wanted to tell her it was just history, that the Anunnaki were stories concocted to instill fear and keep us in line, but I couldn't. The shadows whispered too loudly for that. Then, from the depths of the ziggurat, a low rumble echoed through the night, a distant growl that resonated in our bones. Elam stumbled back, eyes wide and fearful, as the ground seemed to pulse beneath us. "Did you hear that?" he gasped, words caught in his throat. I could see the shadows shifting, alive, as if the very stones were awakening from their ancient slumber. A fear gripped me, a realization that we were not alone, that perhaps we had awakened something ancient and powerful. Asha's face paled, the bravado of a moment ago evaporating like morning dew. "What if they're not just stories?" she breathed, her voice quaking with fear. It was a question that spiraled into the depths of my being, echoing back at me like an unanswered prayer. I felt the weight of each heartbeat, each breath, heavy with anticipation, as the very air thickened around us. And then I remembered. The stories were always laced with a warning, a reminder of the blood that had been spilled on these stones, of sacrifices made beneath the gaze of the Anunnaki. I could almost smell it, the metallic tang of fear and desperation, of hope and despair. This was no ordinary night, we were trespassers in a realm that had long forgotten the warmth of the living. The rumble grew louder, closer, like a heartbeat pounding through the earth. I could feel it, an urgent rhythm that synchronized with my own. Asha and Elam exchanged a look, a silent acknowledgement of the terror that enveloped us. The weight of the moment pressed down, suffocating, yet electric with possibility. We were standing at the edge of something vast, something unforgiving. "Run!" I shouted, the urgency spilling from my lips, but my legs felt rooted to the ground. Asha hesitated, her gaze still locked on the ziggurat, entranced by its allure, its power. The shadows beckoned, promising answers, but at what cost? I reached for her, desperate to pull her back from the precipice. "We need to leave. Now." But it was too late. The ground quaked beneath our feet, the ziggurat groaning, as if awakening from a deep slumber. A fissure opened, jagged and angry, splitting the earth, and from its depths rose a haunting melody, a voice older than time itself. It sang of creation and destruction, of gods who walked among us and left us to our own devices, a lullaby filled with longing and regret. Elam, once the skeptic, now a believer, turned to us, eyes glistening with a mixture of fear and awe. "Can you hear it?" he whispered, as if afraid to disturb the air. The music wrapped around us like a shroud, drawing us closer, pulling us toward the heart of the ziggurat, where the gods awaited, their shadows flickering like candle flames in the wind. Asha stepped forward, entranced, and I felt the ground shift beneath me, the cosmos aligning in a way I had never believed possible. The ziggurat was alive, a temple pulsating with the heartbeat of its ancient past, and I was terrified and exhilarated all at once. This was the moment we had sought, the intersection of fate and desire, and I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down upon us. And so we stood, three souls entwined in a dance of fear and longing, at the foot of a monument that promised to reveal everything and nothing at once. I remember how Asha looked back at me, her eyes wide with wonder and terror, and in that moment, I understood. We were bound together, woven into the fabric of this moment, suspended in time, with the ziggurat as our witness. As the music crescendoed, reality blurred, the ancient stones whispering secrets into the night, and I knew that whatever awaited us in the darkness, we would find it together. The cosmos swirled above us, the vastness of time and space collapsing into this single heartbeat. And as the shadows danced, we took a step forward, drawn into the embrace of the Anunnaki, with all the weight of the past pressing upon our shoulders, into a future unwritten. A single grain of wheat falls from a farmer's trembling hand, a tiny, golden speck against the cracked earth of Mesopotamia, as if it knows the weight of destiny resting on its fragile shoulders. I can hear the heartbeat of the land, thump, 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 like the ticking of a clock counting down to an inevitable chaos. The sun hangs heavy in the sky, a fiery orb of omniscient judgment, casting shadows that dance ominously across the ground. It's a world teetering on the brink, where the whispers of the Anunnaki echo in the rustling leaves, their presence felt in every desperate plea for rain, every pained cry of hunger. Lugal, a young farmer with dirt-streaked cheeks and eyes filled with a fierce determination, stands at the edge of his field, the scent of wet earth and despair mingling in his nostrils. "I remember when the rains came," he mutters, voice barely a breath. "I remember our harvests unfurling like dreams. But those dreams have been swallowed whole by a relentless drought, leaving only parched soil and parched souls in its wake." He clutches a handful of seed, half-formed hopes embedded in the palms of his calloused hands, and feels the weight of his family's survival pressing down, not just on him, but on a lineage steeped in the sacred rhythm of the land. Behind him, his sister Inanna kneels, her fingers brushing through the dirt, seeking not just sustenance but a connection to a history that has taught them to worship the very ground they till. "Do you feel it, Lugal?" she whispers, her voice trembling like a willow in the wind. "The gods are angry." The words hang in the air thick and heavy, an uninvited truth that settles deep within their bones. She glances up at him, her dark hair framing a face marred by worry and resolve. Inanna is the heart of their family. She has always been the one to weave stories into the fabric of their lives. But today, there is no comfort in her tales. Only fear, raw, consuming. The Anunnaki loom large in their minds, shadowy giants whose whims dictate the fate of crops and kin. They bathed once a year, Lugal jokes bitterly, the absurdity of it all, this divine hierarchy demanding reverence while they languish in suffering, grating against his spirit. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the laughter dies quickly on his lips, suffocated by the stark reality that their very existence hinges on the favor of these cosmic beings. Every time the sun sets, casting a crimson glow over the barren fields, Lugal feels their judgment, their eyes like molten gold piercing through the veil of the cosmos, watching and waiting. Inanna's gaze drifts to the horizon, where the sun bleeds into the earth, and she thinks of the ritual they must perform, the ancient rites forgotten by many, but etched in her memory like a sacred text. "We have to ask them," she insists, her voice cracking like the dry earth beneath their feet. "We can't just sit here and let their wrath consume us." Lugal shakes his head, a mix of fear and longing swirling within him. The last time they dared to challenge the heavens, it ended in a storm that swept away not just their crops but the very fabric of their community. "What if they listen?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper, thick with the weight of history and hope. "Then they might just save us," Inanna replies, igniting a flicker of courage in his chest. "What's the worst that could happen? More pain? More drought? No, Lugal. We refuse to be silenced." The fire in her eyes rekindles something within him, a spark of defiance burning against the oppressive air. He remembers the tales of the Anunnaki, of how they once descended from the stars, bestowing knowledge upon the people, teaching them to cultivate the land that now lay barren. But now, they might as well be gods of wrath, remote and untouchable. As night falls, a chill seeps into the atmosphere, wrapping around them like a specter. The stars pierce the darkness, their distant lights twinkling with a cosmic indifference that deepens Lugal's despair. They gather the few remaining seeds, a fragile hope nestled in their palms, and prepare for the ritual that might be their salvation or their doom. Each heartbeat echoes with uncertainty, a drumbeat of anxiety reverberating through the silence of the night. Inanna leads the way to the sacred grove, a hidden sanctuary where the air trembles with ancient energy. "I remember stories of the first harvests," she murmurs, her voice threading through the shadows like a soft caress. "I remember how the land danced with joy. The grove, once vibrant with life, now feels like a tomb, the trees arching overhead like mourners in despair." They kneel, hands pressed against the cold earth, and invoke the names of the Anunnaki, their prayers rising as wisps of smoke into the night. "Hear us," they cry, voices trembling with a mixture of desperation and defiance. "We are the children of the earth, and we plead for your favor." The air thickens, an electric tension swirling around them. Lugal's heart races, a wild drum crashing against the silence, and for a moment, he feels them, those ancient beings, their presence brushing against his skin like a caress, a warning, a promise. But just as quickly, it vanishes, leaving only echoes of their prayers hanging in the air like cobwebs. What if they don't care? Lugal breathes, trembling with the weight of despair. What if we're just shadows in their vast design? Inanna's fierce resolve falters, and he can see the flickering doubt in her eyes. But then, in that moment of despair, a gust of wind sweeps through the grove, rustling the leaves, and he swears he hears laughter, soft, melodic, ringing through the night like a promise. Lugal grips her hand tighter, a lifeline in the dark, and together they stand at the precipice of fate, caught between hope and despair, between the earth and the stars. They are not just children of the soil, they are the voice of a forgotten struggle, a legacy woven into the very fabric of their beings. And as the dawn breaks, casting its first light upon the world, they understand that this is merely the beginning, an endless cycle of yearning, of anguish and ecstasy, where the fate of their harvest lies not just in the soil but in the heavens above, waiting to align. The cosmic dance continues, unresolved, as they wait for the next heartbeat to echo through the silence, a reminder of their existence, a whisper in the wind, a prayer unfulfilled yet still fervently alive. The night was thick with an electric hum, an unsettling tension crackling like the distance of a storm. I stood on the precipice of a forgotten world, staring into the abyss of the star-speckled sky, my heart pounding against the deafening silence. The air felt alive with whispers, secrets of the universe trying to claw their way to the surface. I had spent years chasing shadows, but now, they enveloped me, beckoning me to look closer, to listen harder. A flicker caught my eye. Was it a shooting star, or was it something far more sinister? A pulse of fear rippled through me as I thought of the stories, the haunting tales of ancient astronauts who had supposedly visited our planet, leaving behind echoes of their presence in the pyramids, the ziggurats, the very fabric of our history. It was a theory deemed absurd by many, yet there I was, standing at the edge of belief and disbelief. Lila stood beside me, her eyes shining with a mix of trepidation and wonder. I could feel her breath shallow, her fear intertwining with my own. She was a skeptic, yet she had been lured into this world of conspiracy and cosmic speculation, her mind a battleground of logic and the unexplained. "What if they're watching us right now?" she whispered, her voice trembling, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the thin veneer of our reality. I remember the first time I read about it, I murmured, a distant memory haunting me. I was a kid, lying on the floor, the glow of a flashlight illuminating the pages of a tattered book. The words danced before my eyes like the constellation above. I remember thinking, what if we're not alone? Lila's fingers brushed my arm, grounding me, yet pulling me deeper into the swirling chaos of our thoughts. But what if it's just a way to make sense of the unknown? Our human minds crave answers, even in the most bizarre forms. There it was, the chasm between us, the divide of faith and reason, stretching wider with every heartbeat. And then there was Marcus, pacing behind us, his brow furrowed in frustration. He had lost his faith in everything, disillusioned by a world that didn't seem to care. "It's all nonsense," he spat, his voice rising with each word, as if he could shout away the very idea itself. "Aliens? Come on. We're just trying to put our own significance on something that's just cosmic dust." Yet, there was a spark in his eye, something that hinted at a deeper yearning. I saw it, the boy who had once dreamed of distant galaxies and interstellar journeys, now buried beneath layers of cynicism. "I remember when we used to stare at the stars and wonder," I said softly, casting a glance toward the heavens. "You used to believe, Marcus." He shook his head, the anguish evident in his features. "That was before reality hit. Before I realized we're just a blip, a glitch in the grand scheme." But the stars seemed to flicker in disagreement, each one a testament to the stories untold. I could almost hear the weight of centuries pressing down on us, the grandiosity of civilizations that had risen, built, and vanished, leaving behind only whispers and stones. The theories, the controversies, the myths, they pulsed with life, each one a thread in the tapestry of our existence. "We're not alone," Lila said suddenly, her voice a fragile thread in the tumult. "In a universe so vast, how could we be?" Her words hung in the air, delicate yet heavy, the truth of them vibrating against the core of my being. I could feel the anger and fear inside Marcus, churning like a storm. And what if they come back? What if they see us as nothing more than ants? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I could picture it, the cosmic overlords descending in their metallic chariots, the shadows of their wings stretching across the earth, blotting out the sun. The very horror of it gripped me. What if they had already come and gone, their presence woven into our myths and legends, our memories tainted by the passage of time? Think about it, I said, further igniting my voice. The pyramids, the Nazca lines, Stonehenge, these are not mere monuments. They are breadcrumbs, marking our connection to the cosmos. We're meant to reach for the stars. Marcus clenched his fists, his anger palpable. Or they're just monuments to our ignorance. Monuments to how we're too afraid to face our own flaws. The intensity of the moment enveloped us like a fog, our breaths mingling with the weight of our thoughts. The universe felt impossibly vast, yet in that moment, it shrunk to the three of us, our conflicting beliefs colliding like asteroids in a dark abyss. I felt the walls closing in, the sides pushing against our hearts, daring us to rise above the fray. Tell me, Lila pressed, her voice a soft plea. What do you believe? Do you really think they came here? I hesitated, the weight of my own conviction pressing against my chest. I remember staring at the stars as a child, dreaming of adventure, of beings far beyond our comprehension. Maybe they did come. Maybe they left behind more than just rock and stone. Maybe they left us questions. In that moment, the silence hung like a guillotine above us, threatening to sever the fragile thread of understanding. Would we collapse into the chaos of our fears, or would we rise like the phoenix, ignited by the very mysteries that haunted us? As the first rays of dawn began to pierce the darkness, I felt the world shift, the tension morphing into something unnameable, something that bound us together in our shared quest for truth amidst the shadows. The questions of the past loomed heavily, yet they were also a promise of revelation, an invitation to confront our own existence. And just like that, the night gave way to dawn, the cosmic dance of light and shadow wrapping around us, pulling us deeper into the mysteries of the universe, into the heart of our shared humanity. The story didn't end here, it was merely a breath, a heartbeat, a flicker of something vast and eternal, aching to be understood. The air was thick with silence, a silence so profound it felt alive, pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. Shadows stretched across the dimly lit room, dancing to an unseen rhythm, whispering secrets of ancient civilizations long buried. I stood there, trembling, my breath hitching as the weight of history pressed down on me. Zecharia Sitching's words echoed in my mind, a relentless tide of thought that surged through my veins like molten lava, searing my conscience. The Anunnaki, gods, aliens, or both? The question burned fiercely, a flickering candle in a storm, and I was drawn into its flame. There was a tension in the air, palpable and electric. I felt it in my bones, a primal fear that mingled with unyielding curiosity. I thought of the stories threading their way through the ages, of Sitchin, a man whose life was a canvas splashed with the colors of ancient texts, minerals, and the cosmos, dark yet vibrant. His eyes, sharp and piercing, seemed to cut through the fog of disbelief surrounding him. The way he spoke of the Sumerians, of the extraterrestrial beings who might have forged our very existence, was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. In the corner of the room, I saw her, Elena. Her face was a kaleidoscope of emotions, longing, fear, excitement, every heartbeat a drumroll leading to a climax that loomed just out of reach. She was a believer torn between skepticism and the wild thrill of possibility. What if he's right, she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves outside in the wind. What if we're not alone? What if they watch us still? In that moment, her vulnerability struck me. I wanted to comfort her, but the weight of Sitching's theories pinned us both to the ground, held captive by ancient echoes. And then there was Marcus, stoic, a walking contradiction. He was the scientist in our midst, with equations swirling in his mind like galaxies, yet he couldn't shake the ghost of doubt that Sitchin had breathed into existence. It's nonsense, he said, but his voice wavered, betraying the fortress of logic he had built over years of relentless study. You can't just say they came from the stars. But beneath the surface of his rational facade, I could see the flicker of fear, the ghostly specter of what lay beyond the veil of understanding. I remember the way time folded in on itself, each second dripping like honey as we debated, our voices rising and falling with the intensity of our convictions. The Sumerians said they came from Nibiru, Elena insisted, her hands trembling, eyes glistening with unshed tears. They wrote it in cuneiform. It's right there. How can you ignore that? The desperation in her voice clawed at my heart, a visceral reminder that belief and disbelief are often two sides of the same coin. Maybe they left us a warning, Marcus countered, his brows furrowed, the tension of the moment wrapping around us like a vice. Maybe they knew we would come looking, reaching for something we can't even comprehend. His words resonated, each syllable a dark promise of foreboding. The walls felt like they were closing in, the very air thickening with the weight of unanswered questions, of shadows that refused to be cast aside. Outside, the world carried on, oblivious. Cars honked, people laughed, the city pulsed with life, yet here we were, paralyzed by a truth that felt both liberating and suffocating. I could feel the clock ticking in the background, each tick a reminder that time was slipping away, and we were caught in a web of ancient mysteries. I could taste the tension, bitter on my tongue, mingling with the sweetness of the unknown. What if they're watching? Elena's voice quivered, and I looked at her, truly looked, searching for a flicker of hope in her eyes. They could be among us. What if they want something from us? I felt the chill wrap around my spine, a shiver of foreboding that washed over me. What if that ancient knowledge came at a cost? What if the answers we sought were buried beneath layers of deception, hidden from our prying minds for a reason? Marcus scoffed, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. You're getting lost in fantasy, he said, but I sensed a shift in him. The scientist was faltering, caught in the crossfire of logic and the inexplicable. The Anunnaki weren't gods, they were people. They came, they went. We're just humans trying to make sense of it all. But his words hung heavy in the air, weighted down by the shadows of doubt. And in that moment, I realized the battle wasn't just between us, it was a battle within ourselves. I felt the pull of Sitching's ideas, of ancient astronauts and forgotten histories. The possibility of something greater than ourselves, lurking just beyond the horizon, sent a shudder through my core. Could it be true? Could the Anunnaki have shaped who we are? Or were we simply chasing phantoms, ghosts of a past that would never truly be ours? I remember the silence that followed, a silence so heavy it pressed down on our shoulders, wrapping around us like a shroud. In that eerie stillness, I felt the universe breathe, the stars flickering outside as if they were eavesdropping on our conversation. I could almost hear their whispers, secrets carried on the cosmic winds, tales of civilizations lost to time, and of a knowledge that slipped through our fingers like sand. Elena's voice broke the stillness, her eyes alight with fervor. We have to believe, don't we? What if it's the only way to understand ourselves? The raw emotion in her plea struck deep, and I found myself nodding, caught in the web of her conviction. But Marcus stood as a bulwark against the tide of belief, and I felt the tension coil tighter, a spring ready to snap. And what if it's all a lie? He pressed, his voice sharp. What if we're just chasing shadows? The question hung in the air like a noose, suffocating and inevitable. As the clock ticked on, I felt the weight of their conflict settle deep within me, a burgeoning storm ready to erupt. I was caught between the two, torn asunder by the pull of the ancient cosmos and the grounding reality of science. The air crackled with electricity, a palpable tension that threatened to explode. In that moment, I could see it all, the shimmering threads of the past weaving into the present, the Anunnaki's legacy flickering at the edges of our understanding. Their whispers were a haunting melody, echoing through the corridors of time, luring us closer to the precipice of revelation. The shadows danced, a macabre ballet, as the confrontation loomed ever closer, and I stood on the brink, heart pounding, breath quickening. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, the story was far from over. The struggle continued, the weight of the cosmos pressing down on our souls, and the answers we sought were shrouded in the darkness of the unknown. Each heartbeat pulsed with the intensity of the moment, and I could feel it, the inexorable pull of destiny, a siren call that would not be silenced. The night was thick with an unsettling silence, a palpable tension hanging in the air like a spider's web, waiting for the right moment to snap. Shadows flitted across the ancient stone walls, whispering secrets of civilizations long decayed. I stood in the heart of it all, where the light of the moon barely pierced the darkness. Time felt distorted here, like an old clock without hands, eternally caught between the past and the present. I could almost hear the faded murmurs of the Anunnaki, their voices curling around me like smoke. The Sumerian calendar. A labyrinth of time that governed the lives of the people, a tapestry woven with celestial threads and earthly desires. They believed it held the keys to their very existence, and yet, as I stood there, I felt the weight of their fear. The ground trembled beneath me, a distant echo of something ancient and powerful stirring, something that was never meant to awaken. Myra clutched her son, her face pale and drawn. She was a woman with a heart burdened by grief, torn between love and a gnawing dread that clawed at her insides. Her husband had vanished, swallowed by the very shadows that now crept closer, as if the darkness hungered for the living. Every heartbeat was an agonizing reminder of the life she had once known, a laugh, a shared glance, the warmth of his hand. I remember, she whispered, her breath hitching with the weight of every memory. But the night had a way of twisting memories, turning them into ghosts that haunted her every thought. Beside her stood Kieran, hardened by loss but softened by love. His eyes, once bright with ambition, now reflected the harsh realities of their world. He had lost his brother to the unyielding grasp of fate, a sacrifice made to appease the inscrutable Anunnaki. The burden of that choice weighed heavy on his shoulders, and in the dead of night, when the world was asleep, he found himself wrestling with the specter of guilt. What if, he would start, but the words crumbled under the weight of their implications. What if it had been him? What if he had been the one to step into the void, leaving Myra and the boy behind? The thought tore at him, a jagged shard of glass lodged in his heart. Tonight, Myra's voice broke through his turmoil, fierce yet trembling. Tonight we confront them. Her words hung in the air, electric and terrifying. The Anunnaki had returned, their presence looming like an eclipse, darkening the light of the stars. Every rumor, every shadow beyond the horizon murmured of an impending reckoning. The calendar, with its intricate symbols and cosmic alignments, had foretold this moment, an alignment of fate that could shatter their world or shift the very axis of existence. They forged ahead, the weight of the night pressing in, as if the universe conspired against them. The moon hung low, casting a ghostly glow that danced upon their path. Each step felt like a dance with destiny, a rhythm of hope and fear mingling in the air, pulsing like a heartbeat. They were not merely walking, they were plunging headfirst into the abyss, where the Anunnaki awaited with their inscrutable eyes and ancient, enigmatic intentions. As they approached the ancient ziggurat, the towering structure loomed before them, a monstrous silhouette against the night sky. Memories of those who had once worshipped there, hands raised in praise, flickered in Kieran's mind. Would it be the same for them? Would they too become offerings on the altar of gods whose hearts were as cold as stone? Myra stepped forward, her resolve solidifying like iron. "We will not be silent anymore," she shouted into the void, her voice echoing against the massive walls. The night seemed to shudder in response, as if the very fabric of reality was fraying at the edges, threatening to unravel. What if they don't listen? Kieran's doubt clawed at him, a ravenous beast gnawing at the edges of his courage. The thought of confronting the Anunnaki filled him with dread. What did he have to offer? A heart bruised by loss, a voice trembling in the darkness? "Then we will scream," Myra replied, her determination like a blazing fire, fierce and unyielding. They stood at the entrance, heartbeats quickening, breaths mingling with the chilling air. The very stones beneath them seemed to pulse with ancient energy, whispering the stories of those who had come before. They were not the first to seek answers, to challenge the powers that held sway over their lives. But would they be the last? The thought sent a shiver racing through Kieran's spine. As they stepped inside, shadows enveloped them like a cloak, concealing their fears and hopes alike. The air thickened, heavy with a scent of earth and history. A flicker of light caught Kieran's eye, a glyph etched into the stone, glowing faintly as if alive. It pulsed rhythmically, a heartbeat in the darkness that beckoned him closer. "I remember," he murmured, pressing his fingers against the cold stone. "I remember stories of the stars and our place among them." The walls seemed to breathe, their very essence vibrating with the memory of time. The Anunnaki had carved their legacy into the fabric of existence, shaping the Sumerian calendar, their celestial rhythms entwined with the lives of those below. But what did it mean to be governed by beings so far removed from humanity? Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a tremor that resonated through their bones. It felt as if the very heart of the earth was beating in tune with the ancient calendar, a countdown to a climax, where the past and future would collide. And there it was, the moment when everything would change. Kian and Myra stood together, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the thick, electric air. The Anunnaki were awakening, and they were ready to confront what lay hidden in the shadows. In that moment, nothing else mattered. The fears, the losses, the grief, everything coalesced into a singular purpose that ignited their spirits. They were not just fighting for their own lives but for every flicker of memory, every heartbeat that had come before them. The clock was ticking, the past echoing in their souls, as they prepared to face the unknown. And as the darkness deepened, so too did their resolve, binding them to the very fabric of the cosmos, where time unraveled and the Anunnaki awaited, their eyes glinting like stars in the abyss. The air crackled with tension, sharp as the blade that hung above the altar, poised and waiting. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue as I stood in the temple, shadows flickering like anxious whispers across the walls. The scent of damp stone mingled with incense, a heady mix that made my heart race. There, in the center, a figure knelt, a silhouette shrouded in darkness, trembling but resolute. It was Ninsun, her face a mask of determination painted against the backdrop of an unfathomable night. "I remember the stories," she murmured, her voice trembling like the quaking earth beneath a storm. "The Anunnaki, they came from the stars, didn't they? Messengers of doom and salvation, gods of an age long buried beneath the sands." Her eyes glistened, a storm brewing in their depths, reflections of a time when faith held the power to sway the very fabric of existence. She pressed her hands against the cold stone, fingers curling as if to grasp the echoes of the past. Behind her, Enki stood, a towering figure, both protector and prisoner of destiny. His fists clenched, muscles taut as he fought against the tides of fate that pulled him toward the abyss. "It's not just a story, Ninsun. They're coming. I can feel it." His voice thundered, reverberating through the temple, shaking the dust of forgotten ages from the walls. Each word struck like a hammer on an anvil, forging fear into something palpable. "We're running out of time, and I cannot, will not, let them take you." I watched as the weight of the moment bore down on them, time itself stretching like a bowstring pulled taut. My heart thudded against my ribs, a frantic echo of the ancient drums that used to herald their approach. The Anunnaki, those celestial nightmares that had haunted my dreams and devoured the hopes of many, were a force of nature, inexorable and terrifying. Ninsun turned to him, eyes wide with a mix of fear and something deeper, love, perhaps. "And what will we do, Enki? Fight them with prayers? With scraps of broken dreams?" Her voice cracked. "You know what they want. They want our very souls." Each word fell like lead, heavy with the truth they both knew too intimately. The shadows around us thickened, swirling like a dark fog, whispering secrets of the cosmos. I felt their cold breath on my neck, reminding me that history is not just the past, it is alive, pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the surface. The Anunnaki, beings of unfathomable power, were not just gods, they were the architects of our fate, the twisted hands that shaped our destinies. "I remember the tales," I whispered, feeling the weight of my own memories mingling with theirs. "The ones that said they walked among us, that they breathed our air and shaped our world with their whims." My voice was nothing more than a ghostly echo, lost in the cacophony of despair. Enki's gaze burned into mine, fierce and unyielding. "Then you know we can't let them win. We must stand together. We must awaken the spirit of the ancients." His voice rose to a near shout, echoing in the temple as if calling forth the very essence of the gods. "Remember the legends. We are not powerless." But Ninsun fell to her knees, shoulders shaking, and the anguish in her voice was like a knife that sliced through the tension. "What legends? What power do we have against the storm that is coming? The skies will weep for us, and the earth will tremble beneath their feet. If they come for us, we will be reduced to ashes." For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the room, heavy and suffocating. It was the kind of silence that swells with the weight of impending doom, the kind that stretches time until it becomes a palpable entity wrapping around you like a shroud. My soul shivered within me, caught in the grasp of their despair. Then, as if breaking through the veil, the sound of distant thunder rolled through the darkness, an omen, a harbinger of the events that were about to unfold. The air stirred, alive with energy, a chaotic dance of potential and fear. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice a fragile thread hanging in the air. "It's not just thunder, it's a call." Enki straightened, eyes fierce with determination. "Then let it be our rallying cry. For every story told is a weapon forged, a shield raised against the encroaching darkness." He reached out, clasping Ninsen's hands, grounding her in the midst of chaos, strength flowing between them like electricity. The temple began to tremble, not from the storm outside, but from the awakening of ancient energies that had laid dormant for eons. I felt it surge through me, an intoxicating blend of fear and exhilaration, sparking the embers of hope deep within my marrow. The Anunnaki were not merely a threat, they were a challenge, a call to arms for every soul who had dared to dream beyond the confines of their existence. "I remember the stars," I said, and the words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. "I remember the possibility that we are more than mere mortals. We are the products of creation, the dreams of the universe made flesh." Ninsen's gaze softened as a flicker of hope ignited in her heart. "Then let us rise," she whispered, a new resolve painting her features with light. "Let us become the legends they fear." And in that moment, as the ground shook beneath us and the storm raged with ferocity, we stood together, bound by courage, fueled by love, and ready to confront whatever the cosmos hurled at us. The Anunnaki would come, but they wouldn't find us cowering in the shadows. No, we would stand tall against the tide, our hearts ablaze with the fire of defiance. I could hear the rhythm of our breaths, pounding in unison, a declaration of our existence amid the chaos. The storm howled outside, a chorus of fate ready to intertwine with our destinies. The chapter was not over, it was merely a beginning, a turning point, a flicker of light in a world shrouded in darkness. Time twisted and spiraled around us, the echoes of the past blending with the pulse of the present, each heartbeat a reminder that we were alive, that we mattered, that we would not go quietly into the night. The Anunnaki would come, but we would face them, not as mere mortals, but as warriors forged from the very fabric of dreams. And in that confrontation, we would find our truth, our power, our place in the cosmos. The air was thick with tension, each breath a struggle against the weight of uncertainty. Shadows flickered in the dimly lit chamber, where stone met flesh and the scent of sweat mingled with the sharp tang of fear. I stood there, heart racing, trapped in a moment when time stood still, the whispers of the Anunnaki echoing through the ages, haunting the walls like ghosts of a forgotten empire. Uruk lay outside, a city on the cusp of chaos, where every citizen felt the pulse of something greater, an unseen hand guiding their fate. The council chamber buzzed with the frantic chatter of priests and scribes, their faces pale and drawn. They spoke in hurried tones, but their words were mere shadows, lost in the clamor of my own thoughts. I could see Enki, with his piercing gaze, his brow furrowed in concentration, wrestling with an unseen burden. Beneath his composed exterior, I sensed the turmoil, a betrayal that cut deeper than any blade could reach. "Do you not feel it?" he thundered, his voice reverberating through the stone walls. "They say the Anunnaki have abandoned us." The weight of his words sank into my bones, and the room fell silent, every eye fixed on him, and I knew they all felt it too, the dread creeping in like an unwelcome fog. But there, amidst the fear, was Niara, a spirit aflicker of defiance. I watched her clench her fists, nails digging into her palms as if to ground herself against the tempest of despair. She was fierce, unyielding, but I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. "We cannot let fear control us," she shouted, but her voice cracked, revealing the tremor beneath her bravado. "We must act." I could taste the desperation on my tongue, bitter and heavy. The Anunnaki, those celestial beings of immense power, had woven themselves into the fabric of our lives, their influence felt in every decree, every harvest, every sunrise. But what if they were distant now, watching as we spiraled into darkness? The thought clawed at my mind, a relentless beast gnawing at the edges of my sanity. I remember the nights we spent stargazing, our dreams tethered to the constellations. The stars are our ancestors, Niara would say, her voice soft and melodic, as if summoning the very heavens. They watch over us. But tonight, the sky felt heavy, its brilliance dulled by the shadows of doubt. We have to confront them, Enki declared, voice rising, a spark igniting within him. We must demand answers. The challenge hung in the air, a fragile thread binding our fates. And yet, the thought of facing the Anunnaki, those ancient architects of our destiny, sent chills down my spine. What if they turned their gaze upon us, not with benevolence, but with disdain? But Niara, with fire in her heart, stepped forward. We cannot cower in the presence of shadows. Her words poured out like a river, clear and resolute. We owe it to those who came before us, who dared to dream, to find the courage to stand. I could see her trembling, and yet she stood tall, a beacon of light in the suffocating darkness. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to feel the strength in her words, but fear lurked in the corners of my mind, gnawing at my resolve. The Anunnaki were not mere legends, they were the architects of civilization, the embodiment of creation and destruction. What if they chose to unleash their wrath upon us? Enki shifted, a soft sigh escaping his lips. You speak of courage, but at what cost? A flicker of vulnerability crossed his face, the bravest of men caught in the tempest of uncertainty. What if we are merely pawns in a game far beyond our comprehension? The weight of his question settled around us, a suffocating blanket of dread. I could feel my heart pounding, drowning in a sea of mounting despair. Yet beneath it all, an ember of hope flickered, yearning to break free. What if our voices could rise above the cacophony of doubt? What if the Anunnaki still listened? I glanced at Niara, her eyes alive with a fierce determination that ignited something within me. We must go, I whispered, barely daring to breathe. We must seek them out, confront them. The words tasted foreign on my tongue, but they felt like a promise, a vow to rise against the unseen forces tugging at our lives. Are you ready for this? She asked, her gaze steady, piercing my doubts. I nodded, even as uncertainty gnawed at my resolve. The Anunnaki loomed before us, vast and unknowable, their presence a storm waiting to break. The night enveloped us as we stepped into the streets of Uruk. The air crackled with energy, a tension that seemed to pulse with every heartbeat. The shadows danced around us, weaving stories of ancient power and impending doom. The city felt alive, a restless spirit, echoing our trepidation, our yearning for answers. Look, Niara whispered, pointing toward the ziggurat, its silhouette towering against the starlit sky. They dwell there, in the heart of the city. It was both a sanctuary and a prison, a place where our hopes and fears collided. As we approached, the world around us faded into a heavy silence, thick with anticipation. I could feel the pull of something greater, an energy winding around us, binding our fates. This was it, the moment where we would either rise or fall, and as my heart raced, I knew there would be no turning back. And as we tread closer to the unknown, I realized, within the marrow of my being, that we were more than mere mortals. We were the sons and daughters of a legacy that spanned the cosmos, and if the Anunnaki were watching, we would ensure they would not look away. Fear and hope intertwined, an intricate tapestry woven into the fabric of our souls, as the shadows of the past whispered louder, urging us forward, into the unforgiving embrace of the Anunnaki. The air hung heavy, thick with a silence that felt like an omen. Underneath the cold gaze of the night sky, two figures stood on the precipice of the unknown, trembling with the weight of an ancient legacy. The moon, a cruel voyeur, illuminated their sweat-drenched faces, one a man named Elias, whose heart raced like a caged animal, and the other Nyla, her eyes haunted by dreams that twisted into nightmares. I remember, Elias whispered, his voice breaking the stillness, the first time I felt their presence. The words slipped from his lips like a forgotten prayer, echoing with a desperation that clung to his skin. The whispers in the dark, the shadows dancing just outside the reach of reason. Nyla shivered, her fingers trembling as she brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, an unconscious attempt to mask the chill crawling beneath her flesh. I remember, she replied, her voice a tremor, the images in the stars, the way they flickered like lost souls searching for a home. The night was alive, pulsing with hidden truths and the ghosts of ancient civilizations. The ground beneath them felt as if it could split open at any moment, revealing a chasm where humanity's darkest secrets lay buried. The Anunnaki, the gods and demigods of old, hovered at the edges of their existence, looming like specters from a long-forgotten past. In that moment, Elias was not just a man, he was humanity itself, flawed, broken, and yearning for something greater. In his heart, he carried a fierce longing, a tightrope walk between reverence and terror. Nyla too, a woman caught in the web of her own fears, felt the pull of the cosmic tide, a magnetic force that bound her to the very fabric of the universe. "Do you think they're watching us now?" Elias asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His breath hung in the air, mingling with the chill of the night. "Do you think they know what we've done?" The weight of his words settled between them like a stone, a truth that tasted bitter on their tongues. Nyla's heart raced. "They gave us everything," she said, her voice trembling with the knowledge of their gifts, the knowledge that had turned humanity into something monstrous. "And in return, we turned on ourselves." With each passing moment, the tension grew thicker, wrapping around their throats like a noose. They were not mere spectators of history, they were tragic actors caught in a play written by the hands of the divine. "I remember the stories," Elias continued, his gaze distant, as if he could see the epochs unfold before him, the rise of civilizations and the fall of empires, the blood-soaked soil that bore witness to humanity's insatiable hunger for power. "The myths say they came to teach us, to help us build, but what if," Nyla inhaled sharply, cutting him off. "What if they are the reason for our suffering? What if they turned their backs?" The weight of her words struck like lightning, igniting a flurry of memories, the screams, the wars, the pestilence that swept through the land like a grim reaper, leaving nothing but despair in its wake. Footsteps echoed in the distance, a reminder that the world outside their secluded corner of existence was still turning, oblivious to the struggle that ignited within them. The shadows danced, whispering secrets that twisted around their hearts, drawing them closer to the brink. "I can't shake the feeling that they still walk among us," Elias admitted, a tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. "That they're hiding in plain sight, waiting." Nyla's breath hitched, fear clawing at her throat. "Waiting for what?" "For us to realize our potential," he replied, bitterness tainting his words. "Or for us to destroy ourselves. Maybe they're the architects of our doom." In the stillness of the night, they exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They were trapped in a cycle, desperate to break free, yet terrified of what lay beyond. The clock ticked in the background, a metronome counting down the seconds of their existence. Each tick echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder of the ephemeral nature of life. "I remember the moment I first saw the stars shift," Nyla said, her voice steadying into something fierce. "The night my world cracked open, revealing the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface. They're a part of us, Elias. They always have been." Elias's eyes widened, the flicker of understanding igniting a fire within him. "You're saying we're not just their creations, but their legacy? That they're entwined with our very souls?" "Yes," Nyla cried, the intensity of her belief spilling over like molten lava. "We are their dream, and their nightmare. We carry their sins and their wisdom. And it's time we embraced that side of ourselves." The ground beneath them trembled, as if the earth itself echoed her words. Shadows shifted, deepening the sense of foreboding that hung in the air. "But what if we're too far gone?" Elias's voice was a fragile whisper. "What if we're the monsters they fear?" Nyla stepped closer, her breath mingling with his. "Then we fight. We fight against the darkness that lives within us. Because if we don't, we risk becoming their worst nightmare." In that moment, the universe seemed to pause, holding its breath as they faced the abyss within themselves. The tension thickened, an electric charge coursing through the air, threatening to explode. "I remember," Elias said, his voice a defiant roar against the silence. "I remember the power in our hands, the choice to rise above." "Then rise we must," Nyla replied, her gaze fierce and unyielding. The shadows coiled around them, but instead of retreating, they stepped forward, together, ready to confront the ghosts of their past, the myths that chained them to despair. The night wrapped around them like a cloak of destiny, pulling them deeper into the unfolding tapestry of time, where the Anunnaki and humanity danced an eternal waltz. The boundary between myth and reality blurred, and as they stood on the edge of oblivion, the only truth that mattered was the one they chose to create. And in that moment, a silent promise hung in the air, a vow to rise, to fight, and to embrace the darkness that would either consume them or lead them to the light. The night was thick, an inky canvas, smudged with the possibility of terror. A lone figure stood at the edge of a vast expanse, her breath ghosting in the cool air, each exhale a whisper of dread. Ilara, her heart pounding like a war drum, sensed the weight of ancient eyes upon her, shadows murmuring secrets from long ago. She was not alone. Behind her, the sound of hurried footsteps, her brother, Lysander, desperate, frantic. He was the rational one, always the voice of reason, but tonight, that voice trembled, raw and real, as if the very ground beneath them quaked with the weight of their fate. "I can't do this," he gasped, clutching a small relic they had unearthed, an object that pulsed with a strange energy. It was a shard of an ancient technology, a remnant of the Anunnaki, creatures spoken of in hushed tones and fearful glances. "We shouldn't have come here." But Ilara felt it, too, the pull of the unknown, the lure of their ancestors' power. "We have to," she pleaded, her voice a razor's edge, sharp and insistent. "If we don't, we'll never understand why they left us." A storm of emotion swirled around them, tension crackling like the air before a lightning strike. Ilara's hands trembled as she reached out to touch the relic, the cool surface thrumming with energy as if alive, connecting her to something vast and unfathomable. The world around them shifted, a symphony of shadows dancing in the corners of her vision. Memories flooded back, fragments of tales told in the dim light of their childhood home, the ancient texts filled with inked illustrations of gods and beings from the stars. I remember the stories," she whispered as if invoking them might weave the fabric of their reality tighter. "They were here, Lysander. They walked among us." He shook his head, his disbelief a tangible barrier, yet there was something deeper, a flicker of fear in his eyes that spoke volumes. "But what if they're not just stories? What if they're warnings?" The weight of his words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, a spectre of doubt that threatened to unravel her resolve. Ilara pushed back the creeping dread, forcing herself to focus. "We need to activate it," she insisted. The relic felt like a heartbeat under her fingertips, pulsing with potential, a bridge to the past demanding to be crossed. "We can't let fear dictate our choices. This is our chance." But beneath her fierce determination lay the gnawing worry that their pursuit had awakened something primordial. The wind picked up, an eerie howl vibrating through the night, rustling the leaves like whispers of the lost. Ilara's heart raced as she pressed the shard into a crude pedestal of stone, unearthed from the very ground they stood on. Symbols writhed and glowed, ancient and incomprehensible, yet familiar. She felt as if she was standing on the precipice of infinity, the cosmos beckoning. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a low growl resonating from the earth, like a warning growl from a sleeping beast. Lysander stumbled backward, panic etching his features. "Ilara! We have to go!" But she was rooted in place, transfixed, as the air around them shimmered with energy, the fabric of reality bending, warping, and she could feel the pulse of the Anunnaki echoing in her veins. "I won't run from this," she declared, her voice rising above the chaos, channeling the desperation swirling within her. "They deserve to be remembered. We deserve to know the truth." And with that, the relic blazed to life, its light cutting through the darkness like a knife, illuminating the night in a brilliance that sang of the cosmos. The symbol swirled into a kaleidoscope of color and sound, each note resonating with the heartbeat of the universe, each pulse an echo of creation itself. Ilara felt herself slipping into a dream, time unraveling, memories flooding her mind, visions of towering cities, of beings clad in ethereal light, of technology that defied comprehension. But then came the shadows, dark wraiths clinging to the edges of her vision, creeping ever closer. She could feel the weight of their attention, the chill of their presence gnawing at her, taunting her. "What if they come for us?" Lysander's voice was a distant echo, laced with fear. The shadows whispered promises of power and knowledge, but at what cost? Would they pay for the sins of their curiosity? The air thickened, stifling her breath as Elara glanced at her brother, his face a mask of uncertainty. "We're in this together," she asserted, yet doubt clawed at her heart. "Aren't we?" A crack, sharp and sudden, split the night as the relic flared, casting long shadows that danced grotesquely against the stone. The darkness seemed to throb, alive, reaching out with hands of smoke and whispers, pulling them both toward an abyss. "No!" Lysander cried, his voice a raw plea. "We have to get away. We've disturbed something we can't understand." But Elara stood her ground, the flickering light of the relic reflecting in her eyes, illuminating the fierce resolve within her soul. "I need to know." She felt the pulse quicken, the energy surge, a tidal wave pulling her under, dragging them both toward the unfathomable depths of a forgotten past. There, at the edge of existence, she felt their gaze, a million eyes watching, waiting, judging. In that moment, she realized the truth of their existence, the echo of their lineage. The Anunnaki were not simply gods or ancient technology, they were a part of her, of them, of every bloodline that cradled a story. And yet, the shadows loomed, ever closer, ever darker, a reminder that some truths come with a price. The light flickered, and Elara's heart raced as she braced herself for what was to come. Time bent around her, and as the relic hummed, she felt her spirit fracture, caught between worlds, caught between the past and their uncertain future. She was on the brink of something monumental, something that whispered promises of power and potential, yet threatened to engulf her whole. The shadows surged forth, an amalgamation of memories and fears, secrets long buried clawing their way to the surface, yearning for release. And as Elara stood there, she couldn't help but wonder, would they, too, become a part of the legend, or would they be devoured by the very darkness they sought to illuminate? The answers danced just beyond reach, tantalizing and elusive, as the relic pulsed with an urgency that mirrored her own. The cosmos hummed, and in that cacophony of light and shadow, Elara and Lysander faced the abyss together, hearts entwined, spirits ignited. And there, beneath the weight of ancient technologies and the looming presence of the Anunnaki, the night held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of fate and choice. The sky grows dark, a bruised canvas overhead, the air thick with the scent of impending doom. I can feel it in my bones, an electric pulse, a heartbeat of the earth itself, trembling beneath my feet. I stand at the edge of the village, eyes locked on the horizon where shadows dance like phantoms, whispering secrets that curl into my ears like smoke. The wind carries a guttural growl, a warning unheeded. Raindrops begin to fall, heavy and foreboding, plopping against the parched ground like lost souls searching for refuge. Mara, my sister, stands beside me, her breathing quick and shallow, each inhale a battle. In her wide eyes, I see the flicker of fear, a flame that threatens to consume her. "Do you think they'll come?" she asks, voice trembling like the branches of the trees around us. They, the Anunnaki, gods or aliens or something in between, loom large in our lives, their influence seeping into every crevice of our existence like the flood that is now creeping upon us. I remember her laughter, a soft melody that once rang through these fields, now strangled by the weight of our reality. The laughter feels distant, like echoes of a dream now tainted. "Maybe," I reply, trying to inject strength into my voice, though it feels like glass, fragile and ready to shatter. I want to tell her it will be fine, that the sky will clear and the sun will warm our skin again. But inside, I feel the truth coiling tight around my heart, squeezing until it hurts. The floodwaters rise, and with them, the shadows of our past, a past filled with whispers of the Anunnaki, their laughter mingling with the cries of our ancestors, the weight of their legacy drenching us like the rain now falling. I remember the stories, how they spoke of creation, the divine architects who mold humanity from clay and breath. I remember the fear in our elders' voices when they warned us of their wrath, how the great flood was not just a punishment but a cleansing, a chance to start anew. I remember the day I first felt it, the pulse of the cosmos in my veins, the sensation that something grander than us was watching, guiding, manipulating. And now, as the clouds swirl like a tempest of despair, I can't shake the feeling that we are but pawns in a game much larger than ourselves. A figure emerges from the shadows, and my breath catches in my throat. It's Enoch, the village sage, his presence commanding yet frail, like an ancient oak weathered by storms. His eyes are pools of knowing, they reflect a lifetime of secrets, an eternity spent skirting around the truth. "We must go," he says, urgency lacing his voice. The flood is not just water, it is a reckoning. The Anunnaki will not be merciful. Where do we go? I ask, desperation clawing at my insides. The village is our home, our sanctuary, yet it feels like an impending tomb. Mara reaches for my hand, her fingers trembling against mine, grounding me in this moment of chaos. I can see her heart racing in her chest, hear the silent prayers whispered between our breaths as if they might reach the heavens. "Into the mountains," Enoch replies, each word heavy with the weight of fate. We climb to the peaks where the waters cannot touch us. But we must hurry. The darkness is coming. And so we run. The earth beneath our feet is alive, alive with fear, alive with a history that screams for acknowledgement. I glance back at the village, the homes I've known, now mere silhouettes against the deluge of rain. I see the faces of our friends, fearful, lost, a symphony of despair as they scramble to gather their families, their lives, into the arms of the flood. Why is this happening? Mara gasps, her voice breaking. What did we do? The question hangs in the air, a ghost that refuses to fade. What did we do to deserve the wrath of beings who have watched us from the heavens? I can't answer her, can't bear the truth wrapped in layers of mythology and cosmic horror. I feel it, though, a gnawing dread that we are but playthings in a grand design, our lives dictated by forces we can neither comprehend nor resist. As we ascend the mountains, the rain turns torrential, a relentless cascade drowning all hope in its depths. Each step becomes a battle against the very elements that conspire to strip us of our humanity. I feel Mara's grip on my hand tighten, her fear mingling with my own. I remember the stories of the Anunnaki, of their love for humanity, and yet, their cruelty in the face of disobedience. It seems an ironic twist of fate that we are now caught in the very flood that was meant to cleanse and renew. Voices swirl around us, phantoms of the past crying out for salvation. I can hear them, murmurs of the ancients, stories etched into the fabric of time. Survive, they say. Survive for a purpose. But what purpose? To be reborn as shadows in the eyes of the Anunnaki? To carry the weight of their judgment on our shoulders? The winds howl like banshees, pulling at my hair, my resolve, threatening to drag me to the depths of despair. I feel my heart pounding, a drum of survival echoing against the chaos. I look at Mara, and in that moment, we share a silent understanding. We must weather this storm, this great flood, not just for ourselves, but for our ancestors, for our future, for the blood that ties us to this moment and the motions of the cosmos. I remember the stars, how they once guided sailors across uncharted seas. I look up, searching for a glimmer of hope in the darkened sky, but all I find is the weight of our reality, heavy, suffocating. Yet in that weight, I also find a flicker of defiance, a spark that refuses to be extinguished. And so we push forward, hearts beating in unison against the tempest, our breaths mingling with the storm. The flood may rise, the Anunnaki may reign, but we, Mara and I, will fight, clutching onto each other as the waves crash against our resolve, refusing to let go. The horizon fades, the world becomes water, but within us, a fire ignites, a desperation to live, to love, to remember. And as the deluge engulfs us, as the heavens and earth collide in a cacophony of chaos, I realize that this flood is but a chapter in a story that stretches far beyond our understanding. It is a moment, a heartbeat in the vastness of time. And as we are swept away, I hold on to the knowledge that even in the darkest of floods, there exists the potential for rebirth. The thunder rolled, a low growl in the distance, reverberating through the very core of the earth. It felt like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant, threatening to awaken. I stood at the edge of the ancient temple ruins, where the stones breathed stories of gods and lost civilizations, their echoes woven into the air like the smoke of forgotten rituals. I could feel it, a pulse, a thrum, a whisper of something that had been here long before me and would remain long after I was gone. It was a reminder that time had no mercy, and neither did the truth. Evelyn, my companion, knelt among the crumbled remains, her fingers tracing arcane symbols etched into the stone, symbols that danced like shadows across her face. Her eyes glistened with a mixture of fear and fascination, like a moth drawn to a flame. "What if they come back?" she breathed, her voice trembling with a mix of dread and wonder. I could see the conflict in her soul, the battle between a burning curiosity and the instinct to flee. I remember the stories, the Anunnaki, the ancient deities who once walked among mortals. Their intentions cloaked in mystery, weaving a tapestry of creation and destruction. Were they gods or something else? The weight of their legacy hung over us like a dense fog that wrapped itself around my heart, squeezing tight, leaving me breathless. Evelyn was too close to the precipice, too consumed by the allure of the unknown. "Do you think they're watching?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper, a cold gust of wind brushing against my skin. I could see shadows darting behind her eyes, a haunting reminder of her past. Memories of her father, a scholar who had vanished while chasing ancient myths, echoed in the silence. Each heartbeat was a drumbeat, a countdown to a confrontation with fate. "Maybe they are," she replied, her gaze steady, yet her lips quivered. "Or maybe they never left." In that moment, the air crackled with tension, a prelude to the storm brewing above us. We were not alone, not truly. The specters of ancient cultures hovered just beyond our reach, their whispers twining around us like ivy, entwined, ensnared, ensorcelled. And then there was Marcus, lurking on the periphery, his presence a storm cloud ready to burst. He had come seeking redemption, a chance to escape the shadows of his own creation. The unsolved mysteries of his own life weighed heavily on him, dark stains etched into the fabric of his being. "You shouldn't be here," he muttered, glancing nervously at the temple. His voice, usually steady, quavered as if he too felt the weight of unseen eyes probing into his soul. "Why, Marcus?" "Afraid of what we might find." I shot back, feeling the adrenaline pulse through my veins. I understood the fear, the temptation to turn back and seek comfort in ignorance. But I craved the truth, no matter how grotesque or glorious. The air thickened with unspoken words, a fraught silence that pressed against us, suffocating and electric. I remember the night the light fell from the sky, Marcus began, his eyes distant, as if wandering through his own memories. "The night I lost everything." I watched him wrestle with his ghosts, the flicker of his pain igniting a fire within me. It was the kind of pain that gnawed at the edges of his sanity, the kind that craved understanding even as it repelled him. "Do you think they were trying to warn us?" Evelyn asked, her voice frail, yet fierce, a candle flickering in the dark. "Or were they just playing with us like a cat with a mouse?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication. "I think they're indifferent," Marcus replied, the honesty of his despair cutting through the tension. "The gods don't care about humanity. We're just pawns in their game, insignificant in the vastness of the cosmos." Anger ignited in me, a wild flame that threatened to consume. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls he had built around his heart. "No. We're more than that," I shouted. "We're not just lines in a cosmic ledger. We're alive, we're here, we matter." Each word was a hammer striking against the stone of his desolation, and as I spoke, I felt the very ground tremble beneath us, as if the temple itself was awakening, the spirits of the past stirred by our defiance. In that moment, the skies opened, rain hammering down like an angry drum. I felt the cool droplets washing over me, stinging against my skin, mingling with the heat of my rage, my passion. The temple loomed above us, its shadows stretching like fingers, reaching out, demanding reverence. "Look!" Evelyn cried, her finger pointing into the swirling tempest. An arc of lightning split the sky, illuminating the ruins. For an instant, I saw it, the shape of a figure standing amongst the crumbling stones, a silhouette carved from the very essence of the night. My heart thundered, a primal rhythm that quickened with every breath. "Did you see that?" I gasped, eyes wide and breathless. The echoes of ancient laughter reverberated in my mind, a cruel reminder of how small and fragile we were. The figure vanished, swallowed by darkness, but its presence lingered like the taste of ash on my tongue. "Maybe we should go," Marcus said, a tremor in his voice. His own demons were clawing at the edges of his resolve. He was torn, trapped between the urge to flee and the need to face his past. "No." "We're not leaving," I declared, feeling the weight of their lives pressing around us, the lives of those who had come before us. The lives of the Anunnaki. We owe it to them, to ourselves, to find out what this means. The air was thick like molasses, heavy with uncertainty, yet electric with the thrill of the encounter. In that moment, time blurred. The rain fell harder, faster, as if urging us to make a choice. Shadows danced around us, twisting and turning, and I felt the weight of history pressing down on our shoulders, the stories of civilizations long gone whispering secrets only the brave would dare to uncover. We stood at the precipice, hearts pounding, souls entwined with the past, and the echoes of the Anunnaki beckoned us closer. The night was alive with possibilities, the air charged with electric anticipation, but the truth remained cloaked in darkness, waiting for the brave, the foolish, the desperate souls who dared to seek it. And as the storm raged on, we took that step forward, into the unknown, knowing full well we might not return unchanged. The air crackles with tension, like the charged silence before a storm. I can almost taste the dust of ancient pyramids on my tongue, the weight of history pressing down like the sun at noon. Two figures stand under the shadows of crumbling stone, hearts pounding, souls bare. Amora, her eyes filled with defiance, embodies the spirit of Sekhmet, fierce, untamed, ready to unleash chaos on those who dare defy her. Beside her is Eli, fragile and uncertain, a lost reflection of Osiris, who once ruled the underworld, now grappling with life's relentless tide. I remember when life felt like a gamble, every moment a roll of dice, never knowing if the next would be the last. Do you feel it? Amora's voice slices through the air, a shiver of anticipation. The weight of the gods watching? The echoes of their stories woven into the very fabric of our lives. Her words pulse with urgency, a desperate plea wrapped in anger. The shadows around them seem to dance, mocking Eli, reminding him of his failures. His hands tremble, fingers curling into fists, yet he holds back, afraid that to unleash his fear would draw the gods' ire. Stop talking about gods, Eli snaps, his voice a fragile whisper that trembles like a leaf in the wind. We're nothing but ants beneath their feet. They don't care about us. His breath escapes in ragged gasps, each one filled with a mixture of despair and longing, a longing for something more than this pitiful existence. I remember the way he looks at Amora, a mixture of admiration and envy. He wants to be like her, to feel that fire burning inside, but all he has are shadows and doubts. They stand in the ruins, remnants of a civilization that revered deities who were both merciful and cruel. I see the flickering light of desperation in Eli's eyes, haunted by the weight of their legacy. The gods of Egypt were not benevolent, they were capricious, demanding tribute and sacrifice, yet they also embodied the profound duality of life, creation mingled with destruction, love intertwined with fear. Could these gods be both their tormentors and saviors, or were they merely reflections of the chaos within? Do you think they watch us from the shadows? Amora continues, voice trembling yet unwavering. Do you think they see our struggles? Her fists clench tighter, nails digging into her palms, a battle within herself as she fights against the truth. There's a fire in her, an echo of Sekhmet's rage, and I feel it coursing through me, igniting something long dormant. The pulse of the earth beneath them thrums with the memories of every soul who has ever cried out for justice, for vengeance. Eli shivers, glancing at the shadows, then back at her. They don't care. We're just stories. Templates in a cosmic farce. But his voice lacks conviction, a fragile curtain drawn over a raging storm. I remember his dreams, filled with ancient tombs and haunting melodies, a subconscious plea for connection that he cannot voice. Each night, he wakes drenched in sweat, the gods whispering promises of power that slip through his fingers like grains of sand. With a sudden breath that seems to steal the very air around them, Amora takes a step closer to Eli, her eyes fierce. We are the stories, Eli. We are the gods incarnate. Look at us. Her words are a battle cry, filled with raw energy, a reminder that they are not powerless. Her heart races, thumping like a war drum, echoing the tales of gods who bled and felt, who loved and loathed. She is the lioness, fierce and unyielding, while Eli stands as the fragile reflection of a god burdened by the weight of the underworld, caught between life and death. And there it is, the crack in their fragile bond. He recoils, as if her fire threatens to consume him. What if we're nothing but echoes? Ghosts of a forgotten time. The sorrow in his voice unfurls like a wilted flower, revealing the deep-rooted fear that haunts him, the fear of insignificance. Amora's face softens for a moment, and I can see the flicker of understanding. The struggle in their hearts mirrored the ancient tales, where gods fell and rose, crumbled and rebuilt. I remember, she whispers, her voice barely above a breath, the stories of Isis searching for Osiris, piecing him back together. She fought against the cosmos itself. We can do that, Eli. We can fight. Her determination ignites the air, thickening it with palpable energy, but Eli falters, the weight of his despair crashing down like a tidal wave against the shore. I can almost hear the heartbeat of the world around them, a rhythmic pulse that matches the growing storm within. Fighting means nothing if we're destined to lose, he murmurs, voice breaking, as heartbreak spills over the edge. What if all our battles lead to nothing? What if we become just another story, lost in time? The fear in his eyes is heavy, a darkness that threatens to swallow them both, and I feel it, the ache of countless souls who have wrestled with the same question through the ages, their voices echoing in the silence of forgotten tombs. The wind howls, carrying with it the whispers of ancient deities, their tales woven into the fabric of existence. I remember standing in the desert, feeling that same wind, contemplating the vastness of the cosmos, so many stories intertwining, yet so many left untold. Amora's eyes glisten with unshed tears, mirroring the endless night sky, filled with stars, each one a flickering testament to the battles fought, the sacrifices made. We are the architects of our fate, she insists, her voice stronger now, fueled by the fire of centuries past. Do you think the gods didn't feel doubt? They battled their own demons, Eli. We honor them by living. And in that moment, as the shadows loom closer, I see the flicker of hope igniting within them, a fragile flame against the encroaching darkness. I remember the stories of the gods, their triumphs and tragedies, and how they were shaped by the very emotions that now pulse through Amora and Eli. The air thickens with unresolved tension, and I can feel the heartbeat of their conflict, a symphony of anguish and longing that resonates within the ruins. They are caught in a storm, where the past and present collide, where shadows dance at the edges of their fears, and the possibility of a transformation looms, tantalizing yet terrifying. I remember the power of choice, the weight of history, and how, in this moment, they stand on the precipice of becoming more than mere echoes. As the night deepens, silence hangs heavy, laden with unspoken words and raw emotion. The shadows shift and swell, inviting, consuming, threatening to swallow their stories whole. But Amora stands resolute, like a beacon in the storm, while Eli wrestles with the weight of his own doubt. This moment stretches into eternity, a heartbeat suspended in time, each breath heavy with the promise of what's to come. In the distance, the echoes of forgotten tales resonate, the whisper of deities both fierce and gentle, as they watch the unfolding drama beneath their cosmic gaze. Here, in the ruins of a world steeped in myth, two souls grapple with the essence of existence, caught in the unyielding dance of fate and desire, pain and triumph. And the night stretches on, a canvas for their struggles, a backdrop for their awakening, the pull of the gods ever present, entwined in the very air they breathe. The confrontation looms, the climax just beyond reach, and in that uncertainty lies the infinite possibility of their stories yet to be told. The air crackled with tension, a palpable force that could suffocate the unprepared. I stood there, heart racing, a whisper of dread threading through my veins, a sense that something ancient was stirring. The moon hung low, a ghostly witness cloaked in shadows, casting a silver hue over the crumbling ruins of a once great city. In the flickering light of a dying campfire, I saw their faces, haunted and fractured, illuminated by the flames that danced with an otherworldly grace, enticing yet terrifying. Elena, fierce and wild, her dark hair framing her face like a tempest, clenched her fists. They were gods, she spat, her voice a raw wound. They shaped civilizations, carved destinies. And look where it led us. Each word fell like stones, heavy and unyielding. Her eyes flickered with a dangerous mix of anger and despair. Memories of her ancestors filled the air, a cacophony of whispers that clung to her like a shroud. I could almost hear them, lost souls echoing through time, pleading for recognition, for vengeance. Beside her, Marcus stood, tall but trembling, his back against the cold stone wall. I could see the weight of his lineage, the burden of his legacy, a family tied to the ancient Anunnaki, guardians of lost knowledge. "Elena, we can't change the past," he murmured, though his voice wavered, a fragile thread on the brink of snapping. "But we can learn from it. Aren't you tired of this? Of being consumed by their shadows?" His eyes were dark pools of worry, shimmering with the ghosts of his ancestors, ancient and wise, trapped in his mind like caged beasts. I felt the air shift, thickening with the weight of their unresolved conflicts. The very ground beneath us seemed to pulse with a heartbeat, rhythmic and unsettling. "Tired?" Elena laughed, a brittle sound that cracked the silence. "I'm alive. I remember every betrayal, every sacrifice. The Anunnaki left us with their promises, and we're still waiting for them to fulfill them. We're still waiting for answers." Her voice crescendoed, a fragile plea wrapped in rage, spiraling toward an unseen climax. The night deepened, and shadows lengthened, curling around us like fingers reaching from the abyss. I could feel the past pressing in, a suffocating fog of history that threatened to drown us. Every breath tasted of ashes, of ancient fires long extinguished yet still smoldering in the hearts of those who dared to remember. I looked down, tracing the patterns on the stone beneath my feet, symbols of a civilization that had once thrived, now reduced to mere echoes of glory, whispers of forgotten gods. Marcus stepped forward, desperation etched on his face. "What do you want, Elena? Revenge? Closure? You can't fight the dead." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his own struggles. He was a man caught in the crossfire of history and familial duty, the legacy of the Anunnaki clawing at his spirit like a ravenous beast. "We have a chance to build something new, to rise from the ashes. Isn't that worth fighting for?" "Fight for what?" "A world built on their lies." Elena's eyes flashed with fury, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "They took our ancestors, twisted them into tools for their own designs. We are nothing but pawns in their games." The fire flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced like phantoms, whispering secrets of ancient betrayals, sacrifices made in the name of gods who turned their backs. As the night deepened, our surroundings transformed into a haunting tableau. The wind howled, carrying echoes of the past, screams of those who had come before us, their stories etched in the stone and soil. I felt the walls close in, the weight of time pressing against my chest, a reminder that history doesn't just exist in books, it lives, breathes, and consumes the living. "Do you think they remember us?" I whispered, barely audible above the rising wind. My voice trembled, torn between hope and despair. "Do you think they care?" My heart raced, the question lingering in the stillness, demanding an answer that felt impossibly out of reach. Elena turned to me, her eyes fierce with conviction. "They will remember. We will make them remember. We are the culmination of their legacy, a testament to their failures and triumphs. History isn't a straight line, it's a spiral, and we are at the cusp of its return." A fire ignited in her gaze, fierce and unyielding, as if she could conjure the strength of the ancients with sheer will. Yet Marcus stood on the precipice of doubt, a lone figure silhouetted against the cosmic tapestry of stars. "And at what cost?" he asked, vulnerability creeping into his tone. "What are we willing to sacrifice to rewrite the past?" His voice quivered, torn between loyalty to his bloodline and a yearning for liberation. I saw the conflict etched into his face, an internal battle that raged like a storm, the weight of his ancestors pulling him toward the abyss. The fire crackled ominously, the flames reaching toward the sky as if trying to escape the gravity of our choices. As I looked at them, the weight of their emotions washed over me, a torrent of fear, anger, and an insatiable hunger for truth. We were bound not just by blood, but by the threads of history that wove through our lives like a dark tapestry, rich with pain and potential. Time stretched, twisting like the smoke rising from our campfire, and in that moment, I felt the cosmos shift, a subtle yet undeniable tremor in the fabric of reality. The Anunnaki loomed in the shadows of our minds, their legacies intertwined with our fates like ghostly figures woven through a dream. I could hear their laughter like distant thunder, mocking our struggles, reminding us that the past never truly dies, it lingers, waits for the right moment to strike. Elena stepped closer, her resolve crystallizing. No more running. We confront them. We confront our history. We are the architects of our destiny, and we will not be silenced. Her voice rose, a battle cry echoing through the night, reverberating in the very marrow of my bones. But as the echoes of her words faded into the darkness, I felt the chill of uncertainty wash over me. In that very breath, I realized, we were not just fighting for ourselves, we were wrestling with the very essence of existence, the legacy of the Anunnaki whispering through the ages, beckoning us toward a confrontation that would either shatter us or set us free. And in that moment, standing on the precipice of a world where the past and future collided, I knew that our journey was just beginning, an endless loop of conflict and resolution, forever intertwined with the haunting legacy of those who came before us. The sun hung low in the sky, a blazing orb dripping its molten gold over the crumbling ziggurat. Heat radiated from the earth, a thick, oppressive blanket that choked the life out of the land. I stood there, breathless, my heart hammering against my ribs, as if it, too, sensed the onslaught of despair. The cries of children echoed around me, laughter turned to wails, innocence disintegrating like dust in the wind. Smoke curled upward from distant fires, the acrid scent of desperation mingling with the sweet, earthy aroma of the riverbank. I remember the day when the shadows began to stretch longer than the sun's rays, when the whispers of the Anunnaki, those ancient deities, grew fainter, leaving behind a hollow ache where hope once thrived. Marduk, once revered, now faced the tide of apathy. But it wasn't him I feared most, it was the cracks forming in the souls of men that sent a shiver down my spine. My hands trembled as I clutched a weathered clay tablet, etched with ancient wisdom, a lifeline to the past, now a relic of a world that slipped through our fingers like sand. I could hear her voice, Ninsen, my mother, her words still echoing in my mind, our stories are our strength. Keep them alive. But how could I when the very fabric of Sumer was unraveling, thread by fraying thread? In the distance, I saw him, Yornamu, the once proud king, now a shadow of his former self. He paced like a caged lion, burdened by the weight of his crown, while the city around him crumbled. His face, once noble, now hollowed by worry, wore a mask of sorrow that mirrored my own. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake, to remind him of the laughter that filled these streets, the vibrant markets bursting with life. Yornamu! I shouted, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of despair. He turned, eyes wide, like a man awakening from a nightmare, but the fear etched in his gaze was real. What do you want from me? The words tumbled from his lips, heavy as lead. What can I do when even the Anunnaki retreat into the heavens, their silence louder than thunder? I wanted to tell him that it wasn't the gods who had abandoned us, it was our own hands that had forged this decay. The greed, the deception, the endless cycle of war, all had conspired against us. But instead, I stammered, we need to remember. And yet, how could I ask him to remember when the very act felt like a betrayal? A chill swept through the streets as night fell, shadows creeping like specters among the crumbled buildings. I could feel the weight of the past pressing against my chest, threatening to suffocate. The stars hung in the sky, mocking us with their distant brilliance, while down here, we were entangled in our own darkness. Do you think they'll come back? Yornamu's voice trembled, a whisper against the backdrop of an indifferent cosmos. The Anunnaki? I shook my head, but even I wasn't certain. The legend spoke of their return, of a time when the heavens would open and blessings would pour down like rain. But that felt like a fairy tale, a delusion we clung to like children afraid of the dark. We must rely on ourselves, I managed to say, though my heart quaked at the enormity of that truth. We stood in silence, the weight of our shared despair wrapping around us like a shroud, when a figure emerged from the darkness, a young girl, no older than 8, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight. Sir, please, she cried, innocence cracked. My brother, he's sick. We need help. Yornamu's face paled, anguish washing over him like a tidal wave. I cannot, but even before he finished, I could see it, the flicker of determination igniting within him. I felt it, too, a crack in the walls we had built, a surge of defiance against the void. We don't need their blessings, I said, stepping forward. We can be the blessing. We can help each other. The girl nodded, hope battling against despair in her gaze. It was a small spark, barely igniting the darkness, but it was there. It was enough. As Yornamu turned to the girl, I felt the air shift, the weight of history pressing against us like an unseen hand, urging us to rise from the ashes. In that moment, I realized the truth. Our strength was not in the gods who had long since vanished, but in the bonds we forged among ourselves, the stories we carried, the hearts we fought for. But as I glanced back at the ziggurat, I couldn't shake the feeling that time was slipping away. The whispers of the Anunnaki echoed in the depths of my mind, haunting reminders that the past was a fickle friend, one that could turn its back at any moment. In the heart of Sumer, hope flickered like a dying flame, but I clung to it, fiercely, desperately. I remembered Ninson's words and understood, our stories were our lifeblood. Reality dissolved into memories, and as I stood amidst the ruins, I felt the pulse of a city that refused to die, a heartbeat echoing beneath the surface, promising that we could endure. And yet, in the stillness that followed, I felt it, a subtle stirring, a chill that whispered through the night air, a reminder that the Anunnaki remained, watching, waiting. Time was a thief, but the fight was far from over, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of Sumer urging us forward, into the unknown. The ground shudders beneath our feet as the earth burps out secrets long buried, secrets that whisper of gods and giants. A jagged inhalation pierces the air, a breath stolen from the cosmos, as I stand there, heart pounding, feeling the tremors of history in my chest. The scent of damp earth mixes with the metallic tang of blood, maybe my own, maybe the remnants of those who once roamed here, worshipping or fleeing from the beings we call Anunnaki. The weight of the moment is crushing. I am not merely an observer. I am part of this, pulsating with the raw energy of discovery, desperation, dread. Did you feel that? Max's voice trembles, breaking through the thick tension. His brow glistens with sweat, every droplet a testament to his conflict, a seasoned archaeologist who now questions his faith in the very foundations of his life's work. His hands are shaking, and I can see it in his eyes. The thrill of discovery is laced with the fear of what we might awaken. What if they don't want to be found? I remember my own first encounter with the Anunnaki, a desperate search for answers that led me into the depths of a forgotten temple, its walls adorned with hieroglyphs of alien figures. The air had crackled with a foreboding energy, and I'd felt eyes upon me, unseen but palpable. But this is different. We are not just searching for knowledge, we are provoking something ancient, something primal. Stop! It's Sarah, her voice a whip crack of urgency. She stands at the edge of the excavation site, her expression torn between exhilaration and terror. She's a dreamer, a believer, the kind of person who sees the world through a lens of wonder and possibility, but right now, her wide eyes reflect the chaos around us, the swirling dirt and the creeping shadows that seem to stretch and elongate in the failing light. We could be wrong. These are not just stories. Her words hang heavy, suffocating, and for a fleeting moment, the air feels thick with ghosts, the legacies of those who toiled to please gods they believed could manipulate the stars. I want to reach out to her, to tell her that her fears are valid, that I too feel the pull of the darkness that looms just beyond our comprehension. But instead, I nod, a futile gesture that lacks the strength to push back against the tide of uncertainty. The excavation continues, our tools clattering like distant thunder against the weight of time. Each swing of the pickaxe sends shivers through my spine, it feels like a heartbeat in the silence of the earth. Darkness pools like ink around us, and the shadows seem to dance with glee, giddy with an anticipation that sends chills racing down my arms. We scrape away layers of history, revealing pottery fragments and ancient texts, fragments that speak in tongues long forgotten, telling tales of a civilization that believed they were crafted from the very stars. Look! Max's voice cracks like a whip, drawing us closer. He kneels by a stone tablet, its surface etched with intricate symbols that pulse with an energy I can't quite place. A map, perhaps, or a celestial poem meant for eyes that no longer wander this earth. My heart quickens, and I lean in, feeling the pull of those ancient whispers, echoing like a siren's call through the corridors of time. What if this is a warning? Sarah's voice quivers, slicing through the moment like ice. What if they were cast out for a reason? Every word she utters sends ripples of doubt spiraling through my mind. My chest tightens. She is right to wonder. Humanity has always flirted with hubris, and here we are, digging into the graves of gods. I think of my own childhood dreams of flying, of reaching for the stars, igniting a fire of hope within me. But those dreams now feel tainted, reckless. I remember the stories of how the Anunnaki came, how they shaped humanity, and in the same breath, how they left us abandoned, adrift in a world that was too vast to navigate alone. The winds howl, a mournful sound that wraps around us like a shroud, and I catch a glimpse of shadows darting just beyond the reach of our flickering lantern light. The hairs on my neck stand on end as a memory surfaces, a memory of my father, who spent sleepless nights poring over ancient texts, eyes wild with the excitement of discovery, only to vanish one stormy evening, swallowed by the very abyss he sought to unveil. I had thought I was chasing his legacy, but now, I wonder if I am merely a moth drawn to the flame. Max, we need to stop, I hear myself say, the words spilling out before I can grasp their gravity. We're tampering with something we don't understand. But he's already lost, his eyes glazed over, falling deeper into the abyss of his obsession. This could change everything, you know that, he whispers, each word dripping with desperation, as if he's trying to convince not just us but himself too. The Anunnaki, they're not just myths. They were here. And then it happens, the ground trembles again, this time more violently, as if the earth itself has had enough of our probing fingers. Stones fall like rain from above, and I can feel the air around us shift, thickening with something electric, something alive. My heart races as I grasp Sarah's arm. Run! But she stands frozen, staring into the darkness as if it could swallow her whole. What if it's too late? She breathes, and in that moment, I see the truth in her eyes, the fear of waking something that should never be disturbed. The shadows behind her deepen, and I wish I could pull her away from the brink, but we're both teetering on the edge of something unknown, something that beckons us with promises of ancient power. And just like that, it's all chaos, a cacophony of noise, of screams and the rumbling earth, and I realize that no matter how far we dig, some truths are meant to remain buried. We are not the masters of this world, we are mere players on a stage set by forces we cannot control. The Anunnaki. The echoes of the past are alive, and they are watching, waiting for us to make our next move. As the dust settles, I grasp Sarah's hand, pulling her with me, my heart racing. Max is lost in the ruins of his dreams, but I can't help him now. I remember the stories my father told, the papers he left behind, and the way they haunted me long after he was gone. I remember a world where humanity reached for the stars, but also a world where the price of that reach was the silence of the earth. Together, we flee into the night, the shadows of the past whispering behind us, the weight of our discoveries heavy on our backs, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. In the cold grip of darkness, we realize we are not just chasing history, we are being chased by it. In the heart of a city cloaked in shadows, where the air crackled with secrets and the night whispered ancient truths, I found myself standing at the edge of an abyss. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a dark well, illuminating alleyways that twisted like the thoughts racing through my mind. It was here, in this haunted silence, that I felt the weight of forgotten gods pressing down upon me, and a tension so thick it nearly choked the breath from my lungs. I remember the first time I stumbled across the word Anunnaki. It felt like a spark igniting a powder keg, transforming my mundane existence into a labyrinth of conspiracies and celestial battles. In this chaos, I was not alone. There was Rachel, a woman whose fierce intelligence masked a heart battered by loss. She stood beside me, her fingers trembling as she traced the faded symbols that adorned the crumbling walls around us. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the wind that whispered through the shadows. "The Anunnaki, they're watching us." Her eyes, pools of determination and fear, searched mine for validation. I could feel her desperation, a raw ache that resonated in my own chest, a recognition of the world crumbling around us, of history we were only beginning to comprehend. Then there was Tom. His laughter used to be infectious, a melody that brightened the dullest of days, but now it echoed with a hollow ring, a reminder of the man he used to be before the truths of the universe shattered his reality. "It's all a game," he scoffed, digging his hands deep into his pockets as if searching for a way to anchor himself to the ground beneath him. The Anunnaki, the elites, puppeteers pulling strings while we dance in ignorance. But I saw the flicker of fear in his eyes, the uncertainty that gnawed at his spirit like a relentless predator. We were trapped in a dance of despair, caught in a web spun from our own obsessions. I remember that moment vividly, the night everything shifted. We gathered in the abandoned warehouse, the walls adorned with graffiti that screamed of rebellion and forgotten dreams. The air was thick with the smell of dampness and decay, but it was alive with a palpable energy. We were seeking answers, but what we found was a darkness that clung to us, a realization that some truths were never meant to be unearthed. Look, Rachel pointed to a makeshift projection flickering against the wall, images of ancient tablets and cryptic symbols swirling in a chaotic dance. They've been here, influencing us for millennia. Her voice crackled with fervor, drawing us in, and for a moment, the room pulsed with a shared belief, a collective heartbeat reverberating off the cold concrete. But then, as if the world itself had shifted, doubt crept in. Tom's laughter twisted into something unsettling. Do you really think they care about us? We're just ants to them, scurrying about while they play God. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, and still, I could feel that familiar knot tightening in my stomach. The fear of insignificance clawed at me, a reminder that perhaps we were just pawns in a game far older than ourselves. As the night wore on, the temperature dropped, and an unnatural stillness enveloped us. Shadows danced across the walls, elongating and shifting as if alive. I could feel the ancient weight of the Anunnaki bearing down on my soul, their presence a suffocating shroud. What if they were watching? What if we were merely echoes of their long-forgotten plans, remnants of dreams that turned to nightmares? Then, without warning, the power surged, and the room was bathed in an eerie light. I could see Rachel's face, illuminated by a fear that transcended the ordinary, a realization that our quest for truth had unearthed something we were never meant to find. They know, she breathed, backing away as if the very air had become toxic. I felt her panic, palpable and infectious. It coursed through my veins, urging me to run, to escape the grasp of ancient, unknowable forces. The lights flickered, and suddenly, it was as if the very cosmos had descended upon us. Clocks ticked in erratic bursts, distorting time, and I could hear the echoes of forgotten incantations swirling around the room. Close your eyes, I whispered, but my voice trembled, caught in the chaos. Close your eyes and listen. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I felt the cosmos expand, a vast, terrifying infinity that echoed with the laughter of gods and the cries of the damned. I remember the dream I had once, where shadows morphed into faces, each one a fragment of a memory I couldn't grasp. The Anunnaki, ancient beings sculpted from the fabric of the universe, their intentions wrapped in layers of deceit. I could sense them watching, assessing, their gaze heavy enough to crush my spirit. Wake up! Tom shouted, snapping me back to the present, but I felt the weight of dreams and reality intertwining, and I didn't know which was which anymore. We need to leave. His urgency was a lifeline, but I could sense the tremor in his voice, the fear that echoed ours. We were standing on the precipice of something monumental and terrifying, poised between the known and the unfathomable. But as we stumbled toward the exit, the shadows seemed to reach for us, trying to pull us back into their depths. I remember turning, one last look at the remnants of our hopes scattered like ashes in the wind. The Anunnaki, were they real? Or were they figments of our collective madness? I could feel the question lingering in the air, heavy and electric, a reminder that some truths were not meant to be chased. And outside, the city thrummed with life, oblivious to the chaos contained within the warehouse walls. The stars overhead seemed to pulse, ancient eyes watching, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. What if they were waiting for us? What if we were merely the beginning of a much larger tale, a story woven into the very fabric of the universe? As we stepped into the night, uncertainty loomed like a specter, whispering in our ears, urging us to look deeper, to question everything. I felt the pulse of the cosmos echoing within me, a constant reminder that the search for truth could lead to salvation or doom. And as we ventured into the unknown, I knew we had only scratched the surface of a truth that could shatter our very existence. A low hum vibrated through the dimly lit laboratory, each pulse a reminder of the weighty secrets it contained. In that sterile silence, the air thickened with anticipation, a tangible tension that seemed to coil around the throats of those gathered within. Dr. Ilara Finch stood at the center, her heart pounding as she stared at the holographic display flickering before her, a swirling mass of celestial bodies and ancient inscriptions, an echo of the past colliding violently with the present. She could feel it, the pull of something greater, something terrifying. "I can't believe it," whispered Ben, her colleague, his voice shaking, ragged, as if the foundation of his world was crumbling beneath him. "Are we really doing this?" His hands trembled, fingers ghosting over the keypad as if it might bite. Fear danced in his eyes, mingling with a desperate curiosity, a thirst for truth that had led them down this path. Ilara turned, her gaze locking onto his, and in that moment, she saw the raw terror etched across his features. "We have to know, Ben. We owe it to ourselves. To history." He flinched, the weight of her words striking him like a blow, igniting a flicker of rebellion within. History? Or the madness of our obsession? In that instant, a chill slithered down her spine. The shadows that stretched across the walls seemed to twist and pulse, mocking their quest. The scientific community had scoffed at the Anunnaki, dismissed them as myth, yet here they stood on the precipice of revelation, teetering on the brink of a monumental truth that could unravel the very fabric of their understanding. "I remember when I first heard the tales," Ilara murmured, her voice softening, the memories flooding back like distant echoes. "The ancient Sumerians spoke of gods who came from the stars. They called them those who from heaven to earth came. I never imagined we would be here, chasing phantoms." Her breath hitched at the thought that the Anunnaki could be more than mere folklore, shadows lurking at the edges of human history. "The stars," Ben echoed, a hint of wonder breaking through his fear. "What if they were right? What if we're not alone?" But the thrill of discovery was laced with dread, as if the very cosmos were mocking their naive ambition. Would they be heralds of enlightenment, or mere fools digging their own graves? Ilara turned back to the display, fingers trembling yet resolute. Data streamed across the screen, images of artifacts, monolithic structures that defied explanation. The temple of the Anunnaki loomed, ancient and defiant, whispering secrets of a civilization long past. This could change everything, she breathed, her voice a mix of fear and exhilaration. "If we can prove they existed, what does that mean for us?" The moment hung heavy, pregnant with possibility. Ben shifted, his gaze darting to the shadows that loomed just outside the reach of the dim light. "Or what if they're watching?" he asked, and the hairs on the back of Ilara's neck prickled. "Ben," she started, but the words caught in her throat. The thought hung there like a specter, chilling her resolve. "What if they are?" Suddenly, the lights flickered, the hum deepening into an ominous growl. The hologram shimmered, distorting as if reality itself was bending. "Stay calm," she said, though her voice quivered. "This is just a malfunction." But Ben shook his head, eyes wide. "No. This is something else." And in that moment, the truth washed over them, a wave of dread crashing into their consciousness. What if the legends were not just stories? What if the Anunnaki were real, and they had not forgotten? The lights flickered violently, plunging the room into darkness for a heartbeat, a breath suspended in time. Ilara's heart raced, pounding against her ribcage like a war drum. Shadows coalesced, twisting into grotesque shapes, and she felt the ground shift beneath her feet as if the very earth was alive, writhing in the presence of something cosmic. Suddenly, the lights blazed back to life, and the hologram shifted, revealing a breathtaking celestial map, the stars aligning in a pattern that sent both fear and awe spiraling through them. "Look!" Ilara gasped, her voice barely a whisper of disbelief. "It can't be." "What?" Ben leaned closer, eyes wide. "They're here." They were here, she breathed, pointing to the map that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. "This is a message. A warning." As the gravity of her revelation sunk in, the room felt smaller, the walls closing in. The air crackled with an electric tension, and Ilara felt the weight of countless eyes upon her. "I remember the stories," she whispered, her voice trembling, "the warnings of those who walked among us. What if they come again?" Ben stepped back, breath hitching. But why? Because they need something from us. Or perhaps, they want to reclaim what was stolen. Their gaze met in a moment of shared terror, a connection forged under the specter of the unknown. The thought of ancient gods returning, reclaiming their dominion, sent a shiver through Ilara's soul. Outside, the wind howled mournfully, a ghostly lament that seemed to echo their fears. The world beyond the lab felt distant, abstract, as if reality itself was fraying at the edges. She glanced at Ben, whose face was drawn tight with a mixture of awe and horror, and felt a pang of guilt. They had crossed a line, one that could not be uncrossed. Maybe we should stop, he suggested, but the desperation in his voice betrayed his own longing for answers. Ilara's heart sank. Stop? After coming this far? We can't turn back, Ben. We have to finish this. But even as she spoke, doubt gnawed at her. What if they were not just uncovering history, but awakening something long dormant? A clock ticked ominously in the corner, a rhythmic reminder of time slipping away, the seconds stretching into eternity. They were racing against something far greater than themselves, a force that could be both wondrous and terrible. I remember when I thought knowledge was power, she murmured, the weight of her ambition crashing around her. Now I wonder if it's a curse. Ben took a breath, steeling himself. What's done is done. We face it together. A pact forged in the fire of uncertainty, they turned back to the display, hands shaking over the console as they prepared to plunge deeper. The shadows loomed closer, the air thick with the scent of cosmic dust and dread. And as they pressed on, the cosmos seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next revelation, the next piece of a puzzle that might forever alter humanity's fate. Outside, the stars shone bright, indifferent to the turmoil below, whispering ancient truths to those willing to listen. The clock ticked on, a reminder that time was not a friend, but a relentless tide, pushing them toward an uncertain destiny. And deep inside, the question lingered, was this the beginning of enlightenment, or the dawn of despair? In that moment, as the world spun on its axis, they knew they were no longer mere scientists. They were explorers of a darkness they could barely comprehend, teetering on the edge of a revelation that could either illuminate their path or plunge them into the abyss. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, as Elias stood in the dimly lit room, staring at the screen before him. Images flashed, ancient stone carvings entwined with modern CGI visions of the Anunnaki, their formidable forms looming like shadows over history. He felt their weight pressing down, as if the very fabric of time had begun to fray. The ominous pulse of reality shook him to the core. Was it the truth he sought, or the embrace of the familiar chaos that had always clung to him like a second skin? Should we really be doing this? Whispered Lyra, her voice barely breaking the silence. A skeptic by nature, she had always been the anchor to his wild explorations, the calm amidst his storm of questions. Her auburn hair glimmered in the faint glow of the screen, but Elias saw the flicker of fear in her emerald eyes. They were not mere legends to her. These beings, these Anunnaki, were threads woven into the tapestry of their very existence. I remember when we thought it was just a story. Just myths, he breathed, the words heavy with the gravity of their implications. But look at this. Look at how they've seeped into everything. Movies, books, theories, our very culture. He leaned closer, his passion igniting like a wildfire, reckless and consuming. They've shaped our understanding of the cosmos, of ourselves. What if they're watching? What if they're more than just stories? Lyra shivered, her skepticism wavering against the tide of his fervor. Or what if it's just another distraction? A way to escape what's right in front of us. In that moment, he could see a crack in her armor, a vulnerability. They were not just examining the Anunnaki, they were peering into their own souls, grappling with their fears, their desires. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against her hand. I need this, Lyra. I need to know. Don't you feel it? The pull? The questions we can't answer. She pulled her hand away, a tremor of uncertainty crossing her face. Is it really a quest for knowledge, or is it just another way to escape? We've both danced on the edge of obsession before, Elias. His heart sank, the weight of her words settling over him like a shroud. The truth was, they were both haunted by the shadows of their past, by the failures that clung like ghosts. He saw it in her clenched jaw, felt it in the tension of her shoulders. The Anunnaki were not just ancient aliens to them, they were the embodiment of their own fears and dreams, the cosmic guardians of all that remained uncharted. Suddenly, the screens flickered, and the room plunged into darkness. A chill swept over them, an invisible hand gripping their throats. The hum of electricity faded, leaving only the soft thud of their hearts, echoing like war drums. "Elias?" Lyra's voice trembled, her breath becoming a fragile whisper. "What if this is more than we bargained for?" "Then we face it together," he replied, the fire rekindling in his chest. "We don't let the shadows consume us." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him. What if the shadows were all there was? Outside, thunder cracked like a whip, and rain began to drench the earth, a torrential cleanse. It was as if the heavens themselves were weeping for the truths they had buried deep. Elias felt a rising tide of memories clawing at him. He remembered the first time he had stumbled across the Anunnaki in a dusty old book, the thrill of discovery igniting a spark he couldn't extinguish. The thought of otherworldly beings, steering the course of humanity from the shadows, had consumed him, much like the story's protagonists, flawed, relentless, and unyielding. Lyra's eyes shone with a faint light, reflecting the distant flashes of lightning. "What do you really want, Elias?" she asked, her voice steady now, a counterweight to the chaos swirling around them. "Is it the thrill of uncovering secrets, or is it something deeper? Are we meant to uncover the truth, or are we just two lost souls trying to make sense of our existence?" The question hung in the air, dense and suffocating. He wanted to answer, to break the silence, but the truth, raw and jagged, tore at him. "I just want to feel alive," he admitted, feeling naked under her gaze. "I want to know that there's something beyond this life, beyond our petty struggles. But maybe it's just a way to escape." She nodded, and for a moment, he saw the vulnerability in her eyes mirrored in his own. They were seekers, both of them, yet lost in the cacophony of a world that often seemed devoid of meaning. The Anunnaki, with their celestial narratives, offered a promise. But was it a promise of hope, or a deceitful illusion? Suddenly, a flicker of light erupted in the room, illuminating their faces in stark relief, a dance of shadows. "Look!" Elias pointed, heart racing. The screens! The images surged back to life, vibrant and pulsating, weaving a tapestry that ensnared their senses. They were drawn in, caught in a whirlwind of ancient myths and vivid storytelling, a reflection of their very turmoil, a mirror held up to their souls. Lyra gasped, her skepticism momentarily eclipsed by wonder. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "But it's terrifying." "Yes!" Elias exclaimed, his voice raw with emotion. "That's the point. It's a reminder that we're part of something greater, something magnificent and dreadful, all at once. We are the storytellers and the stories themselves." As the lights flickered and the images morphed into swirling galaxies and monstrous deities, they both felt it, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in their chests. The Anunnaki weren't just ancient figures, they were a part of the very fabric of their existence, a reminder that every myth was born of truth, every legend of experience. But amidst the beauty, an unsettling thought lingered. Perhaps the very act of searching for meaning was their greatest curse. They might never uncover the truth about the Anunnaki, but the journey was a tempest of emotions, a chaotic dance through the shadows of their hearts, spiraling toward an unknown climax that left them breathless. And then, in the depths of that chaotic dance, Elias realized something profound. It wasn't about revealing hidden truths at all. It was about the connection, the raw vulnerability that bound him to Lyra, to their hopes and fears. Their creation, their humanity, was shaped not by the Anunnaki, but by the very act of questioning, of dreaming, of standing together against the shadows that threatened to engulf them. With a fierce determination, he reached for her hand once more, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it side by side, living ghosts caught in the web of their own narrative, intertwined in the cosmic tapestry of the Anunnaki's haunting legacy. The pulse of the universe quickened, and they were ready to confront whatever lay in the depths of the unknown. The clock in the corner of the dimly lit room ticks with a maddening insistence, each second a reminder of time slipping away. Shadows dance along the walls, whispering secrets of an ancient past. Outside, the wind howls like a restless ghost, and the city pulses with a heartbeat that mirrors my own, a frantic rhythm of anxiety and desperation. I'm crouched on the floor, heart racing, as I sift through the faded pages of a dusty tome. The words are a kaleidoscope of myths and fears, echoing the tales of the Anunnaki, those enigmatic beings, half gods, half monsters, whose legacy haunts our very existence. I remember the first time I saw the star maps. The voice trembles, a fragile thing clinging to the edges of certainty. It belongs to Maya, my childhood friend, her eyes wide with a fervor that grips me like a vice. The constellations spoke of them, didn't they? The Watchers, the Creators. Her breath quickens as she leans closer, the faint light illuminating the sweat on her brow. But they were more than stories. They were a warning. The walls seem to close in as fear wraps around me like a cold shroud. You can't really believe that, I whisper, but the truth is I can feel it too, the pull of the unknown, the darkness lurking just beyond comprehension, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to spill into our world. The Anunnaki, the ancient architects of humanity's dreams and nightmares, their presence lingers in every shadow. I do, Maya insists, her voice rising with a fervor that sends chills down my spine. We've become the architects of our own destruction, and they're watching. They always have been. The intensity of her conviction ignites a flicker of something in me, a fear or hope, I can't tell. Then there's David, sitting in the corner, arms crossed tightly over his chest, a fortress of defiance. He scoffs, rolling his eyes like an adolescent, but I can see the tremor in his fingers, the way his jaw clenches. It's just a myth, Maya. Stop trying to scare us with your wild tales. But I can feel his heart racing beneath that bravado, a primal fear that we're all too familiar with, the fear of being small in a universe that's far too vast. I remember the night I dreamed of them. Maya's voice drops to an almost reverent whisper, pulling us into her world. The sky cracked open, and they descended like lightning, eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. They were beautiful and terrifying, and I felt their gaze pierce through my soul. She grips the edges of the ancient book, the leather cracked and worn, as if it holds the key to something we've all been searching for. Did you wake up screaming? David smirks, but there's no real malice in his tone. Just an attempt to mask his own fear. Or did they tell you the secrets of the universe? Don't mock me, Maya snaps, her voice raw with emotion. You think it's a joke? This is bigger than us. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, the weight of her conviction wrapping around us like a noose. What if they're coming back? What if they already have? The question hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. My breath quickens, matching the frantic pulse of the ticking clock. Outside, the wind picks up, rattling the window panes, as if echoing the chaos within my mind. I can't shake the feeling that we're on the edge of something monumental and terrifying. The city is a living entity, and the shadows stretch out like fingers reaching for us, pulling us toward an uncertain fate. I remember standing in the ruins. I finally find my voice, trembling yet resolute. The ancient artifacts, the carvings of the Anunnaki etched in stone. They weren't just stories, they were warnings. We're repeating the past, and it feels like the universe is holding its breath, waiting for us to awaken the sleeping giants. My heart races, the weight of my words settling heavily in the air. Maya nods fervently, her eyes lighting up with the fire of belief, while David shifts uncomfortably, unease creeping in beneath his bravado. What do we do? He asks, the bravado fading, leaving only vulnerability. How do we stop them? I wish I had the answers, but the truth is I'm grappling with my own fears, the gnawing doubt that has followed me like a shadow. We can't ignore it, I whisper, the words trembling with urgency. We have to confront the truth, no matter how terrifying. The silence that follows is profound, thick with unspoken fears and tremors of uncertainty. The clock ticks louder, echoing our anxiety, as if time itself is mocking our helplessness. We huddle closer together, a small island of defiance against the vast unknown. The wind outside shrieks, a haunting melody that intertwines with our shared dread. I don't want to believe, David finally admits, his voice a cracked whisper, revealing the vulnerability beneath his bravado. But what if we're already too late? The question lingers, a chilling specter that settles over us like a shroud. And in that moment, I realize that belief, or the lack of it, isn't the real battle. It's the fear that binds us, the terror of confronting a truth so colossal that it threatens to consume everything we know. The Anunnaki, once mere myths and legends, now loom larger than life, a cathartic force that could unravel our very existence. Around us, the darkness deepens, shadows flickering like ghosts of the past. I glance at Maya, her face a portrait of fierce determination. If we stand together, if we face this together, her voice trails off, but the weight of her conviction fills the room, wrapping around me like a warm embrace. The shadows whisper louder now, and I can feel the ancient echoes of the Anunnaki pressing in around us. The clock ticks on, each second a reminder that we're running out of time. As the wind howls and the shadows stretch, we stand on the precipice of something monumental, the unknown poised to swallow us whole. And deep within me, something stirs, an ancient fear, a primal instinct. I know that this isn't just about the Anunnaki, it's about us, our choices, our humanity. We've become the architects of our own destinies, and as we face the darkness, I can't help but wonder, what truths lie hidden beneath the surface? What consequences await us as we tiptoe along the edge, daring to confront the nightmares that linger in the shadows? The world holds its breath, and so do I, caught in the tense web of anticipation, ready to plunge into the abyss. The clock struck midnight, a heartbeat in a silent city. Shadows danced on cracked pavement, whispering secrets long buried. The air was electric, charged with an energy that prickled at the nape of my neck. I stood there, breathless, the weight of 1,000 forgotten gods pressing down upon me. The Anunnaki. Ancient whispers from the cosmic void. They were not mere myths, they were harbingers, lurking in the crevices of our darkest fears and wildest dreams. I remember the first time I stumbled upon the texts, fragments of clay tablets, etchings that spoke of beings from the heavens. I remember the chill that ran through my spine, the feeling of being watched, as if the past had reached out to clasp my wrist. They were here, still. They were everywhere, lurking behind every shadow, in the corners of my mind. I could almost feel them breathing. Kara stood beside me, raw and trembling. Her eyes, haunted, fierce, gleamed with the reflection of an ancient fire, a fire ignited by her obsessions. She had devoted herself to unearthing the truth, buried deep beneath layers of mistrust and skepticism. "They're coming for us," she whispered, a voice a mere wisp caught in the wind. "They want to reclaim what once was theirs." I believed her. I had to. The air thickened around us, saturating the night with anticipation, drumming against my chest like a war cry. And then there was Elias, part philosopher, part madman, clinging to the edges of rationality like a shipwrecked sailor clings to a splinter of wood. His laughter echoed in the alleyways, dark and twisted, a mocking melody that reverberated against the brick walls. "Perhaps we are the Anunnaki, you know," he mused one night, the moon casting a silvery sheen on his unkempt hair. "Perhaps they left pieces of themselves within us. We are their echoes." I rolled my eyes, but deep down, I felt the tremor of truth in his words. We were all searching for something, weren't we? A connection to the cosmos, to something greater. Or was it just a desperate grasp at meaning in an indifferent universe? As the hours crept by, our conversation spiraled into the abyss. What if they were not gods, but merely reflections of our own madness? I felt it, the weight of existential dread creeping in. I remember when we first discussed the possibility of a celestial return. It was supposed to be a joke, a drunken laugh shared over cheap wine. But as we spoke, something shifted. The laughter faded, replaced by a chilling awareness that perhaps the universe had a plan we could not comprehend. The Anunnaki myths were not just tales, they were warnings, beckoning us to pay attention. "Look at the world!" Kara shouted one night, her voice slicing through the stillness. "The climate is dying, wars rage on like flames consuming a forest. Are we not repeating the cycle?" My heart ached at her words, a pang of guilt, a recognition of our collective failure. I wanted to tell her that we were not alone in our battles, that humanity had always been on the brink of discovery, of destruction, of rebirth. But the truth gnawed at me, relentless and dark. We were but pawns in a grand design, and the Anunnaki were the architects of our chaos. Elias proposed a plan, an absurd, reckless idea to summon them. "Seek the stars," he said, his eyes alight with fervor. "Let's become conduits. Let us channel their energies." I laughed, but the sound rang hollow, echoing into the void. I felt the pull of the unknown, the magnetic lure of the ancient myths, a siren song beckoning me closer to the edge. I wanted to believe, to plunge headfirst into the madness that had captivated my two companions. Together, we would pierce through the veil that separated us from the truths of the universe, even if it meant confronting our deepest fears. The night we chose to perform the ritual, the sky was a canvas of stars, swirling like a cosmic dance. Each breath felt heavy with expectation, time itself stretching and bending around us. We stood in a circle, hands clasped together, hearts racing like drumbeats in the silence. I could feel the electricity, the pull of something larger than ourselves. I whispered the words, the ancient incantations trembling on my tongue, each syllable a plea to the unknown. And then the wind whipped through the alley, a fierce gust that sent chills down my spine. Shadows flickered, twisting into shapes that felt almost familiar. I could almost see them, the Anunnaki. Were they watching? Listening? The air thickened, suffocating with anticipation. I felt a surge of panic. What had we done? Had we gone too far, crossed a line that should have remained untouched? Kara's grip tightened around my hand. I could feel her heart pounding in sync with mine. Elias laughed, a wild, manic sound that reverberated through the starlit night, a sound that felt both triumphant and tragic. "They're here," he shouted, but the joy in his voice was a mask, a shield against the terror lurking within. And then the world shifted. I remember the moment clearly. The air crackled with energy, the cosmos swirling around us like a tempest unleashed. I could hear the whispers of ages past, a cacophony of voices that spoke of creation and destruction, of knowledge and ignorance. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, and I felt myself teetering on the brink of understanding. But understanding came with a price. I could feel the darkness creeping in, the weight of revelations that threatened to crush us. I wanted to scream, to run, to escape this moment that felt too vast, too all-consuming. I looked into Kara's eyes, and in that instant, I saw the reflection of my own fears, the fear of being unworthy, of being discarded like the myths we had tried to resurrect. Elias's laughter rang through the night, but it morphed into a sob, a fractured sound that echoed across the alleyways of our minds. We stood there, suspended in time, confronting the ungraspable, a truth that was both liberating and horrifying. It was a moment that would stretch infinitely, a loop of tension and despair, a reminder that we were all connected, all searching for meaning in the chaos of existence. The shadows swirled, a dark tide rising around us, and I felt the boundaries of reality begin to blur. We were no longer three broken souls seeking truth, we had become part of something cosmic, something eternal. And in that moment, I realized, the Anunnaki were not just myths, they were us. They were the reflection of our fears, our hopes, our relentless search for meaning in a universe that seemed to care little for our existence. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the night fell silent. The shadows withdrew, leaving behind an unsettling emptiness, a void that echoed with the words we had spoken, the truths we had confronted. I felt a chill settle in my bones, a sense of inevitability as if the night itself was holding its breath. The crisis was not over, it had only just begun. The city remained, shrouded in mystery, and we were left standing, heartbeats echoing in unison, unsure of where the next moment would lead us. The echoes of the Anunnaki lingered, whispering promises and threats, reminding us that we were bound to the stories we sought to unravel. And in the depths of that silence, the cosmos breathed. The ground trembles beneath our feet as the shadows stretch long across the ancient ruins, the air thick with an unsettling energy. I feel it pulse, a heartbeat echoing from the depths of the earth, resonating deep in my bones. I glance at Nia, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering light of our torches, her breath quickening with every tremor. She clutches the crumbling stone wall, fingers digging into the dust that has settled there for millennia. "Do you hear that?" she whispers, the tremor in her voice just barely masking her fear. I do hear it, the distant rumble of something far beyond our comprehension. It's as if the past is awakening, clawing its way back into our reality. I feel the weight of it, the burden of all those who came before us, their hopes and dreams buried beneath layers of time. We need to move, I say, though my voice feels small against the enormity of what we might uncover. Nia nods, but I can see the conflict etched in her features. She's always been the skeptic, always questioning the tales that haunt our ancestors, those myths of the Anunnaki, the ancient astronauts, the divine beings who supposedly meddled in the very fabric of our evolution. But what if it's true, she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. What if they really did come down from the stars? What if they changed everything? A shiver runs down my spine as I recall the stories from long ago nights, fragments of memories woven together, each one more fantastical than the last. I murmur, the words slipping from my lips like ghosts, the tales of giants in the sky, of wisdom lost and secrets buried. There's a sudden crack, a snap of stone, and the ground shudders again. We exchange a panicked glance. We shouldn't be here. Nia cries, her determination clashing with her fear. What if we're not meant to find this? But I can't turn back. The question gnaws at me, fierce and insatiable. Who were they, really? The Anunnaki, the enigma wrapped in ancient myth, did they guide us, twist our fates, or merely watch as we stumbled through our existence? I feel the thrill of discovery, the intoxicating rush of possibility, every heartbeat urging me forward. We step deeper into the belly of the ruins, the light from our torches slicing through the darkness, revealing faded hieroglyphs that seem to dance on the walls. Faces stare back at us, eyes that have seen centuries of time, stories that have been whispered through the ages. Each symbol is a promise, a warning, an echo of a civilization that once reached for the stars. Suddenly, the air shifts. A chill crawls up my spine as I catch sight of a massive slab of stone, engraved with images that seem to pulse with life. Nia gasps, stepping closer. Look at them, she breathes, tracing the lines with her fingertips, figures that resemble humans but are undeniably otherworldly. They tower over the tiny mortals, their features regal yet terrifying. It can't be real, but it feels real. The weight of it presses down on us, the stories flooding back with a vengeance. I say again, the words escaping me like a prayer. The legends of their return, the promises of knowledge, the fear of their wrath. What if they're coming back for us? Nia recoils, her face pale, the light of the torch reflecting the doubt in her eyes. You're scaring me, she admits, her voice trembling. What if all of this, these stories, are just the fears of people trying to make sense of a chaotic world? But I can't help it. I feel the threads of history weaving through us, binding us to something greater, something terrifying. What if they shaped us? I counter, my words thick with urgency. What if they left us clues hidden amongst the stars, fragments of our own DNA, waiting for us to unlock them? Another tremor shakes the ground, more violent this time, and dust cascades from above, settling like a shroud over the intricate carvings. Nia and I stumble back, eyes wide, hearts racing as the ancient stones groan and shift, as if awakening from a long slumber. I don't want to be a part of this, Nia whispers, the fight draining from her voice, leaving only vulnerability in its place. I don't want to know if they created us or if we're just a mistake. But that's just it, isn't it? The very core of our existence hangs in the balance. I can't escape the pull, the seductive allure of the unknown. But what if I start, but my words falter as a shadow crosses the threshold of our flickering light, a figure emerging from the darkness, profound and solemn. It doesn't speak. It doesn't need to. The air thickens with unspoken truths, and suddenly, everything feels achingly real. The stories, the myths, the fears, they all swirl around us like a tempest, begging to be embraced, demanding to be understood. Nia takes a step back, her breath hitching, but something within me ignites. I feel the pulse of humanity, the struggles, the triumphs, the heartbreak of countless souls yearning for answers. I whisper, the phrase a mantra now, an invocation to the cosmic forces that may have shaped us. I remember, and I want to know. As the figure takes another step forward, the shadows deepen, and the boundaries between reality and myth blur. The eternal dance of creation and destruction looms before us, a reminder of our own fragile existence. Our hearts race, a wild symphony of hope and fear, and for a moment, I feel it, the breathtaking weight of what it means to be human, entwined with the mysteries of our celestial ancestors. And just like that, the tension hangs heavy in the air, unresolved, lingering, inviting us to confront the unknown lurking within ourselves. The world spins, the clock ticks, and we stand on the precipice of revelation, no conclusions, just the aching promise of what lies ahead. I remember the night the shadows stretched like fingers across the ancient stone, the air thick with anticipation, as if the universe held its breath. There we stood, Myra, with her stormy blue eyes that bled confusion, and me, restless and raw, both entangled in the web of an ancient ritual that threatened to consume us. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel, illuminating the forgotten temple where the Anunnaki's whispers danced through the night, luring us closer to their chilling embrace. Myra's heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing her inner turmoil. "What if we're not ready?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. I felt the weight of her doubt pressing against my chest, heavy like the obsidian stone surrounding us, ancient and unyielding. I wanted to tell her that courage isn't the absence of fear but the defiance against it, yet my own heart thudded with uncertainty. We stepped forward, every footfall promising both revelation and damnation. The air thickened as if charged by electric energy. The symbols carved into the temple walls flickered with life, each one a pulse, each line a breath of a long-forgotten language. They spoke of creation, power, and the fragility of humanity, a tapestry woven from light and shadow, joy and despair. And there, at the center, a stone altar awaited us, slick with the residue of ancient offerings, smeared in the echoes of lives once lived. "Do you feel it?" I asked, though my own voice trembled. The hairs on my arms stood at attention, as if whispering secrets of the cosmos. The moonlight slashed through the darkness, breaking into shards like glass, illuminating the altar with an otherworldly glow. I wanted to reach out, to touch it, to taste the magic of the Anunnaki that pulsed beneath the surface. But fear gripped me, a vice tightening around my throat. I remember, Myra's voice wove through my thoughts, a thread of memory. The stories, the blood sacrifices, the chants echoing through the night. They took what they wanted, didn't they? Her eyes shimmered with tears unshed, reflecting a deeper sorrow. What if they come for us? What if they already have? I countered, my pulse racing as I recalled the tales, the blood, the rituals that demanded more than just flesh, they demanded devotion, fear, and allegiance. I thought of the ancestors, their eyes hollow, souls peeled back to reveal the raw essence of sacrifice. I sensed their presence still lingering, like ghosts trapped between worlds. A sudden rustle sent a jolt of electricity through my veins. The shadows danced, flickering with malevolence, and I knew we were not alone. The Anunnaki had awakened, their symbolism wrapping around us like a shroud. They were the gods of the earth and sky, masters of fate, and we were mere pawns on their chessboard. As I looked up, the moon now seemed to glare down at us, judging, waiting. "Look!" Myra pointed, her voice breaking the tension taut as a bowstring. At the altar, a blackened bowl sat, filled with remnants of offerings long past, bones, dried flowers, ash. A chill flowed through the air, wrapping around my spine like the fingers of a specter. Something in that bowl felt alive, swirling with the energy of those who had come before us, their dreams and fears mingling in an eternal cycle. This is where it all happened. "I remember," I whispered, my mind racing. The legend spoke of rituals that could bend time, that could pull the essence of the cosmos into the here and now. But legends, I realized, often carried a weight heavier than stone. They often demanded a sacrifice beyond what we were willing to give. The moon flickered, and in its light, I saw the ghosts, figures robed in shadows, eyes glinting with ancient wisdom and sorrow. They whispered to us, their voices echoing through the chasms of time. I felt their pain, an echo of lost dreams, lives extinguished for the sake of power. "We must be careful," I warned, reaching for Myra's trembling hand. She squeezed back, and in that moment, our shared fear transformed into something palpable, an understanding that bound us tighter than blood. As we stood at the precipice of the unknown, the air crackled with tension, and I knew we were on the brink of something monumental. The symbols danced before us, revealing their secrets in a kaleidoscope of colors that swirled like a tempest. They beckoned forward, a promise of enlightenment, a curse of despair. "Do you believe in the power of this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Myra's eyes glistened, reflecting the very essence of the universe. "I want to," she breathed, "but I fear what it might cost us." "Everything," I replied, feeling the truth wash over me like cold water. "Everything and nothing." This is the heart of the ritual. The Anunnaki didn't just demand blood, they demanded devotion, a reverence that cut deep into the soul. The shadows thickened, and with every heartbeat, the tension spiraled. I felt the cosmos squeezing us, time stretching and warping as if we were caught in a web of fate. What if they're not just gods? I pondered aloud. What if they're a part of us, woven into our very existence, our fears and desires? A sudden gust of wind howled through the temple, shattering the fragile stillness. It spoke of ancient promises, of bonds that transcended time, a chilling reminder that we were not mere observers but players in a game far older than we could comprehend. Myra and I exchanged a glance, an unspoken agreement passing between us, a pact forged in fear and longing. "Are we willing to face them?" I asked, the words hanging heavily in the air. "Are we willing to confront what lies within?" "I don't know," she said, her voice quavering. But in her eyes, I saw a flicker of defiance, a spark igniting against the darkness enveloping us. "But I'm not afraid of who I am. Not anymore." And in that moment, I felt the weight of our choices descend upon us. The Anunnaki were not just gods but the embodiment of our desires and fears, the shadows lurking in the corners of our minds. We were called to confront them, not just for ourselves, but for all who had come before us, all who had sacrificed and dreamed. As the moonlight fractured into shards of pure energy, illuminating the path ahead, I grasped Myra's hand tighter. Together, we stepped into the unknown, ready to face the haunting legacy of the Anunnaki, our spirits entwined in a dance of light and shadow, poised on the edge of eternity. The moon hung low, a spectral eye watching over the ruins of a forgotten city, where shadows danced like whispers of the lost. I stood among the crumbling stones, the air thick with memories that gnawed at my heart like hungry ghosts. Each step echoed with questions, each breath heavy with the weight of an unspeakable truth. The Anunnaki, ancient beings wrapped in myth and mystery, were said to have touched this very ground. But what did that mean for us, for language, for everything we've ever said or written? I remember the night when the words began to unravel. Clara, her eyes wild with a fire that mirrored the stars above, clutched an ancient tablet. "Listen," she urged, her voice trembling with urgency. "They're here, in our tongues, in every syllable we craft. This isn't just history, it's our fate." Her passion was like a fever, infectious yet terrifying. The way she spoke, it felt as if she was summoning the very essence of the Anunnaki, their dreams woven into our vocabulary, their secrets buried in the syntax of our sentences. And then there was David, always the skeptic, with a brow furrowed in doubt. "Clara, it's just a story. A myth. You can't believe this nonsense." But I could see the way his hands shook, the way his heart pulsed in his throat as if it, too, sensed the ancient energy crackling in the air. The tension between them was palpable, a charged current that threatened to ignite the night into a conflagration of revelation or madness. "Do you think it's a coincidence?" Clara pressed, her words cutting through the thick silence. "The way our languages evolved, the symbols that echo the stars, the same patterns in cultures separated by oceans." Her hands gestured wildly, tracing invisible lines in the air. "What if they left us a part of themselves? What if every word we speak is a prayer or a curse?" I felt my heart race, caught between their worlds, her fervent belief and his stubborn denial. I sensed the shadows closing in, the weight of what had been and what was yet to come wrapped around my chest like a vice. Clara's face was lit by the pale moonlight, her fervor both beautiful and terrifying. David's resolve was crumbling, his skepticism dissolving in the presence of her passionate insistence. The moon was a witness, a silent sentinel, as we stood on the precipice of understanding and madness. In that moment, I remembered the first time I spoke a word, how it felt to shape sound into meaning, to give life to emotions that raged within me. I remembered the books that whispered to me in the dead of night, the stories that curled around my heart like smoke, enchanting yet suffocating. Language is power, Clara breathed, her voice a soft caress, a haunting echo. Words can build worlds or tear them apart. They are the strings of our existence, binding us to the past and guiding us into the future. I could feel the weight of her conviction pressing against me, a persistent pulse thrumming in my veins. David looked at her, his eyes narrowing as if seeking some hidden truth beneath her fervent gaze. But what if those words are lies? What if we're just puppets, dancing to a tune we can't even hear? His skepticism wasn't just defiance, it was fear of losing the very foundation of his reality. Then Clara stepped closer, her voice low and trembling. What if the Anunnaki gave us language to warn us? To remember? A chill ran down my spine. I looked at the tablet in Clara's hands, the inscriptions that seemed to pulse with life, a language older than time itself. Symbols that intertwined like vines, breathing, living. I felt a shiver of recognition, the gnawing sensation that I had encountered these words in dreams, in the fleeting moments of half-remembered thoughts. What if they were calling us? The night deepened, the shadows lengthened, and the air crackled with unspoken fears. I could see Clara's persistence clashing against David's skepticism, two forces colliding like thunderclouds. I held my breath, caught in their storm, feeling the power of their words wrap around me like a shroud, heavy and electric. Clara, you're losing yourself. David's voice broke through the tension, raw with desperation. This obsession, it's consuming you. We can't let ancient myths dictate our lives. Tears glistened in Clara's eyes, a storm of confusion and determination swirling within. Maybe it's not about dictation, she whispered, almost as if she were trying to convince herself. Maybe it's about understanding. About remembering who we are and where we came from. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. In that moment, I felt the pulse of history thrumming in my ears, a rhythm that resonated deep within my soul. I took a step backwards, feeling the cold stone beneath my feet, grounding me amidst the chaos. And then, in the depths of that silence, I felt it, the echo of the Anunnaki. Their influence rippling through the fabric of our languages, a tapestry woven with threads of power and vulnerability. The stories we tell, the words we write, they're more than mere symbols, they are echoes of existence, remnants of the cosmos whispering to us through time. I looked at Clara, her face illuminated by the flickering shadows, and saw the truth reflected in her eyes, the burden of knowledge, the haunting fear of the unknown. And I glanced at David, the weight of his disbelief crumbling beneath Clara's unwavering belief. As the moon drifted higher, casting an eerie glow over us, I realized we stood at the crossroads of history and destiny, of language and silence. The Anunnaki's influence was a living entity, a presence that urged us to confront our fears. With a heart pounding in my chest, I took a deep breath. Words began to form, a longing to bridge the divide between belief and skepticism, to find the truth that lay hidden beneath the shadows. The night whispered secrets, a symphony of unanswered questions, and I knew this was only the beginning. In the fading light of the moon, the air thick with tension, our fates intertwined like the very letters inscribed on that ancient tablet, a story still unwritten, an echo still waiting to be heard. As the darkness deepened, I could feel the Anunnaki watching, waiting for us to unleash the power of our words, the weight of our language. And in that moment, I understood, the story was far from over. The air is thick with tension, a haunting silence that grips the heart like an iron vice. Beneath a bruised sky, where thunder rumbles ominously, a woman stands at the precipice of destiny, her soul ablaze with fierce yearning. She is Inanna, the goddess of love and war, but she feels neither love nor war in this moment, only the crushing weight of expectation. She stares into the abyss, her heart pounding like a war drum, as echoes of her mother's voice claw at her mind. You are more than you think, Inanna, a force that can shape worlds. The earth trembles beneath her feet, vibrating with the ancient power of the Anunnaki, the celestial architects of fate, and yet they look upon her with judgmental eyes. They carve destiny in stone, and she is but a shadow in their grand design, a flicker of dissent against the monstrous tide of tradition. She remembers the fire in her veins, the day she dared to voice her dreams among them, a mere whisper against the howling wind of their expectations. Do not let fear shackle you, she had told her friend, the defiant and fiery Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. They stood shoulder to shoulder, two stars refusing to be dimmed. We are the daughters of the heavens. But Ereshkigal had only shaken her head, the weight of her own darkness pulling her deeper into shadows. The heavens are a cage, Inanna. You know this. The sadness in her voice cut deep, twisting like a knife. And now, as she stands on the edge of a decision that could shatter their world, the memories flood back like a tide threatening to drown her. She remembers the stories whispered in the dark, of women scorned, of heartaches, of power stripped away. She remembers the women who came before her, the celestial beings, once revered, now echoing through the ages as lost souls in the void. They were more than just muses, these women. They were warriors, rebels, visionaries. But the Anunnaki had twisted their legacies into something grotesque, defining them by their relationships to men, as if their worth depended on their proximity to power. Inanna's heart races, a tempest of rage and sorrow. I refuse to be a pawn in their game, she vows, clenching her fists until her nails bite into her palms. As the storm brews overhead, lightning splits the sky, illuminating the tension in the air. She glances back to Ereshkigal, her sister in spirit, now cloaked in the shadows of despair. Will you stand with me? She cries, her voice ringing clear and electric, reverberating through the silence like a battle cry. But Ereshkigal, haunted by her own burdens, merely looks down. I cannot. My path lies in the shadows, Inanna. There is a moment, suspended in time, where their eyes lock, and Inanna feels the weight of it all, the sacrifice, the pain, the choices that haunt them both. Then I will carve my own path, she whispers, the words a dagger thrown into the heart of fate itself. The thunder crashes, and the heavens seem to weep. But Inanna's spirit ignites, she is a wildfire, a tempest. She ascends to the celestial court, the Anunnaki awaiting her like storm clouds ready to unleash their wrath. You do not control me, she proclaims, shaking as the words tumble from her lips, raw and fierce. I am not just a reflection of your will. I am my own. The gods shift, eyes narrowing, shadows of mistrust flickering across their immortal faces. She feels their disdain, their laughter like ice-cold daggers threatening to pierce her resolve. But she stands firm, heart hammering, every beat echoing her defiance. You will not silence me, she vows, her voice trembling with the power of generations of women who have come before her. In that haunting moment, she is not just Inanna, the goddess born of the stars. She becomes the embodiment of every woman lost to history's cruel hands, every voice silenced under the weight of oppression and expectation. She feels their presence, a chorus of whispers stirring in the air around her. Rise, 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 they cry, and the pulse of their collective strength courses through her. Inanna's eyes blaze like the sun, illuminating the darkness that has long encased her sister, Ereshkigal. You are not bound by shadows, she shouts into the void, reaching out with all the love and desperation she can muster. You are the queen of your own destiny. But Ereshkigal's eyes are clouded with sorrow, the weight of the underworld pressing down on her, and Inanna feels her heart shatter at the sight. Sister, please, the plea falls from her lips, choked with raw emotion. It's a delicate thread weaving through the chaos, a desperate grasp at hope. Yet the Anunnaki thunder in response, their voices a cacophony of disdain. You seek to disrupt the balance, one bellows, a voice like grinding stone, echoing through the chamber. You would seek to rewrite fate itself. Inanna feels the tremor of fear snake through her. Is it so wrong to want to be more, to rise beyond their constraints? Every heartbeat screams against the weight of their judgment. You cannot define my worth, she shouts, each word a battle cry, breaking the silence like a lightning bolt. And in that moment, the tide turns. The air crackles with energy as the spirits of women past rise within her, a legion of strength and fury, unyielding in their resolve. Stand with me, sisters, she calls, a primal roar infused with love, pain, and hope. Let us reclaim our stories. The Anunnaki falter, their power shaken for the first time. The fabric of their authority quivers, and Inanna feels the swell of something profound, the stirring of rebellion, the promise of change. In the shadows, Ereshkigal watches, caught between darkness and the light of her sister's fire. And as the storm rages on, the world teeters on the brink, an exquisite tension that sings of possibility, of the unrelenting force of women who refuse to be forgotten. Inanna stands tall, her soul a beacon in the dark, knowing that this moment is only the beginning. The air is thick with anticipation, the cosmos itself holding its breath, as the battle for her narrative, and that of all women, unfolds in terrifying, beautiful intensity. In the heart of chaos, a new legend is born, one where women are not merely shadows of the gods but the very architects of their own destinies. And the storm continues to rage, a symphony of thunder and defiance, as the story of Inanna and Ereshkigal blazes forth into the night. The air was thick, electric with anticipation, as the storm brewed in the distance, a writhing mass of clouds ready to unleash chaos upon a world that had long forgotten the gods. I stood on the precipice of a crumbling cliff, heart pounding against my ribcage like a caged beast desperate for escape. The wind howled like a lost spirit, and in that moment, I remembered. I remembered stories whispered in shadowy corners, hushed voices vibrant with fear. The Anunnaki, they said. They came from the stars. He emerged from the shadows, not a god, but a man named Eli, his eyes burning with a fervor that mirrored the tempest above. I'd known him as a friend once, but now he felt like a stranger, laced with obsession and desperation. "They're coming," he said, urgency dripping from each word like rain on parched earth. "The signs are everywhere. You can't ignore them." I wanted to laugh, to brush it off as madness born of too many sleepless nights. But the truth clawed at my insides. The visions haunted me, too, dreams of ancient beings with ravenous eyes, staring into the souls of those unworthy. I shivered, not from the chill, but from the gravity of those memories, a kaleidoscope of dread. In those dreams, I was lost, floating through a void of darkness, echoes of the Anunnaki whispering secrets in a language I longed to forget. "Do you think we're ready?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the rising wind. I could see the way his hands trembled, a direct reflection of the chaos inside him. Eli was a man consumed by the past, unable to let go of a myth that had bound him tighter than any chain. I felt a pang of sympathy for him, the kind that stirs deep within when you witness someone unraveling, a tapestry frayed at the edges. "They've shaped our world," he said, his words reverberating like a prophecy. "They taught us to build, to dream, and now they want to reclaim what is theirs." His eyes glinted with a wild hope, or was it fear? I couldn't tell anymore. We're the culmination of their ambition, and it's time we faced the truth. But truth is a double-edged sword, slicing deeper the longer you stare at it. I glanced at the horizon where the first lightning flashed, illuminating the cliffs in an eerie glow. For a heartbeat, the world seemed suspended between moments, caught in a web of possibility and dread. The Anunnaki loomed in my mind, figures of myth and terror intertwined, their allegorical meanings as layered as the storm clouds thickening overhead. "Do you remember the stories?" Eli pressed on, his voice rising above the din. "The creations that walked among us, gods shaped like men. They sowed chaos and order, lust and love." He pointed to the sky, a desperate plea etched on his face. "They gave us civilization, and yet we tremble beneath their gaze. We are both their children and their prisoners." I was torn, caught between the pull of his fervor and the weight of my own doubts. The sky cracked open, and rain began to fall, cold, heavy droplets that stung against my skin. I felt like a child again, lost in a world of shadows, where every raindrop whispered a secret, every gust of wind carried an omen. The storm mirrored the turmoil in my heart, a symphony of chaos echoing through the night. From the depths of the woods, a figure emerged, Mara, fierce and unyielding, with eyes that held 1,000 untold stories. "We can't let them dictate our fate," she shouted over the roar of thunder, grounding us with her unshakable resolve. "We must stand together, challenge their might. They may be ancient, but we are not the helpless pawns they believe us to be." Her voice shook me, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkness. Yet, I saw the fear lurking beneath her bravado, the cracks in her armor that revealed a vulnerability she fought fiercely to disguise. She had always been the strongest of us, the one who faced the world head-on, but even the strongest can falter when the weight of history looms like a shadow. "Eli's right," I murmured, the words spilling from my lips like a confession. "We've ignored them for too long. But what if, What if it's already too late? The question hung heavy in the air, a ghost that refused to fade. The storm raged, a manifestation of our turmoil, and yet I felt a quiet sliver of clarity slicing through the chaos. The Anunnaki were allegories, symbols of our fears and desires, the dark corners of our psyche demanding to be acknowledged. They were not just ancient beings, they were the very essence of our struggle, the duality of creation and destruction that exists within every heart. Mara stepped closer, her gaze piercing through the storm. "We'll face the truth together," she insisted, her voice unwavering. "We rewrite our narrative. We are not victims in this tale." Our hands met, a fleeting connection that ignited something within me, a fleeting reminder that I was not alone in this tempest of uncertainty. As thunder roared, a cacophony of sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath us, the weight of our decision loomed large. We stood at the edge of something vast, something terrifying. The Anunnaki beckoned from the depths of our fears, and in that moment, I felt the pulse of the cosmos thrumming through my veins, a reminder that we are all part of this grand tapestry, woven with threads of pain and hope. The sky opened, unleashing a torrential downpour that blurred our visions. I could barely see Eli's face, but I felt the intensity of his gaze. The storm was not just a backdrop, it was alive, a reflection of our collective turmoil, urging us to confront the shadows within. And as I breathed deeply, I realized that the real battle was not outside in the storm but within the fragile constructs of our minds. I remembered the fears that tethered us, the dreams that drove us. The Anunnaki, those celestial beings, were not merely gods, they were the embodiment of our struggles, the eternal dance between creation and destruction. We stood on the brink, ready to confront those whispers from the past, to rewrite the narrative that had long been dictated by others. As the rain poured down, soaking us to the bone, I felt an exhilarating rush. The storm howled, the wind screamed, but within that chaos, I felt alive. We were ready to face whatever awaited us, intertwining our fates beneath the tumultuous heavens. And with that, the storm became our ally, a harbinger of change, pushing us forward, deeper into the unknown, toward a confrontation with the gods that had shaped our very souls. The wind howled through the crumbling ruins, echoing like the wails of forgotten gods, a raw, eerie sound that clutched at the very marrow of your bones. Shadows danced across the ancient stones, flickering like the memories of a world long lost. I stood in the heart of it all, an unwitting witness to a cosmic play, a stage where the Anunnaki, those whispered figures of myth, loomed larger than life, their stories seeping into the crevices of my very soul. I remember the moment when everything shifted, when the air crackled with an electric tension that made my heart race. Beneath the weight of the night, I felt the pulse of the earth, a rhythmic thump that matched my own racing heartbeat. Across the desolate expanse stood two figures, both entangled in their struggles, their destinies woven together like the threads of a tattered tapestry. There was Ilara, fierce and defiant, with eyes that burned like twin stars against the backdrop of despair. She was a seeker, a determined soul wrestling with the haunting echoes of her past. Her hands trembled as she gripped the ancient tablet, the inscriptions glowing faintly in the dim light. "They're watching us," she murmured, her voice a fragile whisper that sent shivers down my spine. "The Anunnaki are watching us." Ilara was haunted, not just by the myths, but by her own unyielding need to understand them. So many nights spent lost in dusty tomes, in fevered dreams where the cosmos spilled its secrets, only to wake with the taste of stardust on her tongue. Each word she read felt like a stone dropped into the vast chasm of her soul, echoing back with the weight of all that was unsaid. She had come here to find answers, but what she discovered was the abyss staring back at her. And then there was Yarrick, standing in stark contrast to Ilara's fiery essence. He was a man burdened with the weight of doubt, his heart a fortress wrapped in layers of fear. The shadows clung to him like a second skin, each step he took echoing with the uncertainty of a man who had lost faith in everything he once cherished. "Why chase ghosts?" he yelled into the tempest, desperation lacing every syllable. "The Anunnaki? They're just stories, Ilara. Just shadows on the wall." But the shadows had a way of creeping into your mind, didn't they? The remnants of ancient civilizations whispered through the ruins. They were alive, vibrant, and oh so terrifying. I watched as Yarek's resolve crumbled beneath Ilara's fervor, each clash of beliefs reverberating through the night air like the distant rumble of thunder. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, Ilara pressed, her voice rising with passion. The Anunnaki came to us from the heavens, weaving humanity from the dust. They forged our destinies. She stepped closer, eyes fierce, a prophetess caught in the throes of revelation. What if their return is imminent, Yarek? What if they're here to reclaim what they've lost? He shook his head, a ghost of a smile flickering across his lips. And what if they see us as a mistake? A failed experiment? The words hung heavy between them, a palpable tension that crackled like the air before a storm. Time blurred, the moon hung low, casting a silvery light that painted the ruins in shades of sorrow and hope. Each breath was a shudder, each heartbeat a plea to the cosmos. I could feel their anguish, the weight of dread, the longing for connection. Ilara's fierce hope collided with Yarek's crippling despair, and the air crackled with unspoken truths. Together, we can awaken them, Ilara urged, her voice saturated with an urgency that pierced through the night. We can understand the legacy they left behind. But Yarek, oh Yarek, his heart was a fragile thing, a paper boat on a tempestuous sea. And what if the legacy is one of destruction? He replied, his voice trembling with fear. What if they return not to save us, but to consume us? The very ground beneath us felt alive, each tremor a reminder of the ancient powers at play. The ruins whispered secrets, the wind carried the weight of prophecies, and somewhere in the shadows, the past loomed like a specter, watching. I felt the night thickening, suffocating, wrapping around us like a shroud. Ilara reached out, her fingers brushing against Yarek's arm, a silent plea. Face your fears, Yarek. The truth is always more terrifying than the unknown. He stiffened, a wall rising between them, and for a moment, I thought he might turn away, retreat into the darkness that called to him like a lover's embrace. But then, something flickered in his eyes, an ember, a spark. And if the truth is that we're nothing more than pawns in a game we cannot comprehend? Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the world fell away. The stars above blinked with ancient wisdom, and the ruins pulsed with the heartbeat of history, each stone holding the weight of untold stories. The air was thick with anticipation, a cosmic breath held in the universe, waiting for the moment of revelation. The Anunnaki had come and gone, but their essence lingered, like ghosts trapped in time, urging us toward our fates. I could feel it, an almost tangible force, drawing us closer to a confrontation that would shatter the very fabric of our existence. I remember the chill that wrapped around us, a reminder of the unknown lurking just beyond our reach. The night was alive with possibility, and as the tension coiled tighter, I sensed the whispers of the past rising to meet us. We were on the cusp of something monumental, an awakening, a reckoning, a clash of belief and doubt. But the story does not end here. It spirals, a thread woven into the fabric of eternity, leaving us suspended in the moment, hearts pounding, breath held, waiting for the next breath to shatter the silence. The shadows still dance, the ruins still whisper, and the Anunnaki watch from the cosmos, their legacy unfurling in the hearts of those brave enough to confront the darkness. The room was dark, the air thick with the smell of dust and forgotten dreams. A single light flickered overhead, casting trembling shadows on the peeling wallpaper. I stood in the center, heart racing, as the whispers of ancient gods clawed at the edges of my sanity. In the silence, I could almost hear them, the Anunnaki, their names echoing through the ages like a haunting refrain. A distant clock ticked mercilessly, each chime a reminder of time slipping away, of truths buried beneath centuries of myth and misinformation. Are you ready for this? Sarah's voice cut through the darkness, thick with anxiety, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. She was my anchor, though her own demon swirled just beneath the surface. I could see the worry etched in her brow, the way her fingers trembled as she clutched the tattered notebook filled with our frantic research. Ready or not, we have to find the truth, I replied, though doubt gnawed at my insides. I remember the late nights spent sifting through endless conspiracy theories, the way my obsession had morphed into an almost religious fervor. This isn't just about them. It's about us, about what we've forgotten. The words hung heavy in the air, like a promise and a curse all at once. Then there was David, pacing like a caged animal, his mind racing through the chaos of our findings. His obsession was darker, tinged with a desperation that sent chills down my spine. "Do you understand what we're saying?" he spat, his voice rising, echoing off the walls. "These beings saw us as mere toys, our existence a plaything in their grand design. How can we sit idly by while the world remains blissfully unaware?" I could feel the tension crackling between us, the air thick with unspoken fears and dreams. David was fueled by a righteous anger, but there was a fragility in him too, a fear that if he embraced the truth, he would shatter into 1,000 pieces. "Stop!" Sarah shouted, her voice a lifeline in the storm. "We have to focus. We're running out of time." And she was right. The clock ticked on, relentless, a constant reminder that we were merely dust in the wind, shadows fading into oblivion. I turned my gaze to the scattered papers around the room, old photographs, dusty archives, artifacts from a time when gods walked among men. Each piece a thread in a tapestry woven with the hopes and fears of countless generations. "Look at this," I said, picking up a faded image of what appeared to be a temple, its stones weathered yet regal, standing against the backdrop of a darkening sky. What if this was a beacon, a warning? What if they're still watching? David's eyes ignited with fervor, but it was tinged with a madness that made my heart race. "And what if they're coming back?" he whispered, his breath hitching as if the mere thought could awaken something sinister. "What if they never left?" As the words hung in the air, I felt a chill slide down my spine, as though the very shadows were listening, lurking just beyond the edges of our reality. I remembered the tales of ancient texts hidden beneath layers of deceit, of lost civilizations swallowed by time. The weight of it all pressed heavily on my chest, threatening to crush me under the enormity of what we sought. "Sarah," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper, "what if we're not meant to uncover this?" Her eyes shimmered with understanding, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of fear reflected there. It was the fear of the unknown, of confronting the darkness that lay beyond the veil of history. "I remember the dreams," she murmured, her voice trembling. "I remember standing in a field, the stars above swirling in a cosmic dance. I could feel their eyes on me, their judgment." A silence fell over us, heavy and suffocating. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as the whispers of the past grew louder, drowning out the rhythm of our hearts. We were trespassers in a sacred domain, and somewhere deep within, an instinct screamed that we were unprepared for the truths we sought. "What do we do?" David asked, the question echoing in an empty void. "What happens when we find them?" "I don't know," I admitted, fear gnawing at my resolve. "But we can't turn back now." I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the reflection of my own uncertainty. We were at a crossroads, straddling the line between discovery and destruction. I glanced at the clock, its hands moving inexorably forward, a relentless reminder of our impending confrontation with the unknown. Time was slipping away, a river of seconds flowing toward a turbulent ocean of possibilities. The Anunnaki loomed on the horizon of our consciousness, vast and unfathomable, a presence that beckoned us closer even as it warned us away. "Then we prepare," Sarah said, resolve washing over her like a wave. "We gather every piece of information, every scrap of knowledge. We confront the shadows head-on." Her voice rang with a fierce determination, igniting a spark of hope within me. But as I looked into David's eyes, I felt a twinge of desperation clawing at my heart. What if confronting the shadows only unleashed them? What if we were not ready for what lay ahead? The weight of history and our own flawed humanity pressed down, suffocating, intoxicating. Around us, the shadows danced, laughing silently at our folly, whispering secrets that could shatter the very fabric of our reality. We stood on the brink, trembling on the edge of a discovery that could either illuminate or engulf us. The air crackled with an energy that felt both exhilarating and terrifying, a promise of what might come next. And then, just like that, the lights flickered, plunging us into darkness. A scream caught in my throat as the silence deepened, a palpable weight pressing down, suffocating. "Are you still there?" Sarah's voice trembled, a fragile thread in the void. "Yeah," I breathed, heart pounding, as the shadows whispered their secrets, beckoning us into the unknown. We were ready, or were we? As the darkness wrapped around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were merely pawns in a game far greater than ourselves. The Anunnaki waited, watching, and we were about to tip the scales of fate, caught in the web of eternity, where time and truth intertwined. In that moment, I realized the story was just beginning, and we were ensnared in its grasp, a perpetual loop of wonder and dread, of hope and despair, forever spiraling into the heart of the unknown. The clock ticked. Each second resounded like a drumbeat in the hollow silence of the cavern. I stood at the mouth of the cave, shadows crawling across the jagged walls, my breath catching in my throat. The darkness felt alive, pulsating, wrapping its cold fingers around my heart. I clutched the pendant, ancient, smooth, a whispered echo of another time, another place. The Anunnaki. Their very name conjured storms of fascination and dread, a swirling tempest that pulled at the edges of my sanity. Are you ready? Lena's voice came from behind me, laced with trepidation. Her eyes, wide and searching, mirrored my own uncertainty. They glimmered with the reflection of our own fears, of the unknown, of betrayal, of the ghosts that haunted our pasts. I remembered the nights spent poring over dusty tomes, our laughter rising like smoke, mingling with the question, what if? What if they are still here? I murmured, the words slipping from my lips before I could catch them. Lena's gaze locked onto mine, and I saw in her the same obsession that had driven me for years. We were two moths drawn to a flame, each flicker igniting a spark of hope and terror. Then there was Marcus, lurking at the edge of our fragile bond, a storm cloud of conflict. His skepticism was a fortress, his rationality a shield. You can't be serious, he scoffed, the words bitter on his tongue. They're just myths. Stories to keep us awake at night. I felt the weight of his disdain, but beneath it lay a current of fear of the things he could not comprehend, the truths that gnawed at his foundation. Stories can be powerful, I whispered, clutching the pendant tighter. His eyes narrowed, skepticism battling with curiosity, a dance as old as time itself. The Anunnaki, beings of immense power and knowledge, had become our obsession, our muse, our curse. Lena's laughter faded, replaced by an unsettling quiet that enveloped us like a shroud. The cavern loomed before us, a yawning maw of darkness, its depths whispering secrets we weren't sure we wanted to hear. I stepped forward, heart racing, and swore I felt a pulse beneath my feet. The ground was alive, trembling with a history that felt as palpable as the air we breathed. What if they left something behind? My voice quavered, but there was a fierce determination in my chest. I looked at Lena, a kindred spirit, both of us bound by our thirst for truth, for meaning in a universe that felt indifferent. I remembered the nights we spent sharing dreams of lost civilizations, of gods walking among us, of advanced beings shaping our destiny. The Anunnaki were more than just ancient lore, they were the embodiment of our deepest longings, our fears of insignificance in a vast cosmos. Let's go, Lena urged, her voice a balm against the creeping dread. We moved as one, crossing the threshold into the darkness, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient stones. Every step echoed a heartbeat, fear, anticipation, and the thrill of discovery intertwining like lovers in the night. Marcus hung back, shadows clinging to him like an ill-fitting cloak. I don't believe in magic, he muttered, but even as he said it, I could see the flicker of doubt in his expression. The cavern seemed to whisper promises, and I felt the weight of his struggle. Could he truly deny the allure? Deeper we ventured, the silence thickening, wrapping around us like a predator ready to pounce. Flickering lights danced on the walls, reflections of something ancient, something powerful, and I felt the air crackle with an energy that sent chills up my spine. Do you feel that? I whispered, but Marcus remained unmoved, a lone statue against the tempest of my emotions. Then, without warning, we stumbled into a chamber where the walls pulsed with strange symbols and the air buzzed with a hum that resonated deep within me. It was as if the very stone was alive, breathing the history of a forgotten world. Lena stepped forward, her fingers brushing against the glyphs, tracing their paths, and I saw the wonder in her eyes, a spark of enlightenment igniting the night. What if they're trying to communicate? She breathed, a childlike hope weaving through her voice. But Marcus scoffed again, eyes narrowed against the glow. It's just, but I grasped Lena's wrist, pulling her back. No. This is bigger than us. This is their story, their legacy. We are here, we are meant to be here. My words hung heavy in the air, the gravity of our mission pulling us closer to the precipice of understanding. But understanding what? The truth? The fear? The weight of the past pressing down on us like a suffocating blanket? I remembered the countless hours spent chasing shadows, the sleepless nights haunted by the whispers of the Anunnaki. Were they saviors or demons? Were we their children, or mere insects caught in a web of cosmic indifference? A tremor rippled through the ground, and in that moment, I felt the universe shift, time folding in on itself, memory swirling like debris in a storm. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that had us teetering on the edge of revelation. I reached for the pendant, its warmth pulsing against my skin, a heartbeat responding to the pulse of the cave. Together. Lena's voice was barely a breath, but it roared through me, igniting something fierce and primal. We stood at the brink, two souls intertwined, bound by our quest for answers, for redemption, for understanding. Marcus hesitated, the lines of skepticism wavering under the weight of something unnameable. I could see in his eyes the flickering flame of doubt battling against the vastness of possibility. I can't, but before he could finish, the chamber erupted in light, a blinding, radiant force that consumed us. I felt the air shift, weaving threads of fate around us, drawing us into a tapestry older than time. In that moment, I understood. It was never just about the Anunnaki, it was about us, flawed, broken, yearning souls seeking meaning in the chaos. As the light enveloped us, I realized that the fascination was not merely with ancient beings, but with our own search for belonging, for connection. And as the light faded, leaving us breathless and trembling, I knew this was not an end but a beginning. The Anunnaki were not gone, they lingered in the shadows of our hearts, in the whispers of our fears. I remembered the stories that shaped us, the myths that wove our lives together. We stood on the precipice of understanding, and I felt a surge of hope surge through me. The echoes of the past would not silence us, they would guide us, pulling us deeper into the mysteries of the universe. The clock ticked. Time twisted around us, and each heartbeat reverberated with the promise of what lay ahead. We were not just searching for answers, we were reclaiming our stories, our destinies, bound forever to the enigma of the Anunnaki.